Duke nodded to Caroline and stepped through the slowly opening door engraved with complex runes, pausing slightly at the sight that greeted him. Instead of the expected warehouse or display racks, before his eyes was a vast sea of stars composed of pure energy. Countless points of light, some bright, some dim, floated in the boundless void, each representing a resource available for exchange materials, potions, knowledge, and even some secret information. The spatial sense inside the hall was distorted and enlarged by magic, making it appear deep and vast. The ground beneath his feet was a semi-transparent crystal stone, and upon stepping on it, a clear guiding light path automatically appeared, leading him to different areas. A spiritual power message directly sounded in Duke's mind. Level 1 Arcanist Duke, welcome to the resource exchange space of the Arcane Master Association. Your current available points, 181. Please choose the category of resources you wish to browse. According to the guidance, materials, knowledge, permissions. Materials, Duke silently thought. With his thought, the vast starry sea before him instantly transformed. Most of the lights dimmed, leaving only about a third still bright, which then approached him and arranged themselves in a clearly discernible grid. Beside each light point floated detailed textual descriptions and three-dimensional projection images, the name, nature, origin, rarity of the materials, and the points required for exchange. These light points were all accessible within the permissions of a Level 1 Arcanist. The resources that could be accessed by Level 2 and Level 3 Arcanists did not appear at all, and Duke didn't even have the chance to view them. Duke's gaze quickly scanned across. The permissions of a Level 1 Arcanist were indeed limited, with the material grades not being very high, yet the variety and comprehensive coverage still far exceeded the treasury within Black Sail. The Arcane Master Association is an organization spread throughout the entire wizard plane and was established by Level 7 Arcanist Albert, whose foundation is indeed far deeper than that of Black Sail. Wind Attribute Crystal Core. Duke's mind moved slightly again. This space is quite special, able to directly sense Duke's spiritual power fluctuations, thus allowing him to express his thoughts directly through spiritual power. As this spiritual power message was sent out, the material light points belonging to the wind attribute lit up in the grid, while the other types of materials dimmed. Soon, several projections of materials with various shapes and pure wind attribute fluctuations appeared before him. There was the sky-breaking crystal core sharp as ice shards, the flowing wind soil as round as pearls, and the heart of Laniu with structure complex as natural runes. These materials could all be used as crystal cores for advancing to a crystallized wizard, though their quality varied. Naturally, Duke wanted to choose the best, needing materials with extremely pure and high concentration wind attribute energy. However, the better the material, the more Arcanist points are required. He currently has a total of 181 Arcanist points, which, upon a quick look at the general prices, is only enough to exchange for one. Duke originally wanted to exchange for 2 wind attribute crystal cores, one also prepared for Vivian. It seems he can only wait to gather more points later for the exchange. Fortunately, Vivian is still far from the level of a crystallized wizard, so there's no rush for now. Duke didn't rush to exchange the wind attribute crystal core, but thought moved. Light attribute crystal core materials. As this spiritual power message was sent out, all the light points before him dimmed, indicating there were no materials matching Duke's requirements. Duke wasn't sure if it was because there weren't any light attribute crystal cores in the resources space of the Arcane Master Association, or if it was because his current level 1 Arcanist permission wasn't enough to see the light attribute crystal cores. He leaned more towards the latter because the foundation of the Arcane Master Association is too profound. It should have light attribute crystal cores existing, just that his current level is too low to reach it for now. The advancement of Arcanist levels isn't something that can be accomplished overnight, meaning it's temporarily impossible to obtain light attribute crystal cores from the channels of the Arcane Master Association, and another solution is needed. Better to first exchange the wind attribute crystal core. With a thought, the light points before Duke shifted again, and several wind attribute materials floated before him. Duke's gaze locked onto a wind attribute material called Cyan Mist Core, a core crystal produced from a wind attribute or vein, possessing a very high concentration of wind attribute energy. The Cyan Mist Core was also the most expensive among these wind attribute materials, requiring 151 Arcanist points to exchange. Without much hesitation, Duke directly chose to exchange for it, leaving him with only 30 points. The wind attribute crystal core was something he must have, so obtaining it first would be more reassuring. The resource space of the Harbor City's Arcane Master Association only contained these few items, which might not be available if delayed. It said that the Arcane Master Associations of the West Coast are interconnected, and their resource spaces contain the same contents, not representing all resources of the Arcane Master Association within the entire wizard plane being here. Upon Duke's mental confirmation, after the points were deducted, a diamond-shaped light green crystal appeared in his hand, emitting a very rich wind attribute energy aura. He directly stored it in the space ring, not in a hurry to leave, but continued browsing. Knowledge, Duke silently thought again. The starry sea altered once more. This time numerous scrolls, books, and even some strange rune marks composed of light blue lines appeared within the grid. The introductions of knowledge resources were more detailed, including content overview, author, source, knowledge level, and the points required for exchange. The price range varied widely, from a few points to several hundred points. Duke even saw knowledge that could be exchanged with just 1 point of Arcanist points, though one shouldn't underestimate that 1 point. Knowledge qualified to be exchanged here with Arcanist. Points all possessed high value, not just any knowledge could be placed here. Duke recalled the several research results he previously submitted, and the magic potion outcomes he collaborated on with the Commerce Association couldn't be exchanged for Arcanist points, having already signed collaboration agreements with the Commerce Association. He pondered, finding the concentrated potion more suitable for exchanging Arcanist points, provided it qualified. Duke planned to ask Caroline how to proceed later, then focused on the various types of knowledge before him. Given the multitude of knowledge types, the light points before him almost formed a sea of stars that was overwhelming to absorb. Duke thought for a moment, then sent a thought. Knowledge content related to advancing to a crystallized wizard. With this spiritual power message sent, the light points before him instantly transformed, countless of them dimming, and the remaining bright ones automatically gathered in front of Duke. Duke glanced over and saw many topics related to crystallized wizards, path of crystallization, the critical point of spiritual power compression, stable crystal core, meditation adjustment for beginners in the crystallization realm, common bottlenecks of crystallized wizards, Volume 1. From liquidation to crystallization, detailed explanation of crystal core cohesion. The knowledge about advancing to a crystallized wizard was abundant, but none of it came cheap, requiring at least 56 arcane master points. For Duke, advancing to a crystallized wizard was quite troublesome and unlike any other wizards before him. He needed to use 6 different attribute crystal cores to condense the crystal core, something no one had done before. Due to his skill tree, Duke possessed 6 kinds of talents, enabling him to reach this theoretical limit. However, the actual difficulty was still high. He needed to thoroughly study various past materials and prepare accordingly based on his own situation. After exchanging for the cyan mist core, Duke roughly browsed through the knowledge categories, then withdrew his thoughts. The starry sea before him receded like the tide, and the guiding light path beneath his feet dimmed and disappeared. The enormous door engraved with complex runes reappeared at the center of his vision. Exit, Duke silently chanted. The door swung inward soundlessly, and soft light seeped through the doorway. Stepping forward, Duke left as the door gently closed behind him, sealing off the grand vision of the energy star sea as if it never existed. Outside, Caroline was still quietly waiting there. Upon seeing Duke emerge, she smiled. "Finished the exchange, Mr. Duke?" Duke nodded. "Yes, we can leave now." Caroline then led Duke away. There were many checkpoints along the way, requiring Caroline's clearance to pass. This was why she waited outside all along. As they walked, Duke inquired, "I would like to know how to submit my research findings to the Association for exchange by other arcane masters and earn points." "That's simple, I can help you apply. Someone will assess the value of your findings and offer a price. If you agree with the price, your findings will be available to other arcane masters," Caroline explained, walking ahead, intentionally reminding. However, Note that if your research already has a partnership with other forces, be mindful of restrictive clauses to avoid unnecessary disputes. Duke was aware of this. His cooperation terms with the Giant Rock Commerce Association included such stipulations. This was also to prevent others from acquiring these research outcomes and impacting the Giant Rock Commerce Association's business. Naturally, Duke would not do that, as it would also harm his own interests. Once Caroline led Duke out, he had her guide him to a specific counter to process a series of formalities for submitting the pricing procedure for his improved concentrated potion plan. This process usually took several days, with more complex research findings requiring even more time. Duke didn't stay long and left the Arcane Master Association under Caroline's guidance. Caroline escorted Duke to the grand, subtly glowing gate of the Arcane Master Association. The afternoon sunlight shone on the polished stone steps, and the uniquely salty air of Harbor City, contrasting sharply with the concentrated, solemn atmosphere inside the association. Mr. Duke, take care. The pricing evaluation results for the concentrated potion are typically communicated within 3 to 5 working days. Caroline stood at the entrance, her face showing a standard professional smile, her voice clear and pleasant. All right, thank you, Duke nodded, preparing to leave. At this moment, Caroline seemed to hesitate slightly, her bright eyes lingering on Duke for a moment. She then took a light step forward, her heels making a faint click on the stone steps. Her form-fitting, same-colored skirt wrapped perfectly around her hips, with the hem stopping just above her knees, outlining a smooth and sexy curve. Extended from beneath the skirt were long legs completely covered by fine black stockings, their straight lines glistening softly in the afternoon light. Caroline slightly turned, accentuating her already outstanding figure. Her professionally smiled face subtly lost some formality, replaced by a more gentle, perhaps even hinting at anticipation. Mr. Duke, her voice softened, carrying a familiar tone. It's almost dinner time, and I know a few excellent restaurants in Harbor City. Very quiet with distinctive dishes. If you have no other plans, perhaps I could invite you to dinner. I also have some research in magic potion, facing some issues recently. Could you possibly visit my home afterwards to provide some guidance? Duke's gaze calmly swept across Caroline's radiant face, pausing momentarily on the uniform that highlighted alluring curves. There was no denying she was a very beautiful and charming woman. Duke roughly understood Caroline's intentions. Caroline wasn't a well-connected wizard, she merely earned some magic stones through her work at the Arcane Master Association. Caroline herself was a level 1 gaseous mage, naturally needing many resources to continue advancing. For such lone wizards, cultivation was extremely difficult, and the little salary from the Arcane Master Association was far from sufficient. Caroline had been in contact with Duke for a while, understanding him in various aspects, knowing he was a wizard with great potential and connections. She didn't realize that Duke and Grace weren't deeply connected, merely acquaintances. But just the Black Sail 3rd Legion background was enough to spark Caroline's interest if she became Duke's woman. Acquiring resources would be much easier. Duke understood all this but decided not to accept Caroline's invitation. Because Caroline was different from Yala and Nina. Yala and Nina were merely slaves, completely belonging to him once purchased. But Caroline was different. Caroline surely wouldn't want a slave status, only accepting an equal wife or concubine relationship, even as a concubine if not a wife. These were entirely different concepts. Duke wouldn't accept a woman he didn't quite know. He also couldn't offer Caroline a slave contract, leading to constant hidden risks. Moreover, Caroline approached Duke for her gain, which also meant there could come a day when she'd leave Duke for her interests, or even betray him. This was quite common. Thank you very much for your help and invitation, Miss Caroline, but I have important matters to attend to, so I won't be able to join you for dinner. Perhaps next time I'll treat you to apologize, Duke said very courteously. Duke tried his best to be polite and tactful to avoid putting Caroline in an awkward situation. Caroline, however, took it well. The disappointed expression quickly faded away and she smiled, saying, "Since Mr. Duke has matters to attend to, I won't take up your time. Whenever you want to come to Harbor City for some gourmet food, feel free to contact me at any time." She hadn't expected Duke to politely refuse her invitation, considering she had already hinted quite clearly. After all, who would go advising a beauty late at night on refining magic potions, especially at Caroline's house? The intention is already quite clear. However, Caroline quickly adjusted herself and hadn't given up. She roughly knew that Duke wasn't that easy to win over, and relying solely on looks and figure is likely insufficient. For a wizard, beauty was never a scarce resource. There were too many ways to acquire it easily. After Duke bid farewell to Caroline and returned to Black Sail 3 days later, he received a message from Caroline. The research results he submitted for the concentrated potion were priced at 5 arcane master points, meaning any other arcane master wishing to view the material would need to pay 5 arcane master points. This pricing was beyond Duke's expectations. The Arcane Master Association's resource exchange space. He had seen many valuable pieces of knowledge priced at just a few points. Duke thought for a moment and agreed to this pricing, sending a message to Caroline to help him handle the procedures. Once published, arcane masters across the West Coast could see this material, spending 5 points to gain access. In the short term, there shouldn't be too many points coming in, unless Duke specifically goes out to promote it, spending some fees on publicity. But doing so would be too troublesome. A significant investment and too high profile. Anyway, this is also a matter of slow and steady income, no need to rush. In the following hundreds, even thousands of years, the points would steadily accumulate. While Caroline helped him with these matters, Duke was also organizing materials related to Blood of War, intending to sort the bloodthirsty trait materials and submit them to the Arcane Master Association. Blood of War was a crucial piece of material in his possession, second only to the automatic meditation trait materials. The bloodthirsty trait is extremely valuable to various forces as it can directly enhance the Slave Legion's combat power without requiring much resource investment for training. It coincided with the impending war in the Devourer plane, making Blood of War, possessing the bloodthirsty trait, more important. The bloodthirsty trait is similar to the awakened in the Devourer plane, capable of absorbing energy from killed life forms to strengthen themselves, but the bloodthirsty trait only works during the Blood of War potion's effect. Duke moved swiftly. The optimization plan for Blood of War had importance and potential impact far exceeding previous magic potion research results. He dedicated more effort than ever, transforming the torrent of knowledge bestowed by the skill tree into a logically tight, data-rich research result. This report not only included how to more stably induce and maintain the bloodthirsty state, reducing the probability of negative effects and process improvements, among others. 2 days later, Duke went to the Arcane Master Association in Harbor City again, with Caroline once again responsible for receiving Duke. This time, however, Caroline was not waiting at the entrance of the Arcane Master Association, but had arrived. Early at Harbor City's port upon receiving Duke's message, Caroline had evidently prepared carefully. She chose an outfit that highlighted her impressive figure, wearing a tailored dark waistcoat with a simple silk blouse underneath, with one button undone at the collar, revealing a portion of her exquisite collarbone. Below she wore a knee-length skirt of excellent texture, harmonizing with her waistcoat. Beneath the hem of the skirt, a pair of long legs wrapped in pure black stockings displayed lines as polished as a work of art, glistening with a delicate and alluring sheen in the slightly dim light of the port. The top of the stockings conveniently hid under the hem of the skirt, sparking imagination. On her feet were pointed black high heels, with thin and tall heels, which not only made her already tall figure even more graceful, but perfectly showcased the elegant curve from the calves to the ankles, making her look impressively statuesque. When Duke arrived at the front sea of Harbor City, he immediately spotted Caroline, surprised that she came to the port this time to greet him. Without looking back, Duke tossed a piece of smoked deer heart to the dark demon and then proceeded straight towards her. Caroline quickly noticed him, her face instantly blossoming into a radiant yet professional smile, as if all the waiting hadn't brought her the slightest impatience. She stepped forward to meet him, the high heels on the pier's stone slabs producing crisp and rhythmic sounds, her long legs wrapped in black stockings fully revealed. "As soon as I received your message, I came over. Your time is always so precious, can't be delayed." Caroline laughed. Only upon knowing Duke was about to submit another research result did Caroline realize Duke's words from a few days ago were not mere courtesy, but genuine busyness, which eased her mind greatly. After all, in her view, submitting a research result is not an easy task, requiring a lot of time and effort, making it truly impossible to find time to dine with her. Duke was unaware of her inner thoughts, continuing to head towards the Arcane Master Association as usual, only this time accompanied by a dazzling woman. 10 minutes later, in Caroline's office at the Arcane Master Association. Wide solid wood desk occupied the center of the room, the desktop meticulously organized. Duke sat on the sofa behind the desk, while Caroline bent over it, busy searching for documents to handle some procedures for Duke. As Caroline bent over, her long figure was further accentuated, the calves wrapped in black stockings stretched straight, with the high heels' slender heels steadily supporting her body. From Duke's angle, he could clearly see the round curve of her hips outlined by the knee-length skirt, and the tantalizing glimpse of white skin between the edge of the skirt and the stocking tops. Caroline seemed to sense his gaze, but was not the least bit bashful, as if she could allow Duke to admire her freely. About 10 minutes later, she finally filled out the forms, all of which were necessary to submit the research results. During this process, Duke also cooperated, including filling out the research results name, type, general research direction, etc., all of which needed to be completed thoroughly to submit for approval. Duke was quite familiar with this process, often requiring no prompting from Caroline, knowing the next step instinctively. 3 days later, Duke received the review results of the Blood of War, much faster than before. After becoming a level 1 Arcanist, his rank improved, and his submitted research results were prioritized for review, so it was much faster. If it were before, a research result of the caliber of Blood of War would have taken at least half a month to complete the review. This research result of Blood of War earned a full 300 arcane points, based purely on the theoretical depth of the knowledge itself. If the impact of Blood of War was also considered, it might have been even more. Duke's remaining arcane master points reached 330 points, and the historical cumulative points reached 480 points. The 1,000 points needed to become a level 2 Arcanist were not too far away. After obtaining the review results of Blood of War, he didn't rush to contact the Giant Rock Commerce Association, but instead pondered on how to make the best use of this research result. Simply cooperating with the Giant Rock Commerce Association might not be entirely secure. They might not be able to handle something like Blood of War. The personnel within Giant Rock Commerce Association are already complicated, similar to all parties. Collaborating with them on the improvement plan for Blood of War is likely to lead to leakage. If it were a common magic potion like the Sun Resilience Potion, people would generally follow the rules and not have any ill intentions over such ordinary magic potions. But Blood of War is different, involving not just interests, but also affecting the war issues of various factions on the other planes. Possessing the bloodthirsty trait, Blood of War undoubtedly can directly enhance the combat power of slave legions, providing a direct push to the wars of various factions in the other planes. The Giant Rock Commerce Association is merely a commercial organization, surviving by relying on wizard organizations like Black Sail, essentially acting as a massive intermediary and logistics platform providing services to various forces. With their capabilities, they simply can't guard something as high caliber as Blood of War. It will certainly leak out. Although the wizard plane has developed to the point where wizard civilization is extremely prosperous, the essence of the law of the jungle is still unmistakable. Strength determines everything. By the time other wizard organizations obtain the improvement plan for Blood of War, they can modify it at will and use it without Duke's consent. Even if Duke causes trouble, in reality, he can't do much to these wizard organizations, at most providing feedback and complaints through the channels of the Arcane Master Association. However, this would involve a series of power struggles and negotiations among all parties, which is extremely troublesome. The Arcane Master Association can at most give some symbolic condemnation or demand compensation, but compared to the substantial benefits brought by Blood of War, such compensation is negligible. Placing such an important strategic resource entirely in the hands of a commercial organization poses high risks. With potential returns severely diluted, the Giant Rock Commerce Association can only be a part of the chain and must not become the core. Black Sail. Duke quickly had some thoughts in mind. He can now rely on the big tree that is Black Sail. As a member of the Black Sail 3rd Legion, a research result like Blood of War won't get swallowed up. If Duke chooses to cooperate with Black Sail, even if the profits are somewhat less, there is at least a guarantee. After receiving the endorsement and protection of Black Sail, negotiate cooperation with the Giant Rock Commerce Association in the name of Black Sail. Black Sail would be responsible for the confidentiality and security of the core production process, as well as resisting external pressures. The Commerce Association would be responsible for material supply, large-scale production coordination, finished product sales, channel management. This way, he can utilize the shelter and power of the organization while maintaining personal independence and maximum benefit, borrowing the network of the Commerce Association without being tied or overshadowed by it. Duke thought about it and sent a message to Lucas. "Mr. Lucas, I have an improvement plan for Blood of War, which has already been approved by the Arcane Master Association." A moment later, Lucas replied, "Blood of War. How many Arcane Master points?" Lucas did not ask about the specific effects of the improvement plan, but first inquired about its value in Arcane Master points, from which the value of a research result can be gauged. 300. What improvements did you make? Lucas was somewhat surprised. Duke then elaborated in detail on the bloodthirsty trait of the improved Blood of War, and Lucas continually posed questions. Half an hour later, Lucas was genuinely interested in this research result. "Bring the review results provided by the Arcane Master Association and several samples. We need to conduct some experiments, and if the experimental results are satisfactory, I'll report it." Lucas has always been meticulous and responsible in his work within the 3rd Legion, never procrastinating in his tasks. After agreeing on the time with him, Duke prepared 3 improved samples of Blood of War, as well as some organized information, including experimental data, etc. The final piece was the review results from the Arcane Master Association, representing the authoritative endorsement of the association, and was the most important document. The next day, on the Elizabeth, inside a laboratory. Besides Lucas and Duke, there were 3 other wizards from the 3rd Legion, responsible for recording some experimental data. Lucas placed great emphasis on this research result, assigning 3 wizards with substantial achievements in magic potion and who are all level 2 wizards. Duke handed over his prepared documents and materials, and Lucas, along with the other 3, quickly browsed through them. Using spiritual power to scan and complete the reading swiftly, Lucas then instructed the 3 wizards to conduct some tests on the samples of Blood of War provided by Duke. They first performed component analysis on the samples using precise alchemy instruments, comparing them with the report data for cross-verification. After confirming there were no major errors, it was time for the live testing phase. The test subjects were several abyssal hunting dogs, bound by magic, fiercely aggressive, and a common low-tier magical beast. Also a basic unit within the Slave Creature Legion. Lucas personally operated, injecting the improved Blood of War into one of the hunting dogs. Duke observed closely from the side, ready to answer Lucas's questions at any time. The potion took effect swiftly. The eyes of the abyssal hunting dog immediately covered with a layer of bloodthirsty crimson, muscles bulging, strength, speed, and responsibilities increasing at a visible pace. And the dog itself did not lose sanity due to the increased power, showing no signs of losing control or going berserk. These were not particularly surprising, as they were merely the basic effects of Blood of War, enhancing the strength of the slave creatures without major negative effects. Next, Lucas arranged for another hound to enter the experimental field and commanded the 2 hounds to start fighting. The 3 hounds Lucas chose were similar in terms of attributes, with almost no significant difference in strength. The hound injected with the Blood of War displayed overwhelming superiority. Each of its bites was laced with lethal madness, and it was faster and stronger than the other hound. In just a few rounds, it seized the opportunity and bit through its opponent's throat. At the moment of that hound's death, a mutation suddenly occurred. A visible, faint blood-red energy mist rapidly emerged from the corpse of the deceased hound, as if pulled by an invisible force, and was instantly absorbed through the hound's nose and mouth. The body of the target hound trembled violently, and a flash of red light flickered in its eyes, but it didn't appear to have changed much. After observing this scene, Lucas and the others immediately began testing various data on the hound. After comparing the data with the hound that had been injected with the blood of war, it was found that the hound had slight improvements in strength, speed, and muscle bone density. The improvement was small, which was because it only absorbed the life energy of one hound. If it absorbed enough life energy, the hound's strength would naturally increase significantly. Duke continued to participate in the experiment, carefully observing the entire process. He discovered that the process of bloodlust absorbing life energy was somewhat similar to how the natives of the Devourer plane absorbed energy, but with an essential difference. The awakened of the Devourer plane absorbed the energy within other awakened, which is similar to magic power, an extraordinary power, and not life energy. The effect of the bloodthirsty trait is to absorb life energy, and it cannot absorb the extraordinary energy within the slain. The experiment was not over yet. Shortly after, the second hound was also placed into the experimental field. The hound injected with the blood of war was not injured in the previous battle, so its strength was not affected, and the outcome of the battle did not change. The same scene repeated. The life energy from the dead hound was fully plundered, and the target hound's strength once again slightly increased. Lucas and the others meticulously recorded each data point, the power increase curve, speed changes, life energy absorption efficiency, so on. After finishing these, the experiment was still not concluded. They had to continuously record the state and physical data of the hound to see if the enhancements gained from absorbing life energy could truly be maintained. This diluted blood of war effect could only last 6 hours. Duke and the others stayed in the lab, recording data from the subsequent 24 hours, confirming that the hound's strength had indeed increased. The significance of such an experimental result was naturally immense. Lucas knew better than anyone what this blood of war meant. As long as Black Sail possessed such blood of war and promoted its large-scale use, it could forge slave legions for Black Sail through plain wars, tempered by blood and fire, growing stronger with each battle. After organizing the data, Lucas solemnly said to Duke, "I will go to Commander Swain now. Your research is extremely crucial and will surely be valued." Swain, as the Legion commander of the Black Sail 3rd Legion, held a very high status and was himself a demigod-level strongman. He was also renowned in Black Sail for his calm and rationality, having led many plain wars for Black Sail as an exceptionally excellent commander. Duke believed that Swain would surely see the value of this blood of war, and there was no need to worry too much about this achievement being usurped. A person of demigod-level standing would not treat his own people this way. Lucas took the documents to the high tower area exclusive to Swain on the Elizabeth, where the 3rd Corps commander handled official business. This was not a place of luxury, but it exuded absolute power and efficiency everywhere. Outside the huge porthole was the vast starry sea-or, the projection of a plane, cold light illuminating the interior. Star map occupying an entire wall flickered with countless light spots, representing the area controlled by Black Sail. In the center was a wide desk made of some high-strength alloy, extraordinarily clean, with only a few documents and a pen holder containing a quill, behind which Swain sat. The 3rd Corps commander, demigod-level powerhouse Swain, was focused on reviewing a battle report. He wore a loose, deep black robe, and the emblem on his epaulets emitted a restrained energy fluctuation. Even sitting down, he exuded a mountain-like steadiness. His features were sharp, his gaze deep as an ancient well, showing no ripples, as if nothing in the world could disturb the absolute order within him. His long-standing authority and control over life and death did not need to be released intentionally and filled the entire space. Lucas stopped a few steps away from the desk, respectfully saluting. "Commander Swain," Lucas reporting the pivotal experimental results of the blood of war potion as ordered. Swain did not look up, only gently tapping his knuckles on the desk, signaling him to continue. The slight sound was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Lucas then began to report the entire experimental process in detail, and Swain listened throughout without interrupting him. Indeed, the target individual, after eliminating its opponent, plundered and absorbed the life origin energy released by the deceased. Lucas reported with the experiment report in hand. Subsequent detection showed that after absorbing life energy, Hound exhibited quantifiable, permanent minor improvements in its basic strength, speed, and muscle bone density, with growth ratios between 1.8% and 2.3%. The critical point is the subsequent observation period. Lucas emphasized, calling up the monitoring data over the span of 24 hours. The efficacy of the potion completely dissipated at the 6th hour post-injection. The physiological indicators of Hounda receded, but the enhancements gained by absorbing life energy remained entirely intact, with no signs of regression. After listening intently to Lucas's report, Swain nodded sharply, saying, "An excellent improvement plan with strategic significance for enhancing Black Sail's strength. You are to promptly tackle this matter, conduct several rounds of detailed experimental tests, and if no issues arise, initiate progressive implementation." Moreover, Duke, as a level 1 mage achieving such results, is remarkable, and we should rightly reward him with his due benefits, ensuring he's not shortchanged. Swain quickly dispatched a series of tasks to Lucas, not rushing to fully deploy the upgraded Blood of War. The improved Blood of War needs to undergo several more rounds of in-depth experimental tests before it will be used on a small scale. Within the Legion, during the trial phase, specialists will record the performance and various data of the Blood of War, and only after confirming there are no issues will the usage scale be gradually expanded. Every step is extremely rigorous and cautious, as it involves a massive slave creature legion, so caution is necessary. If there's any undiscovered issue with the improved Blood of War, it will cause significant trouble, and necessary caution is for the better development of the Legion. Duke quickly received news from Lucas that his research results have already been approved by Swain, and it will gradually be promoted for use within Black Sail. Duke also renamed the improved Blood of War as Bloodthirst of War, which better matches the characteristics of this magic potion. On the Black Sail side, Swain decided to buy out the usage rights for Bloodthirst of War, initially offering 30 million level 1 magic stones, as well as a permanent profit-sharing arrangement from future sales and applications. Black Sail's usage of Bloodthirst of War has two approaches, one for internal use and the other for external sales. The internal use profit-sharing ratio is lower. Because there isn't much profit, it's just made by magic potion specialists and sold at a low price to the various legions. This is considered a contribution to Black Sail, so the profit-sharing ratio is very low, which Duke gladly accepted. As a member of Black Sail, he naturally also hopes that Black Sail can develop better. The external sales will take some time before reaching this stage. Black Sail will sell Bloodthirst of War externally, and this profit-sharing ratio will be higher. When Black Sail starts large-scale external sales, Duke can almost sit back and count money. For him, this income will be a considerable figure. Black Sail is not just cooperating with the Giant Rock Commerce Association, but also countless other commerce associations, wizard clans, and even cities in other planes. The scale far exceeds one Giant Rock Commerce Association. Moreover, because Black Sail has strong strength, they have the ability to safeguard this business. These matters do not require Duke's worry. Black Sail has its own internal system to handle them. Of course, Black Sail will take the majority of the profits. Duke will receive only 20%. It seems small, but in reality it's already a lot. If cooperating with the Giant Rock Commerce Association, Duke would naturally get a higher proportion. But how long that can be sustained is uncertain. The Giant Rock Commerce Association simply doesn't have the capability to safeguard Bloodthirst of War. It would inevitably be divided by other forces. In the long term, it is more prudent to cooperate with Black Sail. Besides these benefits, Duke also received a level 1 Black Sail honorary medal. This medal not only signifies honor, but can elevate Duke's authority and status within Black Sail, enjoying treatment equivalent to a vice-regiment leader. If Duke enters other planes to participate in plane wars in the future, he can directly become a vice-regiment leader at the level within the 3rd Legion 5th Regiment. He can now directly browse content only accessible by level 2 wizards when browsing the Black Sail treasure vault. This medal will also bring him into the view of many people, gradually emerging from the tens of thousands of official wizards within Black Sail, owning a certain status. This level 1 Black Sail honorary medal is not easy to obtain. It must be earned by someone who has made significant contributions to Black Sail. The medal itself represents 10,000 Black Sail contribution points, something that many wizards may take centuries to accumulate. Moreover, Black Sail values medal recipients highly. In future resource distributions, like the qualifications for entering the Void Corridor, preference will be given to medal recipients. Furthermore, If outsiders target medal recipients, they will definitely face retaliation from Black Sail, as it's a provocation to Black Sail. This is what Duke wanted. Merely having magic stones is far from enough. There are always various means to earn magic stones, but status is different. Any day now, he might conflict with other forces if the opponent is on the level of the Crawford clan. Even if Duke is secretly harmed, Black Sail would have difficulty tracking it down. If the Crawford clan truly eliminates Duke, they would use their channels and connections to downplay the matter with Black Sail. But now that Duke has the level 1 Black Sail honorary medal, the matter wouldn't be easily erased. Because every issuance of an honorary medal requires approval from Black Hand Morgan, who remembers every medal recipient. These individuals are human resources from within Black Sail, not allowed to be harmed casually by outsiders. After obtaining this medal, Duke also gained an additional layer of invisible protection. In the future, even if someone wants to target him, there will be some reservations. This medal itself is also a powerful level 1 witchcraft artifact. Although only of the first level, its effects are extremely strong. The medal contains a soul magic known as Anchored Echoes, which can only be bound and used by Duke's own soul aura. Anchored Echoes will automatically judge. When the bearer encounters instantaneous, absolute lethal damage, such as soul annihilation, complete body collapse, or core consciousness erasure, it will immediately negate this attack and transport the bearer to a relatively safe area. By owning this medal, Duke effectively has an additional life-saving trump card, without having to worry about dying from a sudden assault someday. After concluding talks with Lucas and signing a series of cooperation and authorization agreements, Duke returned to his deserted island. He now possesses over 36 million level 1 magic stones and slightly more than 120,000 Black Sail contribution points, which he needs to convert into resources to have significance. Up till now, no one from the Giant Rock Commerce Association has contacted Duke, indicating they haven't heard a whisper of the matter, indirectly showing that Black Sail's confidentiality level is decent. Otherwise, with the manner of operation of the Giant Rock Commerce Association, Harrison would have certainly paid a visit to Duke, trying to get a share. But now there's no opportunity left. Even if the Giant Rock Commerce Association wants a piece of the cake, they need to negotiate with Black Sail. They won't have much advantage. Duke then immersed his mind, using his spiritual power to communicate with the Black Sail badge, beginning to browse the contents within the Black Sail treasure vault. He now possesses the level 1 Black Sail honorary medal, which can elevate his own authority by 1 level. Duke directly entered the area accessible only to level 2 wizards, using his spiritual power to search for crystal core materials with light attribute. The quantity of items in the Black Sail treasure vault is not as vast as that in the Arcane Master Association. The number of items within the level 2 mage permissions is even less. Duke searched for a while but couldn't find anything that could serve as a light attribute crystal core, not even something with a higher concentration of light attribute energy. Not only was there nothing of the light attribute, but there was also nothing of the dark attribute. These two indeed belong to a very rare and uncommon category. Even if the Black Sail treasure vault had these two kinds of items, they likely wouldn't have remained until Duke's time. They would have been exchanged long ago. Duke then checked other types of resources, most of which was second-level witchcraft artifacts and level 2 magic potion materials, etc. For Duke at this stage, second-level witchcraft artifacts are quite powerful. However, his current spiritual power is insufficient to use them frequently. Most second-level witchcraft artifacts pose some burden and can only be used as trump cards. Duke contemplated seriously for a while, and after combining his current situation with past experiences, he started selecting the second-level witchcraft artifacts he needed. He quickly set his eyes on a second-level witchcraft artifact called the Vengeful Doll. The Vengeful Doll looks just like an ordinary doll that a little girl might play with, complete with a few patches, appearing very plain, except for its somewhat hideous face and mouth full of sharp fangs. This witchcraft artifact is a curse defense type, providing excellent defensive effects against curses. As long as he wears the Vengeful Doll, he can directly immunize against curses below level 1 magic. It can directly swallow a level 1 magic, though it needs some time to digest. The stronger the curse magic power, the longer the digestion time required. It cannot swallow another level 1 curse magic before fully digesting the first. Faced with a level 2 curse magic, the vengeful doll can still defend and swallow it, but it requires a very long time to digest, generally more than half a year. If confronted with an even higher level of curse magic, that will be beyond what the vengeful doll can handle. Since Duke's previous experience with Belle's curse, he realized that his own defense against curses was somewhat lacking. At the time, if Merrick hadn't been there to help suppress the curse temporarily, he probably wouldn't have lasted long enough to seek out Momo the Nightmare Beetle. Even if he didn't die from the curse power, the Crawford clan would have sensed it and caused him trouble. It's never too late to mend the barn after the sheep are lost, Duke thought upon seeing the vengeful doll, knowing that it was something he needed. Moreover, the vengeful doll is a passive type of witchcraft artifact, requiring no activation on his part and placing minimal strain on his magic power and spiritual power. With the vengeful doll, Duke at least gained some basic defense capabilities against curse-type attacks. If even the vengeful doll can't deal with the curse, he would have to resign himself to bad luck. Curse power above level 3 is also beyond what Duke can currently engage with or resist. Duke glanced at the price of the vengeful doll, 40,000 black sale contribution points. For a second-level witchcraft artifact, this price is reasonable. In the past, Duke could have saved up for it. Currently, he has 120,000 contribution points, so he can afford it. With a thought, Duke confirmed the exchange for the vengeful doll, leaving him with over 80,000 black sale contribution points. After exchanging for the vengeful doll, he continued to browse other demonized items. For Duke right now, he has conventional means of defense and attack, but lacks extremely powerful offensive measures, with no significant burst destructiveness. Duke continued browsing the Black Sail treasure vault, filtering with a specific goal for witchcraft artifacts possessing extreme destructiveness, special effects, or powerful offensive capabilities. Weapon information with incredible power flashed through his mind. Blazing Sun Judgment, Eye of the Storm, Void-Splitting Cannon, Annihilation Holy Nail. Duke first focused on the Blazing Sun Judgment, a one-handed sword appearing exceedingly luxurious, with its blade composed not of any magic metal, but a pale energy form. This one-handed sword comes with multiple light attribute magic, able to greatly enhance the intensity of light attribute magic and light attribute fighting spirit. However, because it's a second-level witchcraft artifact, it requires a high level of spiritual power from the user, making it nearly unusable for a level 1 mage or first-level knight. Yet the Blazing Sun Judgment has a special feature. For those with extremely high elemental affinity to light, using this witchcraft artifact poses no burden, allowing for easy use. Not only does it impose no burden on spiritual power, but it also accelerates the user's recovery from injuries, stamina, and magic power recovery speed. This is almost tailor-made for high elemental affinity to light individuals. Its cost-effectiveness is not high for others. Duke glanced at the price, 20,000 black sale contribution points, which is not expensive. Most likely, its low usability kept its price down, likely near cost. After thinking it over, he still decided to exchange for the Blazing Sun Judgment. Simply for the strength of a second-level witchcraft artifact, it is worth it, plus it suits him well. After exchanging for the Blazing Sun Judgment, Duke also exchanged for a second-level witchcraft artifact called the Annihilation Holy Nail. This is a single-use consumable, about a foot long, entirely crafted from an unknown, awe-inducing pure destructive energy-emitting pale metal spike, with surface fissures that seem to devour light. The Annihilation Holy Nail can only be used once. After locking onto the target's soul aura, it can be fired, consuming a large amount of magic power or spiritual power. In terms of Duke's current magic power, it would take about 2/3 of his total magic power to trigger it. The Annihilation Holy Nail's destructive power is exceptionally terrifying, without strong defensive measures. Normal level 1 life will certainly be instantly annihilated. Even a level 2 life is similarly at fatal risk from the Annihilation Holy Nail. Priced at 30,000 black sale contribution points each, Duke painfully exchanged for one. It can serve as an ace in his hand. Right now, he lacks methods with such strong destructiveness, and the Annihilation Holy Nail can perfectly fill this gap. After exchanging these 3 second-level witchcraft artifacts, Duke exited the Black Sail treasure vault. He spent a total of 90,000 Black Sail contribution points, leaving him with 30,000 contribution points. Half an hour later, a dark demon rowed a boat to the deserted island. delivering the 3-second level witchcraft artifacts to Duke. Upon receiving the 3-second level witchcraft artifacts, the first thing Duke saw was the vengeful doll, appearing just like an ordinary doll. Upon activating it with his spiritual power, the vengeful doll emitted a burst of black smoke, subsequently transforming into a black mist that merged into Duke's body. Duke could clearly feel the vengeful doll transforming into a pure energy that permeated his entire body and the surface of his soul, forming something akin to a protective membrane. This protective layer is the guarding power of the vengeful doll, which will trigger upon encountering curse-type powers. The Duke is not yet clear what happens after triggering, but he hopes that day never comes and it remains as a backup. After using the vengeful doll, he turned his gaze to the blazing sun judgment, this single-handed sword. The sword blade of the blazing sun judgment is not made of common metal, but a strange, nearly translucent pale white energy body. This energy is not static. It's like a bound, viscous liquid light, flowing and pulsating extremely slowly within the sword's spine, emitting a gentle yet undeniable pure halo. The sword is about 3 feet long, slightly wider than a typical knight's sword, with smooth and elegant lines embodying a sacred dignity. The design of the sword guard is especially unique. Not a traditional cross guard. 2 energy body light cast wings slightly stretching upwards and outwards. The entire blazing sun judgment appears incredibly luxurious. Merely holding it feels a bit too flashy and high profile, looking not cheap. But this single-handed sword is not just a flashy toy. Its effects are equally powerful, at least for the Duke. Holding the blazing sun judgment, the Duke feels a warm sensation all over his body. The blazing sun judgment, a light attribute witchcraft artifact, can automatically absorb light attribute energy particles in the surroundings. This absorbed energy can automatically enter the Duke's body to heal his injuries, restore spiritual power, etc. The Duke, when using light attribute magic or fighting spirit, can also leverage the effect of the blazing sun judgment to reduce consumption. Inside the blazing sun judgment are several light element magics, which can be activated with just a bit of magic power. Grasping the blazing sun judgment, with a thought, the Duke spread a pair of broad and solid white wings at his back. This is the blazing sun judgment's inherent light attribute magic, bright wings, capable of granting the user extremely fast flight speed. The Duke waved the wings at his back once and soared into the sky, flying high above. He tried to drive these white transparent wings to reach the ultimate speed, swiftly shuttling back and forth in the high air. After a series of tests, the Duke was quite satisfied with the speed of these wings. Not quite matching the speed of a storm dragon eagle, but faster than most level 1 beings. At least ordinary level 1 mages certainly cannot possess such fast speed, sufficient for the Duke at present. Previously, although he could fly by treading on yellow sand or leverage some wind attribute magic for flight, the speed was still insufficient, not functional for real combat. With blazing sun judgment, it's much simpler. It doesn't need to be held in hand at all times, can be directly carried on the back, and still use its inherent bright wings magic. The Duke retracted the wings and slowly landed on the deserted island's vacant area, gaining confidence in the speed and flexibility of bright wings. His attention returned to the blazing sun judgment in hand, diving his thoughts into the sluggish flowing liquid light within, sensing the other 2 magics it contained. Let's test this first, light cross slash. The Duke muttered to himself, gripping the hilt tightly with both hands. He summoned a trace of magic power into the sword blade, and the viscous liquid light within the sword's spine instantly became lively, the flowing speed suddenly accelerating. Blazing sun judgment emitted a slight humming, the air at the sword tip madly gathering light attribute energy particles, radiating an eye-dazzling yet non-burning light. The Duke felt the power reach its peak, abruptly slashing forward. A massive cross-shaped light blade made of pure holy light shot forth from the sword. The light cross being incredibly sharp at the edges, with the core's light most blazing, seemingly compressed of countless tiny sacred runes. It tore through the air, emitting a pure and piercing sound of breaking the sky, shooting forward at a startling speed. Where the light cross passed, the ground sand and stone were purified into a patch of charred black by the dispersed energy, the air filled with a faint scent reminiscent of sun-baked freshness. It directly hit a large rock in the distance. Without deafening explosions, merely a crisp crack sounding like a hot knife slicing into tallow. The light flashed briefly, At the rock's center distinctly appeared a deeply embedded, smooth-edge cross-shaped gap, the surrounding rock exhibiting a glass-like texture, as if melted by high temperature and instantly cooled. Such strong penetrating ability. The Duke observed this magic. This power far exceeds typical level 1 magic, moreover. Activates swiftly, consumes little, with the intensity roughly around 100 degrees. 100 degrees is already the strength the Duke releases using ordinary level 1 magic, and light cross-slash is merely a built-in magic of the blazing sun judgment. If the Duke infuses more magic power into it, he can further enhance the light cross-slash's intensity. Light cross-slash can also be strengthened with light attribute fighting spirit. Both wizards and knights can use this witchcraft artifact, only requiring a high light attribute affinity. Holding the blazing sun judgment, the Duke can sense it absorbs light attribute energy particles using a very high light attribute affinity. If one's light attribute affinity is insufficient, then they'll have to forcibly drive it by consuming their own magic power or spiritual power, causing significant strain. Having finished testing light cross-slash, the Duke took a deep breath, injecting more spiritual power into the blazing sun judgment, preparing to activate its last built-in magic, a killer move called light judgment. This time, the blazing sun judgment reacted completely differently. The sword blade did not emit a humming, but a series of low yet majestic resonances, like a bell from the depths of heaven. The light-forged wings at the sword guard suddenly brightened, stretching wider, gradually expanding, transforming into two enormous illusory wing shadows, slowly fluttering, scattering countless light dust. The surrounding light rapidly dimmed, as if all the rays were being sucked into the sword body. The blazing sun judgment itself became like a small sun, radiating an intense light and overwhelming heat, with liquid light inside the blade boiling fiercely. The Duke continued to infuse more of his own magic power into it to observe the effect of light judgment. With a gentle wave of the wings at his back, he arrived over the sea beyond the deserted island. Light judgment, seeing the accumulated energy on the sword blade reaching a peak. The Duke with a thought released this magic. There was no sound, or rather, in that initial moment, all sounds were swallowed by the ultimate light and energy. A massive, solid burst of blinding white light surged out from the sword tip like the celestial gods. Spear, it was no longer a simple energy beam, but a pillar of light infused with terrifying purification and destruction power, with a core exuding a near golden, deeper, and more majestic glow, as if it bore some absolute will. The beam tore through the air instantly, striking precisely at the calm sea surface below. Instead of the anticipated explosive roar, the sea seemed to be crushed by an invisible giant hand, forming a massive depression dozens of meters in diameter. The surrounding seawater didn't have time to pour back, before it was vaporized by indescribable heat and energy, turning into billowing white steam that rose like detonating tons of explosives. Then came the deafening roar, as if tearing the sky, the horrifying howl of water being torn, evaporated, and displaced by ultimate force. A golden-white holy flame sphere frantically expanded at the sea depression, purifying and annihilating every bit of seawater it touched. The dissipating shockwaves spread in a perfect ring across the sea surface, raising a giant wall of waves over 10 meters high, roaring towards the distance. The intense light dimmed the sun in the sky. A scorching wind mixed with salty sea vapor surged forward, and even at a high altitude, Duke could feel the residual destructive force. A few seconds later, the core's light began to weaken, and the roar was gradually replaced by the massive crashing sound of waves. The directly hit sea area revealed a transient, massive void, with the surrounding water madly rushing back in, emitting thunderous roars and forming violent whirlpools and chaotic tides. In the hollow center, the seawater seemed to have been evaporated to a deep layer, and faintly visible were deep-sea reefs scorched into glazed formations, soon submerged again by the surging waters. The sea surface was shrouded in thick, scalding white steam that lingered, with the air filled with the salty taste of evaporated seawater and an oddly fresh scent, like the clear sky after a storm. The intensity must have exceeded 200 degrees, already comparable to a strike from a second-level wizard. Duke quickly assessed the strength of the light judgment as he gazed at the steaming sea ahead. Even though he infused half of his magic power into it, it was still exceedingly powerful. A level 1 mage could scarcely exhibit such high-intensity means, and even formidable level 1 liquidation wizards could barely achieve just over 100 degrees. Comparatively powerful crystallized wizards might reach over 100 degrees with their magic, but surpassing 150 degrees was rare. 200 degrees falls entirely within the scope of a second-level wizard, capable of a swift strike against all level 1 mages. Duke now needed to gather all the metallic yellow sand and continuously infuse it with magic power to form a defensive fortress, which might block such a strike. However, it would also consume many metallic yellow sands, making it difficult to withstand a second strike. Duke could feel that the blazing sun judgment nearly drained all surrounding light attribute energy particles, producing such an effect by combining with his magic power. Having this technique now essentially gave him a powerful killing move. The only drawback was the slow energy charge, which, although only a few seconds, was lengthy in the context of level 1 mage combat. This was also because Duke's current power was too weak. If a second-level wizard used this witchcraft artifact, it would be entirely different. Second-level wizard using the light judgment, with a high light attribute affinity, could nearly instantaneously perform the previous light judgment, and with higher intensity. Such speed and strength are absolutely beyond a level 1 mage's capacity to handle. While Duke's light judgment had adequate strength, the speed was insufficient, allowing the opponent some reaction time, not as immediate. On the distant deserted island, a group of wood elves knelt fully naked at the island's edge, repeatedly bowing to Duke. The earlier commotion was so immense that waves even crashed onto the island. They were utterly awed by the earth-shattering sound and light, witnessing what seemed like divine retribution between the sea and sky towering waves, billowing steam, and even from afar, feeling the soul quivering pure yet destructive energy waves. Duke hovered between the azure sky and the still unsettled sea, becoming the sole focus of heaven and earth at that moment. Although the blazing sun judgment had withdrawn its radiance, the sword's liquid light still emitted a gentle, sacred halo, casting a faint golden edge around him. The pair of bright wings made purely of light energy behind him weren't fully retracted, but gently flapped in a solemn, soothing rhythm, scattering countless tiny, crystalline light specks with each flutter as if causing a miniature rain of stars. In the eyes of the wood elves, Duke appeared akin to a god descending upon them. After completing the blazing sun judgment test, Duke was satisfied with this second-level witchcraft artifact, its only shortcoming being a bit flamboyant. Returning to the island, he glanced at the nude wood elves still bowing to him and said, "Disperse, nothing's wrong." Only then did the wood elves cease their reverence, looking at Duke with eyes full of awe and frenzy, with some more flirtatious elves deliberately highlighting their impressive figures. Yet Duke ignored them entirely. He had no such inclination now, despite being alone on the deserted island, able to do as he pleased. He strapped the blazing sun judgment to his back and then took out the third second-level witchcraft artifact, the Annihilation Holy Nail. The Annihilation Holy Nail looked ordinary, feeling cold in his hand. Upon closer inspection, a sense of coldness emanated from within, a keen instinctive perception of danger. This meant that the Annihilation Holy Nail posed a great threat to Duke, causing his body to unconsciously emit pre-warnings. The intensity of the Annihilation Holy Nail was unknown and couldn't be tested, as it was a disposable item, used once and gone. However, it was certain that the strength of the Annihilation Holy Nail was related to the target's spiritual power and soul strength. The stronger the opponent's spiritual power and soul, the more destructive the Annihilation Holy Nail could be. However, this also had limitations. If the opponent's power exceeded second level, the Annihilation Holy Nail would be hard-pressed to be effective, even against some more formidable, well-defended second-level wizards. The Annihilation Holy Nail would typically struggle to hit, needing the right timing to strike. The Duke placed the Annihilation Holy Nail into his space ring, contemplating the timing for using such an item. Mere level 1 mage or level 1 being isn't worth using this on, costing 30,000 contribution points with just one shot, and once used, it's gone. It's only to be used against threats to himself, and stealth attacks are necessary. Otherwise, being intercepted would be a huge loss. Among these 3 second-level witchcraft artifacts that the Duke possessed, Blazing Sun Judgment was likely to be the one used more frequently in the future. Besides the 3 spells that come with it, This one-handed sword can also bolster and enhance most light attribute magic and combat skills. The blazing sun judgment can also serve as a witchcraft artifact similar to a magic wand or staff, assisting in spellcasting, although it appears to be a one-handed sword in form. After returning to his castle, the Duke began sorting out the current situation, glancing at the skill tree in his mind. On the current skill tree, many branches had already grown, most of which had progressed through the stages of sprouting, leafing out, flowering, and fruiting, though a portion had not yet reached max level. These will all have to be maxed out sooner or later. But due to time constraints, priorities vary, with skills that are not as important or urgent placed further down the line. The Duke glanced at the current attribute panel, also pondering his subsequent plans. Free attribute points. 0 with a spiritual power of 123.6. I'm still 26.4 short of the threshold for becoming a crystallized wizard. I need to grind more skills for free attribute points. However, spiritual power is just the easiest threshold to reach. Advancing to crystallization and then to a second-level mage is key. To advance to a crystallized wizard, aside from a crystal core, it's also necessary to study some related information and craft a promotion plan based on one's circumstances. For the Duke, this is crucial, involving the crystallization advancement of 6 types of crystal cores, which requires caution and care. Advancing from a crystallized wizard to a second-level mage requires preparing an energy well, which is essential for anyone aiming to become an elemental mage. However, energy well requires at least 10 million level 1 magic stones. The Duke will likely need to prepare 6 types, costing at least 60 million magic stones. Nonetheless, these are not immediately required. The Duke needs to consider acquiring a light attribute crystal core and related resources and knowledge. The light attribute crystal core is a hard requirement that must be obtained. But from the current outlook, neither the Black Sail Treasure Vault nor the Arcane Master Association's resource space has it, and other avenues may be even more challenging. The Duke plans to try his luck in the Oracle Plane, possibly gaining through the Light Sect. Having been away for nearly a year, it's time to return and check on the situation over there, as he still senses some secrets behind the Oracle Plane that remain unclear. The unique curse magic of the Oracle Plane is also useful to the Duke, providing a fast way to grind proficiency and acquire free attribute points. Those unique players, if utilized well, are also resources for the Duke. However, before going to the Oracle Plane, he needs to prepare a few things and clarify some information. That includes information about the Crawford clan, from which Merrick has relayed some updates recently. The investigators from the Crawford clan had returned from the Void Corridor, but they didn't disclose any information, and no one knows if they uncovered the cause of Belle's death. However, through his channels, Merrick picked up some rumors suggesting that Belle likely died due to the internal conflicts within the Crawford clan. The news might not be reliable, as Merrick claims it's hearsay and not verified. The Crawford clan isn't a monolithic block, so it's not surprising that Merrick managed to gather some intel. As a party involved, the Duke, based on Crawford's current actions, roughly understands the situation. The Crawford clan most likely already knows about Samuel's infiltration, a secret that could hardly be kept within the family, given the complex web of factions within wizard clans, where rival elements likely exist in each faction. Otherwise, Samuel couldn't have learned Belle's information and followed them in. After discovering this, the Crawford clan naturally wouldn't publicize the investigation's outcome. After all, it's an internal family matter, and publicizing it would only lead to ridicule. On the other hand, Samuel only knows Belle was severely injured, but not the exact cause of death. Presuming it was inflicted by the seen kobold, he didn't know that the kobold is a slave creature. He presumed it was a demon in the Eternal Darkness corridor. From compiling this intel, the Duke understood that the Crawford clan wouldn't focus on him for now. He has time to build up strength and enhance his capabilities. The Duke then contacted Harrison of the Giant Rock Commerce Association. Do you have any decent demonized items like standard swords, armors, and such? I need to purchase a batch. A batch? Are you planning to train a group of slave creatures? Harrison asked curiously. That's none of your concern. The Duke naturally didn't want to disclose his intentions. Harrison didn't press further and said, "Yes, how many do you need?" 100 sets each of swords, bows, armor. Give me a price, the Duke stated. Harrison paused a while, evidently calculating, and soon responded, "I'll give you an internal channel price, totaling 200,000 level 1 magic stones." "All right. Make sure to check the quality for me. I won't be inspecting them myself." "Just send them over directly," the Duke said. Being well acquainted with Harrison, formalities weren't necessary. These demonized items were indeed meant for the players in the Oracle plane. He needed to forge a unit with enough battle power to execute his commands. He was just uncertain how things were progressing with Robert. If Robert forgot about the Duke, he'd have to select another suitable candidate. This time, the Duke intended to test the effects of the master-servant contract or slave contract to see if it could be applied to players. Level 1 slave contract is valued at over 1,000 magic stones, deployable on life forms at level 1 or below, once signed. The entity becomes a slave creature. An inferior slave contract is cheaper, but applicable only to sub-level 1 entities. The Duke didn't plan on mass signing slave contracts. With players as his spiritual power wasn't enough to control a large number of slave creatures simultaneously. Duke now owned 3 level 1 peak slave creatures. If his spiritual power hadn't increased lately, there wouldn't have been much space left for other slave creatures. He wasn't planning to allocate too many slave creature slots to ordinary players. He only needed to sign slave contracts with players like Robert, who had power and connections. In reality, Robert was a second-generation member of a financial conglomerate. The people under him played various games and were no different from company employees. Before Duke left last time, he had Robert establish the player guild Star Embers, with its core members being people under Robert's command. Duke didn't need to sign master-servant contracts with these ordinary players, only with Robert, and then manage these players through him. To control a large number of slave creatures, one usually needs a specialized witchcraft artifact as an intermediary. The Slave Creature Legion operates in this way. Otherwise, it would be impossible for ordinary wizards to control hundreds of thousands of slave creatures. Even most level 3 wizards lack this ability. Duke purchased dozens of master-servant contracts at once, storing them in his space ring as a precaution. They might come in handy someday. A few days later, Harrison personally arrived on the deserted island for a visit, bringing along supplies. Upon seeing Duke, Harrison greeted him with a friendly smile and produced a delicate space ring, saying, "Here are the demonized items and a batch of basic secondary potions you've requested, all prepared for you." The secondary potions were added later by Duke, who asked Harrison to prepare a batch since he didn't have the time to refine large quantities himself. Secondary potions were inexpensive anyway, with the entire batch costing just 15,000 magic stones, a trivial amount to Duke now. Duke accepted the space ring, swept it with his spiritual power, and noted that its space was quite ample, larger than a standard football field. Inside the space ring lay batches of standard demonized items, primarily long swords, bows, and sets of armor. These were all demonized items, each enchanted with a secondary magic, making them great equipment for ordinary wizard apprentices. Such items were even rarer in the Oracle plane, which lacked mature systems for alchemy and magic potions, and lagged in various aspects. Behind each of these demonized items lay the foundation of the wizard plane. "Robert, everything's ready. It's time for your decision now," Duke murmured. If Robert had forgotten his instructions or failed to perform, Duke would need to look for another influential agent among the players. Though it would require additional time and effort, the vast player community would undoubtedly offer suitable candidates. Duke wouldn't force Robert to sign a slave contract, and would even explain its contents in advance. If Robert could accept it, Duke would then genuinely support this player, making him a part of his own force. If Robert refused, Duke would have to select another suitable target. Everything hinged on Robert's decision. After preparing these items, Duke was ready to depart for the Flower Sea Plane, heading to the Dream Manor to reach the Oracle Plane. Having just returned, Duke was soon heading out again, prompting reluctance from Yala and others who wished to accompany him. Nonetheless, Duke outright refused, choosing not to bring Yala and others along to the Flower Sea Plane. One reason was that the Flower Sea Plane wasn't as secure as within Black Sail. Even though the Dream Manor was guarded by multiple witch arrays, it never felt entirely safe. Leaving Yala, Nina, and others there didn't sit well with Duke if anyone targeted them. The witch arrays of the Dream Manor might not withstand it. Another reason was Duke's mission to the Oracle Plane, linked to the secret of the coordinates earring. This secret was not to be shared with anyone, it was to be kept solely by Duke. Even Yala and others, as his slave creatures, couldn't be informed of such matters. The best way to keep secrets was to bury them deep inside and not tell anyone, as wizards had myriad ways to bypass one's will and extract information. Duke wouldn't stay long during this visit to the Oracle Plane. His objectives were threefold: gather more curse magic, locate a light attribute crystal core, and cultivate his own player influence. As Duke reappeared via the teleportation array from Dusk City at the unique teleportation platform of the Flower Sea Plane, formed by enormous intertwining vines, it had been quite some time since his last departure. Returning to the Flower Sea Plane, the intense, intoxicating mix of thousands of floral scents greeted him anew, still delighting his senses. Without delay, Duke identified his direction and embarked on the familiar path laid with luminescent moss and resilient vines. The magnificent and fantastical scenery along the way remained unchanged, yet he merely glanced over it, keeping his spiritual power highly focused in vigilance against any potential anomalies. The Dream Manor gradually came into view, standing proudly amidst a meadow, surrounded by a variety of beautiful flowers. It was a different season from his first visit, now blooming with flowers in full splendor. Upon entering the manor, Duke noted its empty appearance, feeling it somewhat underutilized. Such a large manor, yet it remained vacant, with him visiting only twice annually. Yet it couldn't be rented out. It held significant importance to him as a cover for using the coordinates earring for dimensional transports. The manor remained neat and spotless throughout, maintaining its pristine condition. No maintenance was necessary. Equipped with self-cleaning enchantments, everything appeared as new. With his return, Duke inspected the manor's witch arrays. Everything functioned normally, without any signs of tampering. The manor's witch arrays inherently provided anti-surveillance capabilities, presenting just a quiet manor to outsiders, hiding any internal activities. Even if Duke was standing outside the manor relieving himself, outsiders couldn't perceive him an effect of the witch arrays. Beyond the invisibility to the naked eye, spiritual power probes couldn't penetrate inside, including within shadow space. Previously, Bell utilized similar means, but still couldn't breach the manor, resorting to external observation. Upon this visit, Bell had long vanished from this world, reduced to mere dust within the void corridor. The Duke carefully inspected every corner of the manor, confirming that nothing had been tampered with, then conducted a more thorough inspection using shadow perception and the eye of darkness, even examining the area outside the manor. After such a cautious and careful inspection, he was finally assured that no one was secretly watching him. The Duke then arrived at the main building of the manor, which was the residence of the property's owner. Upon entering, he walked downwards and arrived at the basement. The basement walls and doors were crafted from magic metal, which was quite costly. Otherwise, the manor wouldn't have such a high price. The Duke activated all security measures in the basement, triggering the magic metal door and the standalone witch array within the basement. Only then did he immerse his mind, summoning metallic yellow sand to envelop his body, preparing to activate the coordinates earring. The coordinates earring recorded the Oracle Plane's coordinates at the Star Embers potion shop. The small house in the potion shop's backyard was Duke's temporary magic potion laboratory, which he had previously informed Robert not to enter. It's been a year now, and he had no idea of the situation over there, so he had to ensure protection before teleporting there. After preparing protective measures, the Duke activated the coordinates earring with a single thought, traveling to the Oracle Plane. Ripples spread around, like a stone dropped into a calm water surface. After a brief dizziness, the Duke found himself in a narrow room, precisely the small house behind the potion shop. The room was pitch black, but moonlight streamed in from outside the window, enveloping the surroundings in silence. It seemed that it was deep night here, not the same time as in the Flower Sea Plane. With a sweep of his spiritual power, the Duke realized that there was no one in the potion shop, yet the yard was incredibly clean and tidy, including the front potion shop. Traces of presence lingered around, indicating that someone might have been here during the day. The Duke gently pushed open the door to the room, letting moonlight fall on him, with the bright moon suspended high in the sky illuminating the yard thoroughly. He approached another small house in the yard, which was his previous residence, unoccupied but clearly cleaned. The room's appearance was almost unchanged since he left, with everything maintaining the state as when he had just departed. The Duke proceeded to the front shop and saw some secondary potions displayed on the shelves, but their quality was rather coarse, not the batch he had made. After all, a year had passed, and the potions given to Robert must have long been used up or sold out, with none remaining. These secondary potions were likely crafted by Robert's players. Within his group, some were responsible for lifestyle professions, and magic potion was evidently treated as a lifestyle profession by them. No one guarded this place at night. Seemingly unafraid of theft, the Duke floated into the air, glancing around. Azure Vault City was as peaceful as ever, wondering if any other events had occurred recently. He didn't hasten to contact Robert or the Holy Daughter Dolly, as disturbing them late at night was inappropriate. The Duke returned to his previous residence, tidied up briefly, and then lay down to begin meditation. The Crimson Moon meditation technique had already reached level 6, still far from max level, and he wondered what rewards it might yield upon completion. The night passed in quiet silence, and early the next morning, as dawn broke, the shop's door at Star Embers emitted the sound of keys clinking. Moments later, the sound of a lock being opened by a key ensued, all of which the Duke thoroughly heard. With a sweep of his spiritual power, he saw two unfamiliar young men enter, their aura suggesting third-class wizard apprentice strength. The two young men donned ordinary linen robes, bearing apprentice looks, yawning as they began tidying the shop, arranging items, clearly accustomed to the routine. Alas, coming here daily to guard this broken store, magic potion study is so complicated and difficult, truly tedious, complained one slightly taller man, absent-mindedly dusting the shelves with a feather duster. Be content, the salary Robert gives is substantial. Reality. Just treat it like idle work and hey, the shop's business is good. The more it sells, the more commission we earn, replied the slightly chubby man, counting potions on the counter without looking up. And besides, this shop is left by that mysterious NPC. Who knows if he might return someday? Maybe there's a hidden quest. Give it up, it's been a year without a trace. The tall man's words stopped mid-sentence, his actions suddenly halted, eyes suspiciously peering through the door leading to the backyard, as if spotting a silhouette. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. Under the glow of dawn's light, an upright figure dressed in a black, peculiar robe stood quietly in the center of the yard, appearing to appreciate the ornamental herbs they usually neglected. Hey, Charlie, look over there. The tall man instantly became tense, nudging his companion, whispering, "Someone's in the yard. Is it a thief?" The round Charlie immediately lifted his head alertly upon hearing, glancing in the direction Cohen pointed to, indeed spotting a stranger. The two promptly lowered their tasks, exchanged glances, cautiously approaching the door, preparing to unleash the two secondary curse magic spells they had mastered at any moment. "Who's there?" Cohen demanded loudly. The figure in the yard heard the noise and slowly turned around. It was an exceptionally young yet extraordinarily calm face, with black eyes so deep they seemed to absorb one's soul. His expression remained unchanged, merely glancing at the two indifferently. At the moment of eye contact, the two players instinctively glanced upward. The question mark level instantly jolted their still half-asleep minds awake. It had been a while since they encountered such an NPC level, usually only found among high-ranking members of various factions. However, they were familiar with those people, as player forums had long dissected the influential figures among various forces. Never having seen someone with this appearance, having observed their reactions, Duke understood that the world's rules manifested his strength as levels before them. Robert initially noticed this distinction, and this player ability was somewhat troublesome, making it impossible to hide his true name. Discernible at a glance, Duke asked, "Are you people under Robert?" Charlie and Cohen exchanged a glance, then said, "Yes." "Go tell Robert I've returned, and I'm waiting for him here." The voice was soft yet clearly entered the ears of the two players, as if it had directly resonated in their minds. Charlie and Cohen weren't fools. They realized at this moment that the Duke before them was that mysterious NPC. "Lord Duke, please wait a moment. We'll go notify Boss Robert right away." Charlie and Cohen didn't delay and hurriedly left to find Robert. 10 minutes later, Robert rushed over and appeared at the door of the Star Embers shop. Upon seeing Duke, he was even a bit incredulous. There hadn't been any news about Duke for a year, not even on player forums. There were no traces or clues about this mysterious NPC. Robert originally thought that even if Duke, this mysterious NPC had left Azure Vault City, he would still appear elsewhere and be seen by other players. He originally planned to gather some information about Duke through player forums, but to his surprise, he never saw any related news on the forums. Nearly a year had passed, and Robert's focus had long been on improving his own strength and the development and management of the guild. Unexpectedly, today, before going online, Charlie called him to inform him, and Robert logged in hurriedly to rush over. "Robert, long time no see. Why hasn't your strength improved much?" Duke said. Robert was currently at the Great Knight Realm, at level 25, still some distance away from level 30. Over the past year, players had roughly figured out that level 30 equaled the strength of first-level knight or first-level mage. Since this game couldn't rely on killing monsters to gain experience points, players had to level up through cultivation, leading to extremely slow leveling for most players. For Robert to go from level 10 to 25 in a year was already incredibly fast. Besides purchasing various resources within the game with his funds, he also had the support of the Light Sect. Under the leadership of the Holy Daughter Dolly, the Light Sect assisted the Star Embers Guild greatly, at least providing much ease in accessing extraordinary pathways. The people under Robert generally had access to the Light Sect to learn the breathing technique or curse magic. Other players found it difficult to enter the Four Gods Sect or the Light Sect, with stringent requirements and guarded transmission of the breathing technique or curse magic, not fully trusting players. The Light Sect was different. They trusted Duke immensely, seeing him as someone chosen by the will of the God of Light, fully supporting Star Embers as well. Upon seeing Duke, Robert respectfully and somewhat excitedly said, "Lord Duke, long time no see." Duke glanced at Charlie and Cohen behind Robert, and Robert immediately understood, turning around to say, "You two leave first, I have some private matters to discuss with Lord Duke." After Charlie and Cohen left, Duke began, "Tell me about recent happenings." Robert nodded and began detailing events from when Duke left to the present. After Duke left, Robert relied on his financial power and connections in the real world, coupled with support from the Light Sect in the game, quickly developing the Star Embers Guild. Today, Star Embers had become the largest player guild in the Azure Vault City region, with over 300 core members and over 1,000 peripheral members. The core members were professional players who had signed labor contracts with Robert in reality, their daily task being to play the game, each with their separate roles. The peripheral members were akin to part-timers. They helped out when needed but hadn't signed contracts with Robert, resulting in higher turnover. Initially, Robert and his team faced problems not from the game itself, but from other players. Many players wanted to establish guilds, but with limited players in Azure Vault City and scarce resources, conflicts inevitably arose. Robert's team relied on the Light Sect's support, frequently clashing with other guilds. In the Oracle plane, player resurrection required money, and the higher the level, the more money needed for revival. Robert, having plenty of money, reimbursed all resurrection costs for guild players and even provided subsidies. They were willing to revive at all costs. Most were contracted professional players for whom playing the game was a job, undeterred by being killed and camping resurrection points. The Star Embers Guild relied on such individuals to forcefully disperse several player guilds, absorbing many into their fold. With the rise and growth of the Star Embers Guild, they, in turn, helped the Light Sect with their tasks. As players were not afraid of death, many things within the Light Sect were handed to these players, gradually boosting the sect's strength and increasing their followers. Duke sensed this from within the Light God Court. The rapidly growing power of faith, evidence of the Light Sect's thriving development. Robert, upon reaching level 25, still couldn't see Duke's level. He could now see up to the 30th level, but Duke's level was evidently beyond that. Duke listened throughout, observing that not much disturbance seemed to have arisen here. The Oracle plane continued to see a steady influx of new players, and player strengths were continuously growing, with even first-level knights and mages emerging. However, there weren't any such players in Azure Vault City at the moment, with Robert at level 25, progressing the fastest. Duke pondered that having 10,000 undying level 1 lives would form a truly terrifying force, enough to make ordinary level 2 life hesitate to challenge. The existence of the undying body endowed these players with infinite possibility and growth potential. Duke contemplated for a moment and then spoke to Robert. "Robert, Do you wish to embark on a true extraordinary path? Of course, Lord Duke, Robert immediately responded. Very well, but it requires a price to be paid, Duke said solemnly. Duke pulled out a master-servant contract and said, "This is a master-servant contract. Upon signing it, you'll fully obey me and follow my orders." With this, he said no more, summarizing the sacrifice in one sentence. Robert, being a smart man, naturally understood what this implied. Seems like I've truly triggered an important storyline. The master-servant contract, likely signifying joining Duke's faction entirely, Robert thought, carefully weighing his options. Robert didn't think for long and quickly said, "Lord Duke, Robert is willing to serve you." Didn't even ask what benefits he could receive after signing the contract, but he trusted Duke wouldn't treat him unfairly. Duke nodded, saying, "All right, just cut your finger and trace the pattern of this rune with your blood." Robert drew his longsword, slashed his finger, and then used it to sign this master-servant contract. A moment later, the master-servant contract ignited with blue flames and dissipated into nothingness. Duke watched the entire process closely. He wanted to know whether the master-servant contract would work on a player. He paid attention to every detail. He found out that the master-servant contract was effective on Robert, and with just a thought, he could manipulate Robert's life and death. He could even impose punishment on Robert's soul, making him feel pain from the depths of his soul. However, it was unknown if this method would work because players were in a very special state. Their bodies were indeed living beings, but their souls were just projections from another plane. Duke could sense Robert's soul within this body, and it seemed he could also inflict punishment. After signing the master-servant contract with Robert, Duke transmitted a message through spiritual power. "Robert, perhaps it's time to let you know the truth about this world." Robert had not yet mastered the ability to transmit messages through spiritual power, so he could only ask, "The truth about the world? What do you mean?" Duke didn't speak. He simply sat by the table in the courtyard and skillfully took out a stove and teapot from the space ring to start brewing tea. While doing this, he informed Robert through spiritual power, "I don't know much either. There are still many secrets in this world to be uncovered, but first, I need to correct a point for you." Duke poured boiling water into the teapot, watching the tea leaves expand and float in the clear water. His voice was calm yet like thunder exploding in Robert's mind. "This is not a virtual game world, Robert. This is a real world, an expansive realm known as the Oracle Plane, and you so-called players are actually travelers projecting your soul consciousness from another world into this place." The fragrance of tea rose in spirals, and Robert's pupils contracted sharply as his whole body froze in place. The experiences over the past year in the game, the feel of dying and resurrecting, the real sensation of extraordinary power. Countless details linked together at this moment, sending chills down his spine. But at first, he still couldn't believe it. Even thinking this was just a small plot set for Duke, this NPC, by the game. "That's impossible." Robert's voice was dry. "If it's a real world, how can we die and resurrect? How can there be a level system? Plus, those obviously game-designed character information and item information, etc." Duke pushed a freshly brewed cup of tea in front of Robert, the golden tea shimmering with a faint light. "Resurrecting from death is because your essence isn't completely physically present. Your consciousness is projected into this world's vessel through some kind of rule power I cannot understand. When the vessel is destroyed, your consciousness returns to your own world and then projects into a new vessel. This is what you call resurrection." Duke's explanation might not be entirely accurate, but it roughly matched what he observed. Back when he first arrived at the Oracle Plane, he carefully observed the player's resurrection process. Although he didn't understand the principle, the process was probably as he speculated. Duke took a gentle sip of tea, continuing to communicate mentally. "As for the level system, character information, etc., those are just ways your world artificially understands this world's rules. It's probably the planes will granting you special abilities. In fact, the moment you came here, you were already extraordinaries. Just being able to see character information and item information gives you a significant advantage." Duke wasn't sure if players could use this ability to check information outside the Oracle Plane, but the ability itself was quite powerful. However, from Robert's previous behavior, it seemed there were limits to this information-checking ability. Things far beyond his own power would yield incomplete information or even just gibberish. Robert's hand trembled slightly as he lifted the teacup, the warm touch of the porcelain so real. the tea fragrance seeping into his heart. At this moment, he became acutely aware of this world's reality more than ever before. Robert had always been a very rational and calm individual, but at this moment, Duke's words were like a sudden realization, awakening him from a metaphorical dream and leading him to think of many things. Previously, he wondered how this game could achieve such realism, encountering many aspects unexplained by technology. Being part of the upper echelon of a corporation, he had access to advanced technology beyond ordinary people, yet none could reach the level of Oracle. What Duke said made everything clear to him in an instant. In fact, over the past year, the reason Robert invested so much effort, manpower, and financial resources in this game was to unearth the secrets hidden in it. But he merely thought the game's technology was extraordinary, never considering the possibility of it being a real world. Even if the thought ever crossed his mind, his rationality quickly dismissed it, merely considering it an occasional absurd idea. So, what are we exactly? Who brought us here? Robert's voice carried a trace of barely perceptible bewilderment. In his heart, there was even a faint hint of fear, a fear and confusion of the unknown. For the first time, Robert felt himself seemingly so insignificant, as if a goldfish in a bowl, living in a world created by beings of a higher dimension. All money and power lost their meaning in the face of this. If everything were merely created by others, what would even vast wealth mean but to be an ant? Duke's gaze grew profound. That is the greatest mystery. I don't know who created the passage connecting the two worlds, nor do I know what the purpose is. I am also still exploring the secrets of this world. Lord Duke, then do you mean that all these people in this world are real, including you? Robert thought of something and asked. Duke nodded. Of course. Haven't you noticed that the natives here cannot be resurrected because they are real living people? Living people. Robert realized this point, and his expression became more serious. NPCs in the game and living people are completely different concepts. Before, he had treated this as an advanced game, but now it's completely different. Up until now, no other players have discovered this truth, and everyone still thinks this is just a game. There are quite a few players who, after gaining certain strength, take pleasure in slaughtering villages and towns. They're not really bad people by nature, they just see this place as a game world. If they were truly made aware that these people are ordinary humans, who knows how they would feel inside? Robert was grateful he hadn't done such a thing, and he had constraints on the members of Star Embers, each member having their own matters to attend to, leaving no time for such trivial things. Why tell me these things? Why choose me? Robert remained silent for a while, sorting through all the information from past to present before asking. Now his gaze gradually calmed, and after realizing the truth about this world, he had some ideas and impulses in his heart. Since this is the real world, it means he can become a true extraordinary. This is way more fun than any game. Robert already had limitless money, so making money isn't his life's pursuit. If he can become a true extraordinary, he'd rather give up everything he currently possesses. With extraordinary power, with endless life, he wouldn't care about these worldly riches anymore. Duke heard Robert's question, drank a sip of tea with a smile, and continued transmitting information through spiritual power, because you're lucky enough to have encountered me when I descended to this world. This statement instantly enlightened Robert, and he thought of something. Lord Duke, do you mean you're not? Duke extended his hand to indicate he shouldn't continue speaking. Although it was already confirmed that no one was lurking around, there could be no guarantee that no information would leak. You're right, I'm indeed not from this world. But I'm different from you. I'm not a player, I'm just from another, more expansive world. I can't tell you much specifically, someday you'll naturally see it. Duke's voice again echoed in Robert's mind. Duke, of course, wasn't going to tell Robert too much information, just what was necessary. I see. Robert recalled the scene when he first met Duke, a giant fireball falling from the sky. Like a meteor. At the time, he merely thought it was a special NPC from the game, not realizing Duke wasn't from this world, and that this world was even larger than he imagined. After learning this information, Robert's confusion and panic gradually disappeared, replaced by a desire for strength. He's never been a cowardly person and has the courage to face any challenge and difficulty. Robert never feared any game's difficulty. Now he found what might be the most exciting game of his life, becoming a real extraordinary, understanding the true nature of this world, seeing the truly vast world. And all of that relies on Duke before him to achieve. If not for meeting Duke, Robert knew he would likely never have discovered this truth from birth to death. He would merely be an ant. In the master-servant contract I signed, Robert thought of this issue. That's a real soul constraint, Duke confirmed. Even though your souls are merely projections, the power of the contract still acts on your true souls through some connection. This is also the most unusual point I've discovered. These two worlds seem to have a close connection. Robert never thought that signing a master-servant contract while playing a game would become a real master-servant contract. His heart was mixed with various feelings for a while. But he quickly adjusted and accepted it. Robert was fully aware that if not for the master-servant contract, Duke would never have informed him of these truths, nor truly guided him to become an extraordinary. Since Duke chose him, it means he has certain value to Duke. Judging by his experiences with Duke, Duke was not a harsh or cruel being. Rather, he was very reasonable, even consulting him before signing the master-servant contract. With Duke's power, he could have easily forced Robert to sign the contract, but he didn't. Perhaps due to the influence of the master-servant contract, Robert quickly convinced himself that the essence of the contract was an opportunity. All right, the secrets of these two worlds are not something that can be understood quickly. Let's focus on the present. Have you tried using this world's curses and breathing techniques in the real world? Duke asked. Robert nodded and said, of course, quite a few have done that, but most are just joking around filming videos. I've yet to see anyone genuinely casting curses or cultivating fighting spirit. Is that so? Duke mused silently upon hearing this. He himself had already tested that curse magic could be effective in the wizard plane. In Robert's real world, neither curses nor breathing techniques worked. This only indicated the energy particle concentration there was too low. Whether it's breathing technique or meditation technique, they are essentially processes that absorb free energy particles from heaven and earth and transform them into one's own energy. In Robert's real world, some people have genuinely practiced breathing technique, as many have found these techniques beneficial for fitness, just unable to develop fighting spirit. Breathing technique and curses themselves were fine. So the problem must lie with that world. Thinking of this, Duke quickly had some ideas and continued to send spiritual power information to Robert. Remember the light divine breathing technique I taught you. Starting today, practice diligently in the real world every day, see if there's an effect, and if you can condense the life seed and produce fighting spirit. The special aspect of the light divine breathing technique is that it doesn't require external intake of free light attribute energy particles. Practicing this technique itself can generate light attribute energy particles. In Robert's world, free energy particles of various attributes must be very sparse, which is why there are no extraordinaries appearing. But with the light divine breathing technique, this restriction can be broken. Practicing this technique can produce free energy particles. In the endless plane, there are countless planes of all kinds indeed. Some planes have an extremely low concentration of energy particles. Such planes generally have difficulty producing extraordinary power, and the inhabitants within are mostly ordinary life forms. Duke had previously roughly guessed that the plane Robert was on was of this nature, because with so many players, someone would always whimsically give it a shot. As long as someone discovered that these spells and breathing techniques were real, they would surely spread quickly. Robert had previously entertained such thoughts, but they just flashed by, as reason told him there was no need to do such absurd things. But now, after Duke's reminder, Robert felt a bit excited. If the light divine breathing technique could really be practiced in the real world, it would mean he would become a true extraordinary being. Duke reminded him, of course, this is based on normal circumstances. I am not sure if there are any other restrictions in your world. In any case, you can try it first. Robert nodded. His memory of the light divine breathing technique was very clear. So there was no worry about forgetting it. It's just a pity that you can't bring things back to the real world, otherwise I could provide you with some help, Duke regretted. Since Robert was merely a soul projection into the oracle plane, he couldn't bring anything back when logging out. Even if Duke wanted to help, he had no way to do so. Otherwise, he could just give Robert some magic potions or light attribute energy sources to speed up his cultivation. The reason he told Robert these things was because Robert needed to understand these truths to be of greater use. Previously, Robert merely regarded this place as a unique game. investing much due to his love for the game and his desire to explore the secrets behind it. But now, it was completely different. Robert would invest more energy here, aiming to become a real extraordinary. The allure of extraordinary power was enough to surpass the pursuit of all wealth and power. Then Duke pulled out a space ring, containing those demonized items he bought earlier, as well as many secondary potions. You take these and quickly level up your subordinates. The stronger you are, the more things you can do for me. Robert took the space ring, and with a glance, saw the mountain of demonized items and secondary potions inside, all in blue fine-level quality. The quantity left him stunned. After being in the Oracle plane for so long, it was the first time he had seen so many blue equipment and potions. Robert also noticed that these items were standardized, indicating they were produced on the same assembly line. From this point alone, he could tell that there was an extremely powerful civilization behind Duke, although he didn't know what kind of world it was. "Don't worry, Lord Duke, I will do my utmost," Robert said respectfully. Apart from his own pursuit of extraordinary power, Robert had already signed a master-servant contract, obeying Duke's commands to the letter. "How are things over at the Light Sect now?" Duke asked. "The Light Sect is better than before, with more personnel and stronger power, occasionally having friction with the Four Gods sect." Robert reported the situation of the Light Sect in detail. Duke listened carefully, then arranged for Robert to help collect various spells for him. In fact, Robert had previously collected most of the spells he could, which was some secondary magic spells. These secondary magic spells mostly came from the major sects and were accessible to some players. Robert had previously spent a fortune to collect almost all of them and provide them to Duke, who in turn gained a lot of free attribute points from these spell incantations. There had been no major changes over the past year. The number of secondary magic spells Robert could collect was very limited. Not anticipated to be many. As for level 1 magic spells, ordinary players found it very hard to access them. Even if they could access them, the quantity wouldn't be very much. Duke had anticipated this long ago, hence he could only reach out to people from the Light Sect himself, and the Holy Daughter Dolly should be able to provide some help in this regard. Robert soon departed to get busy. With the matters, Duke informed him of giving him plenty of ideas and much to do. These things he would naturally keep confidential, not telling anyone. From now on, the Oracle was no longer a mere game to him, and he would be leveraging more real-world resources into it. After Robert left, Duke took out the communication stone he hadn't used for a long time and sent a message to Holy Daughter Dolly. "Your Highness, Holy Daughter, it's been a long time, are you free now? Mr. Duke, you finally returned. I am at the temple now. Where are you? I'll come find you." Holy Daughter Dolly was evidently very excited. "No need, I'm coming over now." After confirming, Holy Daughter Dolly was in Azure Vault City. Duke left the magic potion shop, heading in the familiar direction. Duke walked through familiar streets, heading towards the Divine Hall of Light. The streets of Azure Vault City hadn't changed much compared to a year ago, but upon closer inspection, one could notice that many player-run shops had sprung up here. Many players had already discovered business opportunities in this game, engaging in various trades to make money. As for how they cashed out, it was naturally done through some mature game trading websites and software in the real world. When Duke arrived in front of the Divine Hall of Light, he found that this majestic building had been expanded and renovated, appearing even more grand and magnificent. Tall white stone columns reached into the sky, intricately carved with runes, glowing with a faint golden hue in the sunlight. Before Duke could enter the temple, a familiar figure hurriedly walked out from inside the main entrance. Holy Daughter Dolly stood on the steps in front of the temple, sunlight casting on her, as if coating her with a layer of holy halo. She was still wearing that pure white robe, but the style seemed to have been slightly modified, fitting her graceful figure better. The collar of the robe was cleverly opened in a heart, shaped hollow, subtly revealing a delicate collarbone and a hint of faint white skin. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. Not seen for a year, her face seemed even more exquisite, her skin so fair it was almost transparent, lips naturally slightly curved, bringing a hint of warmth even without a smile. When she walked towards Duke, her steps were light and elegant, and within the slit of her robe, one could occasionally glimpse a pair of slender, straight legs, wearing simple yet exquisite white sandals, with slender ankles and smooth skin. Duke's first impression was that holy daughter Dolly was now a bit more mature than before. If the former holy daughter Dolly still had some childishness, she now exuded a strong youthful aura. "Mr. Duke, it really is you." Dolly's voice carried a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. The glimmer of surprise in her sapphire eyes. Duke smiled slightly. "I went to some distant places to handle some unavoidable matters. It seems you've developed well along with the light sect this year." A faint blush appeared on Dolly's face, unsure whether it was due to excitement or some other reason. She gestured for him to proceed. "Let's not stand here talking, please enter the divine hall." Duke nodded and followed Dolly into the divine hall. He noticed that the clergy along the way would all bow respectfully when they saw Dolly, but when they saw Duke, they showed expressions of curiosity and respect. Many of them were unfamiliar faces, probably people who had joined Light Sect in the past year. Only a few still vaguely remembered Duke, and upon seeing him, recalled that he was an important figure in the Light Sect. "It seems there are many newcomers," Duke said as they walked. Dolly slightly tilted her head, exposing a graceful and fair neck. "It's all thanks to you. After you left, we developed the sect according to the suggestions you left, especially with the help of those blessed by the heavens. They helped us solve many issues, greatly expanding our influence." The two talked as they walked, sunlight filtering through the stained glass of the divine hall, casting dappled shadows on Dolly. They arrived at the rear of the divine hall, where the divine statue of light was located. "Mr. Duke, are you going to stay for a while this time?" Dolly asked, looking at Duke with some anticipation. Duke shook his head. "I have many busy matters recently, and have come back only to take care of a few things before leaving again." There was a hint of disappointment in Dolly's eyes, but she understood and then asked, "Is there anything I can help with?" Dolly knew well that Duke, being someone chosen by the will of the God of Light, was not simple and would not stay in Azure Vault City for long. She also knew Duke was mysterious. Once he disappeared, there was no trace, and now he suddenly reappeared. "Yes, I need some level 1 magic spells and information about the Light God ruins." Duke said. Dolly replied, "Level 1 magic spells are easy, but as for the information on the Light God ruins, there are some, but most of them are uncertain and pose potential dangers." "No problem. Just tell me everything you know about the Light God ruins," Duke said. The God of Light, being a deity continuing for so many years on the Oracle plane, would undoubtedly have many related relics. Dolly nodded obediently, then took out an old thick book and began to share information on the God of Light with Duke. Duke listened carefully, memorizing each piece of information completely without missing anything. A few hours later, he had summarized over 20 pieces of information, all possibly related to the God of Light. These places were scattered in various locations, some very far, others relatively close. Some particularly far places were temporarily set aside by Duke, intending to investigate the closer ones first before moving on to the distant locations. Investigating these places alone would naturally consume a lot of time and effort, as just traveling back and forth between these locations was time-consuming. By the time everything would be investigated, who knows how long it would take, and Duke did not have the time to delay here. For him, it wasn't difficult. He just needed Robert to arrange for some people to investigate each location, and then compile the information to determine which places might contain the Light God ruins. These players didn't even need to return to report the news, but could simply update Robert directly in reality, which was the advantage of the players. Dolly quickly prepared 12 level 1 magic spells for Duke, all core content of the Light Sect. She didn't have full mastery, and since the God of Light lost contact, the Light believers could receive less and less heritage. As for higher-level magic spells, Dolly had not accessed them yet. From Dolly, Duke also learned that the Light Sect currently had only one magic master-level individual, who remained in retreat most often and rarely appeared. Unless the Light Sect faced major issues, like some crisis, this person would stay beneath the Divine Hall of Light. Magic Master equates to a level 2 mage, while a Great Mage equates to a level 3 mage. Apart from the Light Sect, every 4-god sect had a Great Mage, but these Great Mages also rarely act or appear, supposedly to extend their lifespans. These individuals are significant figures in each sect, underpinning the sects. They cannot easily perish. This led Duke to think that the lifespan of mages in this world was probably shorter than that of wizards, due to differences in progression and casting systems. These magic masters and great mages did not have the long lifespans of level 2 and level 3 wizards. The same was true for level 1 mages. The lifespan of a level 1 mage on the Oracle plane generally did not exceed 300 years, while a level 1 wizard's lifespan was 500 years, far exceeding the lifespan limit of mages on the Oracle plane. It could be seen that the same might be true for higher-level mages. Duke carefully kept the paper recording information on the Light God ruins and gave Dolly a gentle smile. This information is very helpful. Thank you. Dolly's cheeks flushed with a light blush again, and she shook her head gently. I'm glad to help. If you need, I can send some sect personnel to assist with the investigation. No need, Duke interrupted her. I have arrangements. I will send those blessed by the heavens to do it. As the players could resurrect after dying, if Light Sect suffered personnel losses from helping him, he would feel somewhat guilty. Duke stood up, ready to leave to handle matters. Dolly stood with him, eyes full of reluctance. Are you leaving now? Yes, some matters need arranging swiftly. Duke nodded and took out a space ring. Inside are some gifts for the Light Sect. I hope they can help you. If the sect runs into any trouble, feel free to tell me, and I'll do my best to help. As the development of the Light Sect was closely tied to Duke, the better the Light Sect developed, the more power of faith would be generated, allowing the Light God Court to grow faster. After Dolly obtained the space ring, she quickly learned how to use it. Upon seeing the various demonized items and magic potions inside, she showed a look of surprise. Previously, Duke gave Robert only one batch of supplies. He specifically reserved a batch for the Light Sect. Thank you, Duke. The holy daughter Dolly hurriedly bowed in salute. As the girls' valets began to reveal their outline, Duke smiled slightly, turned, and walked out of the divine hall with sunlight pouring over him, stretching his shadow long. After leaving the divine hall of light, Duke headed straight to the Star Embers Guild headquarters in Azure Vault City. Over the past year, Robert evidently invested quite a bit of capital, and the guild headquarters had become a considerable complex, with players even guarding the entrance. The players at the entrance clearly didn't know Duke, nor had Duke seen them before, but this did not affect them from noticing Duke's bright question mark level above. They immediately understood he was not someone to be trifled with, and when they saw Duke heading in their direction, they asked, "Is there anything we can do for you, sir?" "I'm here to find Robert," Duke replied. The players at the entrance, realizing it was to see the guild leader, immediately knew this might be an NPC with some connection to him, possibly for something important, hence dared not delay or be negligent. "Please wait a moment, sir. I'll go and inform him immediately," the guard at the entrance said with great respect. Duke nodded, not in a hurry, waiting at the entrance, and shortly Robert came out. He had already guessed it was Duke and said to the player beside him, "From now on, no need to inform when Duke comes. There's nowhere here he cannot go." The players beside, a bit shocked, didn't expect this NPC to hold such high status, and for their guild leader to respond in such a manner. Robert then led Duke into the guild headquarters, which was professionally organized inside. Players in different areas performed their respective duties, some sorting equipment, discussing tactics, or practicing combat techniques. As Duke passed by, many players gave curious looks. Some had seen Duke before, feeling a bit surprised upon seeing him now. "Duke, what brings you here? Let's talk in the meeting room," Robert asked curiously. The meeting room was filled with various maps and documents. Clearly, Robert was dealing with guild affairs. He quickly cleared a chair for Duke, respectfully standing aside himself. "I have a task for you," Duke stated straightforwardly. "I need you to organize personnel to investigate some locations." Robert immediately straightened up. "Please instruct, I'll arrange immediately." Duke took from his pocket information from Dolly about the ruins, spreading it on the table. "These are the locations I've received that potentially contain the Light God ruins, a total of 23 places. I need you to send people to each for investigation, recording specific conditions there, especially noting any abnormal energy fluctuations or special areas." Robert carefully reviewed the marked positions on the map and agreed without hesitation. "No problem, I'll organize personnel to go to these locations immediately for investigation." He took a pen from the table and quickly made some marks on the ruins map. Among these locations, 7 or 8 are near areas our guild players have previously explored, being familiar with the terrain. "I'll prioritize sending these teams out, expecting initial feedback within 3 days." Robert handled matters very efficiently and systematically, quickly planning the tasks Duke had instructed, intending to shortly assign each player their respective tasks. He was very focused on Duke's arrangement, assigning personnel who were under labor contracts among the core members, all of whom were proficient experts in terms of strength and various aspects. Duke watched Robert efficiently and quickly organized the tasks. This real-life second-generation wealthy individual displayed excellent organizational abilities in the game, truly a rare talent. Robert called in 3 core members. They were professional players under labor contracts, all at level 15 or above, considered elites in the guild. Hans, you lead a team north to Icewind Valley, investigating these 3 marked locations. The environment here is rather cold, prepare beforehand. Robert pointed at the map's marks. Understood, guild leader. Warrior player named Hans immediately responded. I'll go select team members and prepare cold-resistant gear and supplies. With Robert's orders being issued, Star Embers players split into multiple teams setting off consecutively with high efficiency. After organizing matters there, Duke didn't linger further, returning to his small magic potion shop. The sunset's afterglow shone warmly through the window lattice across the room. He sat beside the table in the yard, took out a small booklet obtained from the Holy Daughter Dolly, containing 12 level 1 magic spells. The 12 level 1 magic spells were neatly arranged on yellowed sheepskin paper, each spell accompanied by simple illustrations and annotations. Touch of Light, Holy Glow, Purification Technique, Light Arrow, Holy Shield. These were magic from the Light Sect, covering healing, defense, attack, and support among various aspects. Duke carefully read the descriptions of each spell, unconsciously tapping his fingers lightly on the table, contemplating which spell to start with. For him, choosing a spell easier to grind proficiency with was certainly the priority. Level 1 magic spells were much stronger than secondary spells, those like Touch of Light, Light Arrow. The movement caused wasn't small. Not very suitable for frequent casting. Duke thought for a while and chose the Holy Shield spell. The reason for choosing this spell was quite practical. Compared to offensive spells, practicing defensive spells was more discreet, wouldn't create too much commotion attracting attention. Moreover, shield-type spells could advance proficiency through continued maintenance, with greater efficiency. Duke studied the spell structure and casting essentials. Carefully, the Holy Shield spell consisted of 9 syllables, requiring a specific breathing rhythm and gestures for collaboration. When casting, spiritual power must be guided around oneself, forming a layer of uniform energy field. He first silently recited the spell several times to familiarize with each syllable's transitions and connections. Then he began trying low chanting while tracing a circular trajectory in front of his chest with both hands, symbolizing the shield's completeness. Duke's affinity with the light attribute was extremely high, easily communicating with surrounding light elemental energy particles, forming a thin energy shield around his body. Holy Shield, LV1, 1/100 on the skill tree. The corresponding branch also grew out. Throughout the sustainment of the Holy Shield, proficiency would grow gradually, approximately increasing by 1 point every 3 minutes of maintenance. But this was too slow for Duke. Repetitively casting the spell would be better, although consuming much more magic power. Duke wasn't afraid of consuming too much magic power, as he had come well prepared this time, with enough supplies that it would be nearly impossible to use up these magic potions in a short time by himself. In the following 2 days, he stayed in his magic potion shop, silently working on his proficiency. 2 days later, an unexpected visitor came to visit. The visitor was Todd, the chief alchemist of the city lord's mansion. He somehow learned of the Duke's return and came to visit upon hearing the news. Mage Todd stood at the door of the Star Embers shop, taking several deep breaths before adjusting his robe to calm his excited mood, and then gently knocked on the door. "Come in," the Duke's voice came from inside. Todd didn't look too different from a year ago, however. His expression appeared somewhat fatigued and anxious. "Mr. Duke, I didn't expect to see you again. Your magic potion expertise left a deep impression on me. I still can't replicate those potions you refined," Todd said with some emotion. He had previously purchased a lot of magic potions refined by the Duke, which he mostly didn't use but instead utilized for research. Todd did learn a few things from them, yet he still couldn't refine magic potions of such quality and purity. However, today's visit was not about seeking knowledge in magic potion, but for another purpose. "Long time no see, Mr. Todd." The Duke nodded slightly. Even though Todd still had many questions he wanted to ask the Duke, he had to focus on the important matter first. Todd solemnly said, "Mr. Duke, the reason for my visit is actually under the orders of the City Lord, who requests you to save her life." Oh, the Duke was a bit surprised, not expecting the City Lord of Azure Vault City to send Todd and request saving her life. Todd continued, 2 months ago, the City Lord was injured by an assassin from the Shadow Council, leaving an extremely peculiar toxin in the wound. I have researched the toxin all this time with no good solution. Upon learning of your return, I informed the City Lord of your high magical potion expertise, hoping that you, Mr. Duke, could help. The City Lord said that as long as you can save her life, she will fulfill any request as long as she can do it. The Duke hadn't expected the City Lord to be female. In the Bristol language, he and she have completely different pronunciations, which are directly discernible. Todd nodded. Lady Fuss is a descendant of the royal lineage of the Bristol Kingdom. She arrived in Azure Vault City at 16 and has served as the City Lord here for 10 years. Are you sure any request can be fulfilled? The Duke pondered and asked. Since the City Lord Fuss was of royal lineage, her family should possess many good items, possibly yielding some unexpected benefits. Of course, the City Lord always keeps her promises. Never goes back on her word. She never makes promises lightly, but once committed, she will certainly fulfill them, Todd said earnestly. If that's the case, take me to see her. Though I can't guarantee to solve the problem, I need to see first, the Duke said. Todd, thrilled at the Duke's agreement, hurriedly led the way. Mr. Duke, please follow me. The carriage is waiting outside. Located in the central region of Azure Vault City, the City Lord's mansion is a grand and ancient building, blending classical Bristol Kingdom style with magical civilization's strange creations. The towering turrets and hefty walls unmistakably signify its owner's power and status. After passing through layers of guards' checks, Todd led the Duke straight into the depths of the mansion, arriving at an ornately carved oak door. 2 knights, exuding steady auras in silver-white armor, stood guard at the door, barring the two upon seeing Todd. "City Lord, I've brought Mr. Duke," Todd respectfully reported to the person behind the door. "Let him in." The pleasant voice of City Lord Fuss came through, calm and devoid of any weakness. Todd then told the Duke, "Mr. Duke, you go in, I cannot enter." The room inside is the City Lord's bedroom. Todd did not have the privilege to enter. Even when trying to help the City Lord heal, it was through researching the scraped-off toxin without entering. Upon hearing the City Lord's order, the knights opened the door, allowing the Duke to walk in directly. Inside was a spacious and warm bedroom, the air filled with a rich herbal scent and a faint, elusive sweet blood scent. On entering, the Duke saw a large bed at the far end of the expansive bedroom. Pink gauze hanging down around it, faintly revealing a woman sitting against velvet cushions inside. 4 haggard maidservants stood not far from the luxurious bed. Some fruits, snacks, and boiled medicinal broth were placed at the bedside. Seeing the Duke enter, Fuss said, "Thank you, Mr. Duke, for coming. Regardless of whether you can heal my injury, Fuss will surely offer a hefty reward." "No need to be overly courteous, I'll do my best," the Duke replied. Soon a maid served a platter with a small lump of black, mud-like material emitting a foul odor and a herbal smell. "Mr. Duke, this is the toxin scraped from the wound. I wonder if you can identify this toxin," Fuss explained. The Duke scanned with his spiritual power, only identifying some herbal plants and dark attribute energy from it, but couldn't discern much purely through this material. "There's too little information to be obtained just from this. I need to inspect the wound itself for more information," the Duke said. "Well," Fuss hesitated in her voice, glanced at the Duke, and then said, "If it's Mr. Duke, then okay." The Duke could sense Fuss's gaze lingering on him for a moment, contemplating before agreeing. He was puzzled, wondering why Fuss was so troubled over just inspecting the wound. "You all may leave," Fuss said to the surrounding maidservants. "Yes." The maids promptly departed, without a moment's delay. Once the door was closed, leaving only Duke and Fuss inside the bedroom, Fuss spoke. "Mr. Duke, come over. I'm unable to move due to my injuries." The Duke immediately approached the luxurious bed and upon getting closer could clearly see inside. Fuss was wearing a loose, dark, golden robe-like garment, sitting on the bed with stunning beauty and fair skin. When she saw the Duke approach, Fuss reached out, drawing aside the bed's gauze curtain, and leaning against the cushion, she lazily said, "Luckily, Mr. Duke is a handsome young man." Fuss's originally fair skin was somewhat pale, even. Severe illness, it couldn't conceal the noble and cold temperament brought by her royal lineage, nor the astonishingly voluptuous curves beneath the velvet thin blanket. She then gently untied the neckline of her robe, revealing a long black scar running down the middle of her chest, bordered by lofty peaks. The robe was not fully removed, still draped over her shoulders, held up high. Despite wearing nothing underneath, her elasticity filled the space inside the robe, clearly showcasing the pale skin around the scar. Upon seeing this massive wound, only then did Duke understand why Fuss had hesitated earlier. The location of this wound was indeed a bit awkward. Looking at the charming scenery before him, Duke found it hard not to avert his gaze. After all, Fuss's assets were indeed too overwhelming, occupying almost his entire view. If the robe's neckline weren't untied, it might have been strained even more. The long scar was hidden beneath the blade mark, with visible dark attribute energy still active. Duke said, "The city lord truly trusts me." Fuss's face flushed slightly, and her enticing red lips curled up a bit. A person chosen by the god of lights will surely can't be a bad one. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed you to come. It seems the city lord has some deep arrangements. Within the light sect, Duke suddenly realized. No wonder Fuss was willing to let him see this injury. It seems there have been people in the light sect for a long time, with a lot known about Duke's situation. Not just the light sect, there are people in the Four Gods sect as well. They themselves know this. It's a necessary means to maintain stability in Azure Vault City. I need to keep track of their movements at any time, Fuss said casually. The Light Sect and the Four Gods Sect indeed know about this, they just don't know who Fuss has arranged. However, Fuss doesn't have any schemes against these sects. As long as they don't threaten the stability of Azure Vault City, they can coexist peacefully. Very rich dark attribute energy. Haven't you asked people from the Light Sect to look at it? Duke carefully observed the big wound in front of him, though his gaze would occasionally drift. Noticing Duke's gaze, Fuss rolled her eyes at him, saying, "The holy daughter Dolly has already seen it, but she doesn't have any good solutions. That girl quite likes you, she hasn't mentioned you to me." The holy daughter Dolly knows Duke should have some methods, but she knows Duke likes to keep a low profile and won't reveal Duke's information randomly. The city lord's mansion naturally learned about Duke's information through its own channels and sent Todd to invite Duke over. "Mr. Duke, do you have any method?" Fuss looked at Duke with slight expectation. Duke said, "I have some methods, but I'm not sure if they are effective. But the question is, if I help heal your injury, what benefit do I get?" Fuss, hearing this question, curled her lips, pulled the sides of her robe slightly apart, revealing more of the scenery, and chastised coyly, "Isn't this a benefit enough?" Looking at the massive wound ahead, Duke chuckled, "I'm a practical person, just this won't do. I need some actual benefits." Fuss's face showed some displeasure, seemingly a bit angry. She pulled up her robe, covering herself tightly. Though the robe still couldn't fully cover, it was still highly raised. Duke did enjoy a visual feast, but he wouldn't be swayed by the scene before him. Without real benefits, he wouldn't give freely. Seeing Duke wasn't backing down at all, Fuss said, "How about this? If you can heal me, you can pick any item from the city lord's mansion's treasury." 3 items, Duke said. "Deal," Fuss said, after hesitating for a moment. "Then I'll give it a try." As Duke spoke, he stretched his hand over, startling Fuss back a bit. "What are you doing?" "Helping you heal, undo it yourself," Duke said earnestly, with a slightly commanding tone. Fuss glanced at Duke, half convinced, and pulled open her robe again, revealing the view inside. Duke didn't hesitate, directly stretching his hand over and covering the wound. Due to the sheer size of the area around the wound, he had to apply some force to squeeze his hand in and cover the wound. Fuss couldn't help but let out a soft hum, unsure if it was due to the wound being touched or for some other reason, her cheeks blushing. Feeling the smoothness on both sides of his hand, Duke stabilized his mind, then mobilized the power of faith from the light god court, transmitting it through his hand onto the wound. Fuss's wound harbored extremely dense dark attribute energy, clinging like maggots, entrenched at the wound. Merely relying on pharmaceutical power could hardly eradicate it completely, at most suppressing the dark attribute energy so it doesn't spread. The power of faith was a highly sophisticated energy, entirely overwhelming against this dark attribute energy, with no concern about unable to purify it. Upon the power of faith reaching the wound, the dark attribute energy, entrenched there, immediately melted away like ice and snow. purified by the power of faith without making a stir. During the purification, Fuss's complexion gradually became rosy. She could feel a warm and comfortable sensation at the wound, occasionally letting out soft hums. The sound was highly alluring, echoing intermittently in the room, always tugging at Duke's heartstrings. Duke spent 10 minutes with his hand there, helping Fuss heal, fully purging the dark attribute energy from the wound. He then took out a modified sun resilience potion, poured out some, and applied it to the wound. During this process, unavoidable contact made the warm, comfortable sensation mingle with occasional pain from the wound, making Fuss's body a bit limp, lying on the cushions, her body occasionally tensing. After Duke finished applying to the wound, he took out another sun resilience potion, brought it to Fuss's lips and said, "Open your mouth." Only then did Fuss open her eyes, her gaze a bit unfocused. She could feel the wound healing quickly and her body's condition rapidly recovering. She then drank the sun resilience potion Duke brought over, which could be used both externally and internally. With the power of faith combined with 2 modified sun resilience potions, Fuss's injury was largely no longer a significant issue, and her body was recovering at a very fast pace, showcasing the potion's effect. She herself was also a first-level mage, not considered weak, with far superior recovery abilities than an average person. Fuss was feeling much better and sat forward, causing her robe to shift, immediately revealing a dazzling swath of white. She lifted her head, brushed the strands of hair by her ear, and asked, "What magic was that you used earlier? Such a wondrous energy." As a first-level mage, Fuss naturally had some understanding of these things and could sense the uniqueness of the power of faith. "Don't ask about that now, it's time for you to fulfill your promise," Duke said. Upon hearing this, Fuss's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Her eyes, now full of spirit, wandered over Duke, as if trying to discern something beneath his calm exterior. But she wisely refrained from further questioning about that magical energy. After all, Duke indeed harbored many secrets she couldn't comprehend. "Of course, I never break a promise," Fuss said, gently lifting the velvet-thin blanket covering her. As the blanket slipped away, the first sight was a pair of fair, full, and beautifully lined legs. She seemed accustomed to wearing nothing under her robe, and as she moved, the hem of the robe parted slightly, offering a tantalizing glimpse of an irresistible area. Fuss supported herself with her hand and slowly moved to the edge of the bed. The motion caused the neckline of her robe to open slightly again, the breathtaking fullness beneath it quivering gently with her movement, defying the pull of gravity, dazzlingly white. Then her delicate feet lightly reached out, stepping onto the cold, smooth jade floor. Her feet were exceedingly beautiful, with an elegant arch and toes as round as pearls, without any embellishment despite her noble status, maintaining the most natural pink hue, contrasting sharply with the dark jade floor, carrying an indescribable, innate allure. Fuss seemed to slightly adjust to the chill of the floor and the mild weakness from having just awoken, her slender toes instinctively curling slightly. Subsequently, she stood up, and the soft, drooping fabric of her robe naturally conformed to the curves of her body as she straightened, outlining her voluptuous figure in exquisite detail. The loose robe seemed to fit her like a tight dress, especially with the towering bosom seemingly ready to burst free at any moment, while her waist unexpectedly cinched, accentuating the round uplift of her hips. She gently stomped her foot, feeling her body regain its strength, satisfaction showing on her face. Then Fuss looked at Duke, noticing his gaze was calmly resting on her, without any hint of concealment, as if solemnly appreciating the beauty before him. "Follow me, Mr. Duke." Fuss smiled sweetly, turning to stroll towards a hidden passage on the other side of the bedroom. Barefoot on the icy floor, she made barely audible sounds. The hem of her robe swayed with her steps, and between the slits, her long legs and elegant ankles were faintly visible. Her walking posture was exceptionally graceful, hips and waist swaying with charm yet exuding an elegance and composure unique to royal aristocracy. Duke withdrew his gaze and followed, his demeanor unchanged. For him, as pleasing to the eye as beauty was, the tangible benefits soon to be gained were more important. Fuss led Duke through a concealed stone door at the back of the bedroom, intricately engraved with magic runes. Behind the door was a descending corridor, the walls embedded with magic crystal stones that emitted a soft white light, illuminating the path ahead. At the end of the corridor was a massive door made of some dark metal. It was carved with Bristol's royal griffin badge and layered defense magic arrays, emanating a pulse of energy that was heart-stopping. Fuss stepped forward, placing her palm in a hollow at the center of the door while softly chanting an obscure incantation. The magic arrays on the door lit up in succession, and eventually, accompanied by a low mechanical sound, the heavy metal door silently slid open. Even for someone as well informed as Duke, the scene beyond the door elicited a fleeting, almost unnoticeable trace of astonishment in his eyes. The city lord's mansion's treasure vault was not, as one might imagine, piled high with gold and silver, but more like a grand and orderly magic hall. The interior space was vast, with several enormous light globes suspended from the high dome, casting daylight like brilliance. Rather than a treasure vault, it seemed more like a museum, housing numerous valuable items, many with a considerable history. Fuss carefully observed Duke's expression, noting that after an initial surprise, he quickly returned to his unfathomable calm. Duke, lacking the ability to view item information like a player, could only rely on his own experience to judge which items had higher value. He slowly walked over and soon stopped at a showcase encased in a transparent light cover. Inside lay a necklace, seemingly a light source itself. The chain was interwoven from some pure magic metal, in star-patterned gold, incredibly intricate, shimmering with a soft lunar glow. Its pendant was about the size of a thumbnail, a gemstone in a deep, clear blue hue that defied description, seemingly encapsulating both a cloudless sky and the deepest ocean. The gemstone was held by a meticulously crafted platinum claw setting, surrounded by countless tiny, dazzling transparent diamonds, almost invisible yet brilliant, like stars around a moon, elevating the gem's splendor to its peak. Fuss noticed Duke's gaze lingering on this necklace, and stepped forward to say, "This star-tears gem is said to be a relic from an ancient elf dynasty long extinct. The material is special, extremely hard, impossible to be melted down or reforged. It's made entirely of magic metal and the star-tears gem. It's rumored to be able to be crafted into a powerful magical item, but I lack the skill." Duke could sense the ancient aura emanating from this necklace, clearly not a simple piece. The necklace was actually an almost perfect alchemy embryo, able to be crafted into a first-level or even second-level witchcraft artifact, depending entirely on the alchemist's skills. Duke spoke, "I want this necklace." He wasn't taking the necklace for himself, but planned to commission an alchemist to make it into a witchcraft artifact, then present it to Vivian as a gift. The necklace was extremely beautiful and luxurious on its own, and once turned into a witchcraft artifact, it would also have practical value, making it the perfect gift for Vivian. This star-tears gem is something I've treasured for a long time, always by my side since I was a child, truly reluctant to part with it. But since I've promised, Fuss will fulfill it, so I'll give it to Mr. Duke, hoping you can bring out its true potential. Fuss only assumed Duke wanted to turn this piece into a powerful magical item, not knowing it was intended for another woman. Duke didn't know much about alchemy and couldn't determine what level the tier of the star's necklace could be crafted into as a witchcraft artifact. But at least among level 1 witchcraft artifacts, it should be considered a good embryo. Under Fuss's gaze, he collected the necklace into his space ring without a change in his expression, completely ignoring Fuss's resentful look. This woman was indeed quite attractive, but don't think that just because of this, Duke would go soft-hearted. The benefits worth taking should not be reduced one bit. After securing the tier of the star's necklace, Duke continued to let his eyes wander through the treasure trove. His spiritual power had already been released to swiftly search for potentially valuable items. Soon, his attention was drawn to an item placed alone on an obsidian base. It was a dice, only the size of a fist, and made entirely from an unknown dark yellow beast bone. The 6 faces of the dice did not have the usual dots, but were engraved with 6 extremely complex and distinct mysterious runes, as if possessing life, slowly shifting and transforming, emitting an incredibly ancient and chaotic aura. Seeing Duke's interest in the peculiar dice, Fuss came over. "This is the Destiny Bone dice, a one-time use item. It is said that every time you roll it, it summons any existence based on the manifesting rune. The Destiny Bone dice is very peculiar. Most of the time it summons harmless small animals, but occasionally it could be a devastatingly terrifying presence. If lucky enough, one could form a summoning contract with the summoned life and gain a summoned beast. However, such chances are very low. Most times it would just be an ordinary toad or crow-like life form. As for the devastatingly terrifying presence, It only exists in rumors, at least. Fuss had never heard of anyone summoning such a terrifying presence. Fuss obtained this many years ago, but only kept it as a collector's item in the treasury without using it. After all, in most cases, only ordinary small animals are summoned, and it would be a waste to use it. Duke reached out and his fingertips lightly touched the cold bone dice. In his perception, this item contained an exceptionally strange power, chaotic yet powerful, cleverly contained within this small dice. Duke directly picked up the heavy destiny bone dice. From the base, it felt cool and heavy in his hand, the second item this one. He planned to take a gamble, and after returning to the wizard plane, be fully prepared before using this thing to see if he could summon something interesting then. After putting away the destiny bone dice, Duke continued to browse through Fuss's treasury, spotting many good items. But the last item needed careful selection, preferably one that could compensate for some of his shortcomings and provide some practical usage. Duke's gaze was locked on a seemingly ordinary and even somewhat worn leather mask. This mask was extremely pale, without any carved features, smooth as an eggshell, with only slight wear marks on the edges. The energy waves it emitted was so weak they were almost negligible. If not for Duke's keen perception, he would have thought it was just an ordinary prop. But when he looked closely, he found that the blank mask seemed to be writhing extremely slowly and spontaneously, changing with extremely subtle textures, as if countless faces wanted to emerge from beneath, only to be forcibly suppressed. Seeing that Duke actually noticed this item, Fuss said, "Mr. Duke's perception is indeed keen. This is a good thing." "What does this thing do?" Duke asked. If it weren't for the previous promise to give Duke 3 items, Fuss wouldn't bother to answer. She wasn't stingy either. Since the promise was made, she would stick to it and not hide anything. "This is the 1,000 Illusion Mask. It can seamlessly shape your facial features and body form as you wish, to even mimic an aura and soul fluctuation," Fuss explained. "So powerful." Duke held up the mask for a closer look, finding that it seemed naturally formed and not like a man-made alchemy creation. In terms of witchcraft artifact grades, it's unclassifiable, similar to the yellow sand crystal, something produced in some special natural environment. Duke picked up the lightweight mask, cool and flexible to the touch, like the skin of a living creature. Could vaguely sense a special kind of power contained within, a type of energy he had never encountered before. Duke then placed it over his face, and with a thought, his entire appearance began to change into that of an ordinary-looking man. With another thought, his entire body size began to shrink, becoming shorter and thinner. At this moment, Duke no longer bore any resemblance to his former self. Even his aura and soul fluctuations had completely changed to those of another person. "Not bad, but I wonder if this thing can hide from second or even third-level beings probing." Duke thought to himself. He was sure that, at least for level 1 mage, this would be very hard to see through, even he could hardly discern this disguise. As for higher-level entities, that was uncertain, not having been tested yet. "This will do." Duke's voice had completely changed as well. If it weren't for Fuss knowing the effect of the 1,000 Illusion Mask, she might have thought the person before her wasn't Duke, with no resemblance apart from his attire. These 3 items were treasures of Fuss's treasury, all chosen by Duke. Especially the necklace, it was something Fuss truly loved, and now she could only part with it reluctantly. Fuss approached with bare feet, looking rather resentful. "Mr. Duke, your eyesight is really lacking. You didn't even see the greatest treasure in the treasury." "The greatest treasure?" Duke's gaze involuntarily lowered a bit. Fuss blushed slightly, shyly turning her body, tightening her robe. "That's not it. A person is also in the treasury. Isn't that considered a treasure? How about this? I'll come back in the following days to continue healing you, and in return, you give me another chance to pick a treasure." Duke also moved closer, embracing Fuss almost entirely. Fuss chided coyly, "Healing? Mr. Duke, I'm very clear about my situation. I probably don't need healing anymore and your method of healing." Fuss looked at him with a face that said she couldn't be bothered to point it out, while Duke showed no embarrassment at all. He wouldn't mind such a way of healing even if he came every day. Duke reached out and removed the mask from his face, his entire appearance and physique returning to their original form, along with his aura. "It's more comfortable looking at you like this," Fuss said, glancing over. Hearing Fuss's words, Duke shrugged noncommittally and casually stored the seemingly weightless 1,000 Illusion Mask into the space ring, knowing it would definitely come in handy later. "All right, the transaction is complete." "I should take my leave," Duke said, having already exceeded the purpose of his trip. For him, it only consumed a small portion of his power of faith, and the gains were absolutely worth it. Apart from some enjoyment during the healing process, the 3 treasures were also extremely valuable, definitely not a loss. "Just a transaction. HMPH, let's go, it's time to go out," Fuss said, seemingly a bit angry. Walking ahead, the soft robe once again faithfully outlined every inch of her curves, and as she walked, the robe's neckline inevitably opened slightly again, revealing a deep, alluring white cleavage and its edges with an astonishingly full curve, enough to make eyes dizzy. Her slender waist seemed too fragile to grasp, as if it might break under the abundant weight of her upper body, yet it strangely supported a smooth and alluring S-shaped line. She walked barefoot, her exquisite feet stepping lightly on the cold ground, leading the way for Duke. The hem of the robe swayed slightly with her steps, and with every move, her long, well-proportioned legs and slender ankles flashed through the gaps, while the rounded heels and slightly tensed soles exuded a unique sensuality. Her gait carried a natural languid charm and allure, her hips moving naturally with each step, the full and perky curves under the soft robe forming an enticing ripple as if ripe peaches, silently inviting. Duke followed behind her, calmly admiring this earthly beauty. After all, it was there to be seen, no need to hide it. The two walked one after the other out of the treasury, through the opulent carpeted hallway, returning to Fuss's bedroom. Fuss stopped at the doorway. "I'll see you off here, Mr. Duke," Fuss said with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling. Duke turned back for another glance, met with Fuss's eye roll, then laughed and opened the door to leave. The knights guarding on both sides did not stop him, allowing him to leave freely. When Duke reached a courtyard in the center of the city lord's mansion, Todd was still waiting there, and upon seeing Duke he quickly approached. "Mr. Duke, how is the city lord's injury? Is there a solution?" Todd asked with concern. "No problem, it's already healed. All that's needed is some rest now," Duke said casually. Todd exclaimed in surprise, "So fast? That's great." He had thought even if Duke could resolve the injury, it would take some time to prepare, not expecting it to be settled in such a short span. Duke didn't linger much at the city lord's mansion. After a brief explanation to Todd, he left and returned to his magic potion shop. He was waiting for Robert's investigation results. Meanwhile, he kept honing his proficiency. Holy Shield level up. Free attribute points +1 Holy Shield. Level 9 feature, Light Healing, Light Healing. In addition to defense, the Holy Shield can slowly restore the main body's injuries during this time. Through intense practice, Duke maxed out the Holy Shield magic, gaining the Light Healing feature. The Holy Shield, originally just a defense-type magic, now also had a recovery effect. Duke noticed that when the Holy Shield leveled up, even 0.1 spiritual power couldn't be provided to himself. Only upon reaching the maximum level could he gain a free attribute point. Free attribute points. One Duke glanced at his attributes, realizing that after his spiritual power reached the level of 123.6, ordinary level 1 magic could hardly augment his spiritual power. Moreover, since curse magic is relatively simple, perhaps only higher-tier level 1 magic could provide spiritual power upon leveling up. Just as Duke was pondering the new feature of Holy Shield, familiar footsteps echoed outside the magic potion shop. Robert's figure soon appeared at the door, his face showing some fatigue, but with an excited gleam in his eyes. "Master Duke, the investigation results are in," Robert said respectfully after bowing. "All 23 teams we sent out have completed their investigations, and 7 locations showed abnormal energy fluctuations. The teams he dispatched were still at their respective locations, and these investigation reports were relayed to Robert in reality, who then compiled detailed data to report to Duke. Duke took the data handed over by Robert. The document was thick, written on over 20 pieces of parchment. It detailed the situation at each location. Even places without abnormal energy fluctuations were recorded with very detailed information. This was what Duke had requested earlier, just to obtain more complete information to make his own judgments. Duke spent nearly an hour thoroughly reviewing this information, with Robert waiting by his side, occasionally answering Duke's questions. Duke found that from the information, most places suspected to be light god ruins were actually just former temples and similar places for worshipping the god of light. These places were just related to the god of light, Some inscriptions recorded the god of light's greatness and glorious deeds, etc. But these places had no real connection to the light. God ruins, the god of light hadn't left any traces there. It were basically places where former followers of the god of light were active. Only the 7 places with abnormal energy fluctuations were truly related to the light god ruins. These places often preserved some of the god of light's past power. For example, one place had a stele containing some energy. Duke speculated that the stele likely contained some power of faith, as could be roughly inferred from signs. However, this isn't what Duke truly desired. His fundamental goal in seeking the light god ruins was to find light attribute crystal cores. The essence of the light attribute crystal core is essentially a substance containing a high concentration of light attribute energy. Such things are most likely only found in the true light god ruins, and those places that merely have some connection to the god of light do not meet this requirement. Duke selected from those 7 places with abnormal energy fluctuations and finally chose 3 locations most likely to be the light god ruins. He plans to investigate these 3 places one by one to see if he can discover anything. First, Duke chose the northern ice wind valley, where an ancient group of buildings covered in snow and ice was discovered. Preserved exceptionally well. At the entrance, there are obvious symbols of the light sect, and the architectural style is somewhat similar to the existing Divine Hall of Light, but more ancient and mysterious. This entrance is extremely hidden, ordinary people could hardly find it. The team sent by Robert accidentally discovered this entrance using some real-world surveying knowledge. Duke thought for a moment and said, "I will first investigate Northern Ice Wind Valley. Have your people wait for me there. I will depart soon. Lord Duke, let me accompany you." Robert proactively volunteered. Duke shook his head. "No need, having your team as a guide is sufficient. You continue handling other affairs in Azure Vault City." Although not bringing Robert along, Duke had another person he wanted to bring, and that was the Holy Daughter Dolly. As an important figure in the Light Sect, the Holy Daughter Dolly could play a key role in the Light God's ruins. However, it depends on whether Dolly has time, otherwise, he cannot forcibly take her. Duke arrived in front of the Divine Hall of Light, finding it seemingly busier than usual today. Believers coming and going. The clergy hurriedly attending to matters. A tense yet expectant atmosphere permeated the air. The knight guarding the door recognized Duke. Immediately greeting respectfully, "Lord Duke, are you here to see Her Highness the Holy Daughter?" Duke nodded. "Is she in the hall?" "Yes, but," the knight said somewhat awkwardly, "today is the monthly day of divine blessing. The Holy Daughter is presiding over the ritual in the main hall. She may take a while." Just as he spoke, a melodious sacred song emanated from the direction of the main hall, followed by the unified prayers of the believers. Duke could sense a pure light energy gathering in the main hall, clearly indicating Dolly was casting some kind of magic. "No problem, I will wait here for her," Duke responded calmly. Approximately half an hour later, the ceremony ended. Believers gradually exited from the main hall, each with expressions of satisfaction and tranquility. Duke stood quietly amongst the shadows of the pillars, waiting patiently. Soon, Dolly, surrounded by a group of priests, emerged from the main hall. Today she wore a formal main priest robe, a silver crown embedded with light gems adorned her head, and a holy scepter was held in her hand. She radiated a majestic and sacred aura. But when her eyes met Duke's, that dignified expression melted instantly, revealing a trace of surprise. Dolly softly instructed the priests beside her, then quickly approached Duke. With her movements, the hem of the main priest robe slightly parted, revealing a pair of fair long legs. "Mr. Duke, why are you here?" Dolly's voice carried an uncontrollable joy. "Is there something you need?" Duke faintly smiled. "Indeed, there's something I need your assistance with. Could we find a quiet place to talk?" Dolly nodded, leading Duke to a quiet room on the side wing of the Divine Hall. It appeared to be a library, the shelves lined with various tomes. A faint sandalwood scent lingered in the air. After closing the door, Dolly relaxed a bit, placing the heavy scepter on a rack, taking off the silver crown, and gently tossing her long golden hair that had been confined for so long. This casual action rendered her less solemn as a holy daughter and added a touch of youthful charm. "So, what's the matter that you need my help with?" Dolly curiously asked, her azure eyes fixed on Duke. Duke straightforwardly said, From the clues you previously provided me, I found several places that might truly be the Light God's ruins, intending to explore them. The first stop is Northern Icewind Valley. I'd like to invite you to join me. Dolly's eyes immediately brightened. Light God ruins, are you sure? The probability is quite high. Duke then detailed the information gathered from Robert's arranged team. Dolly listened attentively, and after hearing it all, she was mostly convinced that it was indeed the Light God's ruins. She hadn't expected Duke to have investigated so thoroughly so quickly, as the clues previously provided were merely some vague traces. So, if you have time, could you accompany me? With you as the Holy Daughter, I believe the ruins won't trouble us too much. Duke stated his intention. The Holy Daughter Dolly laughed. Of course, but Northern Icewind Valley is quite far away. I need to handle some affairs before I can leave. No problem, when you're ready, come find me. I have a faster way to get there, Duke smiled. As the Holy Daughter of the Light Sect, Dolly had numerous duties making it difficult to find free time, necessitating proper arrangement of sect-related affairs. 2 days later, Dolly came to the Star Embers potion shop to find Duke, though now she had a completely different appearance, no longer wearing the white robe filled with holy brilliance. She was instead in a light travel outfit with white fur trim, her golden hair styled into a neat ponytail, carrying a practical-looking backpack on her back, a short magic wand at her waist. Her outfit brought less sacred solemnity and more youthful charm. The Holy Daughter's attire was indeed too conspicuous, easy to attract attention, not suitable for travel. Sorry to keep you waiting. Dolly apologized with slight embarrassment. The sect affairs were more than expected. Took a while to arrange everything properly. Duke assessed her new look and smiled. No worries, this outfit suits you. If you're ready, let's set off. He then left Azure Vault City along with Dolly. Due to Dolly's changed attire, the guards at the city gates didn't even recognize her as the Light Sect's Holy Daughter, merely mistaking her for a stunning adventurer. Mr. Duke, aren't we taking a carriage? Dolly wondered while walking on the road outside the city. No need, I said we have a faster way, but we need to get further away from Azure Vault City, Duke explained. Dolly nodded without further questions, following Duke with much trust until they stopped behind a mountain outside Azure Vault City. Duke found a relatively flat area and summoned the Storm Dragon Eagle from the Light God Court. The Storm Dragon Eagle's enormous body instantly occupied the area, and its aura was extremely powerful, startling flocks of birds in the nearby mountains and forests. It stretched out its giant wings, with each feather gleaming with a metallic sheen, surrounded by subtle arcs of electricity, emitting a low, crackling sound. Just arriving here, the Storm Dragon Eagle curiously looked around, sensing keenly that this was a plane it had never reached before. Dolly was so surprised by the sudden appearance of the gigantic creature that she instinctively took a step back, then realized it was the powerful creature summoned by Duke. The strong aura of the Storm Dragon Eagle made Dolly directly feel the creature's power. Probably only a magic master-level individual could tame such a demon. Duke gently stroked the lowered head of the Storm Dragon Eagle, and it affectionately rubbed against his palm. Docile as if it was not a powerful creature capable of conjuring storms. It's a companion I met on my journey, Duke explained briefly without divulging too many details. With it, we can reach Icewind Valley within half a day. He lightly leapt onto the wide back of the Dragon Eagle, extending his hand to Dolly. Come on, hold tight to me. Dolly hesitated for a moment but eventually grasped Duke's hand, pulling herself onto the Dragon Eagle's back. The feathers of the Storm Dragon Eagle were much softer than imagined. Sitting on them was very comfortable. The back area was quite spacious, more than enough for a dozen people to move about. Dolly carefully adjusted her position, sitting in the middle area of the back, her face still carrying an expression of disbelief. Sit tight, Duke reminded, then patted the Dragon Eagle's back. The Storm Dragon Eagle let out a piercing cry that soared through the clouds. Its wings suddenly spread, stirring up a fierce wind. In the next moment, it soared skyward, its speed dizzyingly fast. The Storm Dragon Eagle carried the two up into the high sky, quickly becoming a small black dot from the ground. Due to the Oracle Plane being just a low plane, the number of powerful demons is extremely rare. The Storm Dragon Eagle is a level 1 peak life form, extremely fast. Even ordinary level 2 demons find it difficult to catch up with it. Thus Duke had fewer worries, relying on the Storm Dragon Eagle's rapid speed to hurry to the Northern Icewind Valley. Dolly slowly adapted, carefully opening her eyes. The mountains and rivers beneath her feet quickly receded. clouds flitting by her side. This experience of soaring among the 9 heavens left her both amazed and delighted. "It's so incredible," she muttered to herself, her blonde hair flying behind her, her face flushed with excitement. Dolly grew up in the light sect, chosen from a young age as the holy daughter by the will of the god of light, needing to learn all kinds of things, without much free time. This kind of high-altitude flying experience was the first, giving Dolly an unprecedented sense of freedom. The storm dragon eagle flew northward, seemingly enjoying this long-distance flight, occasionally letting out a cheerful, clear cry. Usually, most of the time it was in the light god court, where the space was too small for it to freely fly around. Now, returning to the sky made it thoroughly enjoy this feeling of soaring. During the flight, Dolly gradually relaxed and began to appreciate the scenery along the way. From the high altitude overlooking beneath, the magnificent mountains and rivers of the Oracle Plain were fully captured. The continuous snow mountains, winding rivers, and vast forests composed a grand painting. About an hour later, Duke and others were already close to the northern ice wind valley area. "Look over there." Dolly suddenly pointed to a distant silver line. "That's the eternal ice glacier of the Northern Territory. Ice Wind Valley is at its edge." Duke followed her direction and indeed saw a stretch of white icy land, reflecting harsh light under the sun. The surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Even with protective shields, the external cold could be felt. After another hour of flying, a snowy valley appeared before them. At the valley entrance, a few small figures were active, with several tents nearby. These were the player teams sent by Robert. Duke directed the Storm Dragon Eagle to lower the height, gently landing near the camp. The aura of the Dragon Eagle landing was astounding. The snow stirred by its wings made the team members raise their hands to shield themselves. LV, Storm Dragon Eagle, the team members stared in awe at this powerful creature, some even subconsciously assuming a defensive posture. The level of a demon being question marks, and it seemed to be merely Duke's mount. Everyone couldn't help but take another look at Duke. If even his mount was this powerful, then his personal strength must be even greater. At this moment, the mysterious NPC Duke became even more enigmatic in the minds of everyone. The players, seeing the Storm Dragon Eagle, had eyes full of awe and envy. They also desired a mount of this level, wondering when they could reach such a tier. Hans finally managed to withdraw his gaze, reporting respectfully, "Master Duke, Holy Daughter, we've done preliminary cleaning and safety checks at the entrance and can enter now." He pointed to a nearby stone door half covered by snow. As reported, there are ancient light sect symbols at the entrance, and the internal passage seems to be well preserved. Only the stone door is temporarily not known how to open. We dared not act recklessly. Hans and his team had found some conditions behind the stone door, but because they didn't know how to open it, worried about causing damage to the ruins here, they had not moved, waiting obediently for Duke's arrival. Dolly approached the stone door, carefully observing the symbols on it. "These are very ancient rune symbols of the light sect. I can roughly understand them." She turned to Duke and said, "I think we need to perform a blessing-like ritual. Perhaps it can open this stone door." Duke nodded in agreement. "No problem, follow your arrangement." As the holy daughter of the light sect, Dolly naturally understood these better. Dolly took some ritual supplies from her bag and simply arranged a small altar in front of the stone door. She clasped her hands together, softly chanting an ancient blessing hymn, gentle holy light emanating from her and subtly vibrating in resonance with the stone door. At that moment, the stone door also underwent some changes. The symbols on the door emitted a faint glow, and the snow covering the door began to melt. The scene uplifted everyone's spirit. Didn't expect this ritual to actually work. The stone door then slowly opened, making a deep rumbling sound, revealing the deep passage behind. Duke turned back to the Storm Dragon Eagle and said, "You are in charge of guarding outside. If there is any abnormal situation, notify me first. Hans, you also wait outside until we come out together and then return." The distance from the northern Ice Wind Valley to Azure Vault City is somewhat far, and it would take Hans and the others at least a few days to return. Anyway, the back of the Storm Dragon Eagle is wide enough to carry these people without any issue. Hans and the others respectfully took their orders, watching Duke and Dolly step into the deep passage. The Storm Dragon Eagle spread its wings, flying to a towering ice cliff nearby, perching there, its sharp gaze scanning the entire valley like a loyal guardian. After Duke and Dolly walked into the stone gate, the passage gradually grew dim. He casually cast a lighting technique, a light orb floating beside him illuminating the entire passage inside. The walls on both sides of the passage were carved with ancient murals and runes, though eroded by time. Their general content could still be discerned. Dolly frequently stopped, carefully studying the murals and runes on them. "These depict the birth of the god of light," she said, pointing at a mural which showed that the god of light had been born since the beginning of the world's creation, appearing as a ball of light. "Here." As Dolly saw the back of the mural, she suddenly froze, her fingers trembling slightly. Duke noticed her anomaly and asked, "What's wrong?" According to the mural's depiction, the god of light would eventually fall for this world. Dolly's voice started to tremble. As the holy daughter of the light sect, Dolly was clearly having difficulty accepting this ending. Following the mural, Duke saw that the god of light indeed transformed into countless points of light and dissipated. The structure of the mural is still too simple to reveal much, providing only some vague information. These murals are very ancient. No one knows how many tens of thousands of years ago they were carved. Duke felt strange when he thought about it. When the murals were drawn, the god of light should have still been alive, right? Based on the information from Dolly and these light believers, the god of light's disappearance wasn't long ago, only 7 or 8 years ago. Yet these murals are at least several thousand years old. Could it be that someone foresaw the ultimate demise of the god of light back then? The two didn't have much information and couldn't derive any conclusions in a short time. They could only remember all the contents of these murals and then continue forward. As the two continued deeper, the passage gradually sloped downwards. Turning a corner, what lay ahead was an uneven wall, seemingly the end of the path. Duke looked around, finding no other exits, as if reaching this point was already the limit. This was evidently unreasonable. If there was so little inside this underground structure, why build it in such a concealed place? Duke then came before the wall, merely observing and feeling its cold stone surface. After pondering for a while without figuring anything out, he turned and asked, "Dolly, can you sense anything?" Dolly walked over, closed her eyes after looking at the wall, seemingly feeling something. Moments later, she opened her eyes, came before the wall, and pressed her hand against it, channeling her energy into it. As she infused this energy, the wall began to change, the rough structure rapidly fading away. The entire wall seemed to shed its skin, gradually revealing its true appearance below. Only then did Duke see that a huge door was hidden beneath, looking very ancient. On the door were intricate light runes and a praying maiden, whose outfit distinctly identified her as the holy daughter of the light sect. Stepping back for a clearer view, it seemed as if the maiden was praying to the god of light in a magnificent, grand hall. Duke observed the door's pattern closely, where the praying maiden was vividly depicted, seemingly ready to step out from the door at any moment. The pure light energy emanating from the door was calming, a perfect fusion with the ancient aura previously felt. This should be a recognition mechanism. Dolly softly spoke, her gaze deeply absorbed by the maiden's image on the door. Only a true light believer can open it. She stepped forward slowly, gently pressing her palm against the maiden's image on the door center. As Dolly whispered an ancient prayer, gentle white light flowed from her hand, injecting into the runes on the door. The maiden's image on the door seemed to come to life, with the carved eyes faintly glowing, gazing at Dolly. A gentle hymn suddenly emanated from somewhere, echoing through the passage. Following a soft mechanical hum, the gigantic stone door slowly slid open to both sides, revealing the view behind. The space behind the door opened up into a vast circular hall, with countless glowing crystals embedded in the dome, sparkling like the starry sky. In the center of the hall stood a towering divine statue of light, crafted from pure crystal, which cast a gentle and sacred glow under the internal illumination. The statue's face was merciful and solemn. Although its facial features were not carved, from its form it could be discerned as female. The god of light from the oracle plane and the wizard plane were the same, with a female image in people's minds. The surrounding walls were filled with exquisite murals, depicting the doctrines and miracles of the god of light. The floor was paved with white marble inlaid with golden edges, spotless, as if freshly cleaned. Most astonishing was the rich and pure light attribute energy permeating the entire hall, where one could feel the flow of power with every breath. Dolly involuntarily knelt, worshipping, tears of reverence in her eyes. "This is the true, holy land of light," she murmured, her voice filled with devotion and emotion. Though not as devout as Dolly, Duke could still feel the special nature of this place. The energy here was pure and powerful, yet gentle and harmless, enveloping one in warmth. The two walked slowly into the hall, their footsteps echoing in the open space. As they ventured further, the surrounding crystals on the walls lit up in succession, guiding their way. When they stood before the divine statue of light, it began to glow, emitting a soft light. Moments later, the entire statue transformed into a white orb of light, floating over of its own accord. The orb first approached Holy Daughter Dolly, but seemed to hesitate for a moment before moving to Duke. Gazing at this massive orb of light, Duke could sense the immense light attribute energy within, and a certain, incomprehensibly powerful and terrifying force. Against this power, he felt so small and insignificant. The light orb hovered before Duke, emanating a powerful, mysterious aura. It seemed hesitant, as if scrutinizing this foreigner who was not a pure light believer. Duke also observed the light orb, not daring to act rashly, unsure of what kind of thing this was. "This is." Duke looked at Dolly, displaying an inquisitive expression. Dolly shook her head as well. "There's no record of this in the annals of the light sect. I don't know what it is either. But I can feel the aura of a god on it." The aura of a god. Duke stared at the light orb in front of him, pondering something. Suddenly, the white light orb directly collided into Duke's body, disappearing instantly. Both Duke and Dolly were astonished as they watched this scene, clueless about what had just transpired. A moment later, a flood of information surged into his mind, but in an instant, the information retracted and settled in the depths of Duke's consciousness. Duke realized this was some kind of protective measure by a certain power on his behalf. If all that immense information invaded his mind, unchecked, it could potentially damage his spiritual power, or worse, turn someone with lesser spiritual power into an idiot. When Duke regained his composure, he found a white light orb swirling in his mind, the very one that had just floated before him. Upon touching it with his spiritual power, he finally understood what this thing was. Strictly speaking, this could be called the divine status of the God of Light. In common parlance, divine status generally refers to the divine status condensed by a level 4 life itself, but this divine status before him is an aggregation of rules and power formed after the fall of the God of Light, and can also be called a divine status. In fact, this is the true meaning of the divine status, which even contains part of the plane will of the oracle plane. Because the God of Light was originally a part of the plane will, its initial existence embodied the divine status as a manifestation of the plane will. Duke attempted to learn more information, but his current spiritual power couldn't delve too deeply into the divine status, only grasping some superficial facts. Actually, the entire matter is quite simple. After the God of Light fell, it condensed into this divine status, and the divine status chose Duke. Duke could gradually refine this divine status over a long period in the future, and eventually he would become the next God of Light in the oracle plane. The divine status of the God of Light initially chose Dolly, but after discovering another presence, Duke, in conjunction with some unknown reason, ultimately chose Duke. From this standpoint, Duke indeed took an opportunity that originally belonged to Dolly. It suddenly dawned on him that, in this light, Dolly might indeed be the child of the plane of the oracle plane. Even if she hadn't followed him here today, Dolly would most likely find some way to arrive here later, eventually acquiring the divine status of the God of Light, leading the Light sect and the entire oracle plane forward. However, Duke didn't deliberately intend to seize Dolly's resources. He hadn't even figured out what was happening when the divine status just came to him. Duke thought it over more practically, not considering it just a good thing. Wear the crown, one must bear its weight. The reason the divine status chose Duke was likely due to recognizing his potential, perhaps even seeing a broader future through certain rule powers, compelling it to choose him. This divine status is not something easily obtained. Acquiring it likely means taking on some responsibilities of the Light sect and even the oracle plane. This isn't something you can avoid if you want to. Sometimes, destiny is inescapable. Currently, Duke doesn't have the ability to refine the power of the divine status. The immense power within it is not something he can wield now. But he pondered another point, whether the divine status of the God of Light could be used as a crystal core of light attribute. This thought, once sprouted, spread uncontrollably in his mind. From a property's perspective, The divine status of the god of light is perfect for the requirements of a crystal core, containing an immense amount of light attribute energy, suitable as a crystal core. The only problem is, no one has likely ever used a divine status as a crystal core at the level 1 mage. Whether there are any associated risks is unknown to anyone. If this divine status had been found elsewhere, Duke certainly wouldn't dare attempt this. Even a tinge of the energy contained within could obliterate his soul. But this divine status of the god of light is different. It has recognized him as its master, becoming a part of Duke's body and soul. Like a form of bloodline power, it's just that he is currently too weak to fully unleash its power. The power in the divine status wouldn't cause any harm to Duke himself, providing some prerequisites for it to become a crystal core. Duke withdrew his thoughts, realizing these matters needed to be studied slowly back home. This was clearly not the place for such research. Dolly stood frozen, watching Duke. She could sense a profound transformation happening within him. Even though his appearance hadn't changed, he exuded an indescribable divine majesty. That aura, which she had only felt when praying to the god of light, was even more pure, more primordial. Duke, you... Dolly's voice trembled slightly, her eyes a mix of confusion and awe, having sensed something but not daring to confirm it. Duke thought for a moment and said, "This is a part of the power left behind by the god of light, choosing me for some unknown reason. But I must tell you, it should have been yours." He frankly revealed his conjecture, suggesting that Dolly was likely the chosen heir of the god of light's will, and the divine status chose him possibly due to a recognition of some greater potential. "No, Duke. The god of light's choice cannot be wrong. Since it chose you, it means you are the most suitable candidate," Dolly stated earnestly. As the holy daughter of the light sect, she only wished for the light sect to gradually prosper and grow. Now that Duke had received the god of light's legacy, it meant that the light sect's flame had not been extinguished, and there was hope for its continuation. Dolly knelt on one knee, placing her right hand on her chest, performing the highest ceremonial gesture of the light sect. "Holy daughter of light Dolly, willing to follow the god of light." Duke hurriedly helped her up. "No need for this, I am not a god merely. A temporary custodian of this power." But Dolly's gaze was unusually firm. "You may not understand yet, but from the moment this power chose you, you became the heir of the god of light." Her feelings were very clear. The Duke before her in her eyes was no different from the god of light, almost indistinguishable, a god walking among humans. The holy daughter Dolly's feelings were the most distinct. She could sense the god of light right beside her. Duke frowned and said, "Will others be like you, if everyone can sense it this way? If all the followers of the light sect could sense their divine status within, wouldn't they be like a giant light bulb, visible to everyone wherever they went?" This indeed is a problem. Dolly understood what Duke meant and realized that it was too conspicuous. Duke had only just received the inheritance of the god of light, and his actual strength was far from reaching the level of the god of light. Though only followers of the light sect would distinctly sense it, it couldn't guarantee the eternal loyalty of every follower. Moreover, even if one wasn't a follower, as long as they were sufficiently powerful, approaching Duke would let them sense something unusual. While Duke was contemplating how to solve this problem, the divine status of the god of light seemed to grasp his intention. The white light sphere in Duke's mind suddenly moved, then gathered all its aura, no longer emitting any of that strong, high-ranking aura. Even in his mind, this light sphere seemed non-existent, and even Duke himself could not feel the presence of the divine status. Beside him, although Dolly didn't know what happened, she clearly sensed this change. She noticed that the intense aura of the god of light around Duke vanished instantly, leaving no trace behind, as if everything earlier had been a mere illusion. "Try sensing again, see if anything comes up." Duke intended for Dolly to attempt another sensory check. Dolly obediently sensed carefully, but the result was complete blankness. She thought for a moment and said, "I'll try praying to see if I can sense it." Dolly then knelt on the ground, closed her eyes, and prayed with utmost sincerity. Soon, Duke sensed indistinct sounds coming from within the divine status, and upon listening closely, it was Dolly's voice. "Great God of light above." Duke didn't expect to receive Dolly's prayers. He attempted to respond, "I received your prayer, Your Highness the Holy Daughter." The spiritual power wave from Dolly that followed was filled with joy. "Mr. Duke." "It's me," Duke replied. Dolly then opened her eyes and curiously looked at Duke. then reproached herself. "Great God of light, I shouldn't address you as." Duke hurriedly stopped her, waving his hand. "Please don't do that. From now on, just call me Duke. Being addressed as the God of light every day, I can't handle that." He was well aware that he wasn't a god, merely an ordinary wizard. However, through this test with Dolly, it proved another point. A devotee sincere enough could contact Duke through prayer. This method of contact was most likely capable of transcending the plane restrictions, so even if Duke returned to the wizard plane, he could communicate with Dolly this way. Because, in the past, those gods from other planes also communicated with followers from different planes using this manner. They could even transport certain things to followers via this route, though Duke currently possessed no such means, only able to exchange information for now. This made Duke ponder over many things. Proper development and utilization of this could turn it into a powerful tool. Keep this matter confidential for now, don't tell anyone, including members of the Light Sect. Duke entrusted. Dolly nodded and said, "I understand this matter is of great importance. I won't tell anyone." Duke then thought of something and reminded, "There are quite a few spies from other forces within the Light Sect. Pay more attention and be cautious." When he had previously helped heal Fuss, the city lord of Azure Vault City, the other party had blatantly indicated this. Even the city lord's mansion was like this, so one could only imagine that other forces had surely planted their people there as well. This was why Duke specifically instructed her. As aside from Dolly, he trusted no one else, including the so-called bishop of the Light Sect. During the following hour, neither Duke nor Dolly hurried to leave. Instead, they carefully investigated the information within this divine hall. The murals around were very intact, and occasionally inscriptions on the walls recorded extremely distant and ancient events. Dolly earnestly took quick notes of all these, but now it was only a cursory browsing. Later, people would surely be dispatched for ongoing research and investigation, as well as to protect these ruins. There were 2 small doors on either side of the divine hall, leading to different annex halls with various rooms inside. It seemed that this might have been the earliest location of the divine hall of light. The 2 of them walked slowly towards the depths of the divine hall. The further they went, the denser the dusty aroma in the air, but there was also a faint, peculiar sense of tranquility, as if all disturbances were isolated outside that grand door. In these annex halls, there weren't many additional discoveries, mostly involving murals, inscriptions, and engravings related to the Light Sect. They even found some bone fragments in certain places. These bone fragments served as carriers for writing long ago, with characters on them that even Dolly hadn't seen before, which would have to await gradual future research to see if any useful information could be gleaned. Duke and Dolly didn't stay too long. After understanding the general situation here, they left, for the remaining investigation work wasn't something that could be completed in a short time. When they emerged from the passage, Hans's team was there around a campfire, while the storm dragon eagle soared high above, intimidating every direction. Many demons sensed its presence and fled far away. Seeing Duke and Dolly come out, Hans and the others quickly got up and approached. "Master Duke." "Your Highness the Holy Daughter." Although Dolly had changed into a new outfit, the information overhead remained the same, allowing Hans and the others to instantly recognize their identities. Duke nodded. Then, with a wave of his hand, the surrounding snow surged forth, covering the stone door at the passage entrance and erasing all traces around. He then moved with a thought, summoning the storm dragon eagle to descend from the sky, landing on a relatively wide snowy ground beside them. Duke floated up to the storm dragon eagle's back. First, then turned around, grabbing Dolly's soft hand gently to pull her up. Her face blushing red, which might have been due to the cold weather. He turned to Hans's group and said, "Quickly pack up, get on, and prepare to depart." Hans and the others finally snapped back to reality, hastily gathering the items from the camp before carefully climbing onto the storm dragon eagle's back. They dared not clamber up recklessly, for fear of angering this creature who, with a flap of its wings, could annihilate them. After Hans and his team all climbed up, the storm dragon eagle finally flapped its wings and soared instantly into the high sky. The sudden ascent caught Hans and his team off guard, causing them to stumble and nearly fall off, barely managing to steady themselves. Duke had been keeping an eye on them and naturally wouldn't let them really fall, but Hans and his team were indeed startled. In fact, it was just the storm dragon eagle playing a prank, teasing these players, or rather it thought these players were too weak and unqualified to ride it. However, since it was Duke's order, it had to comply. The speed of the storm dragon eagle was extremely fast, its massive wings tearing through the clouds and the snowy plains below quickly fading into the distance. Hans and his team held tightly to the feathers on the eagles, back experiencing initial tension that gradually gave way to excitement. This was an entirely new experience for them. In reality, they could at most ride a flying machine, but this was a completely different experience from that. Although the fierce winds were kept at bay by the shield released by Duke, they could still breathe the thin high-altitude air, feel the breeze brushing their faces, and experience passing through clouds firsthand. Duke stood at the rear of the eagle's neck, his robe lightly billowing, while Dolly sat quietly beside him like a well-behaved girl next door. It wasn't long before the outline of the walls of Azure. Vault City appeared on the horizon. In total, it only took a few hours back and forth, and with the storm dragon eagle, traveling was indeed much faster. Such rapid travel speed meant that even if someone wanted to track the holy daughter Dolly, they had no chance. In a secluded wooded area some distance from the city gates, Duke had the storm dragon eagle descend. After landing, Duke waved his hand and sent the storm dragon eagle back to the light god court, leaving Hans and his team still somewhat reluctant, even wanting to experience it again. For the first time, they realized that the distance from Azure Vault City to northern Icewind Valley was actually so short. It felt like it took so long when they came. "Thank you, Lord Duke, Your Highness Holy Daughter." Hans and his team bowed in gratitude. If Duke hadn't happened to give them a ride, it would have taken them several days to trek back through the mountains and forests. Duke didn't mind and didn't say much. Dolly still needed to return to arrange certain matters related to the Light Sect, sending people to conduct a more detailed investigation into the ruins at northern Icewind Valley and protect all the traces left there. This matter needed to be kept confidential, and only trustworthy individuals could be dispatched. If the Shadow Council or the Four Gods sect were to find out, they might cause trouble. Duke did not return with Dolly, but instead went back to the Star Embers Guild headquarters with Hans and his team. He still had some matters to discuss with Robert. Star Embers Guild headquarters, inside Robert's personal office. At this moment, Duke stood by the window while Robert, unlike before, didn't sit behind his desk, but instead stood dutifully behind and to the side of Duke. "How is your breathing technique progressing in the real world?" Duke communicated using spiritual power. Despite having checked the surroundings to ensure no one was eavesdropping, and even using a soundproof demonized item, he maintained the utmost caution. "Not as good as here, but I can clearly feel that I'm not far from condensing the life seed," Robert reported. Since his conversation with Duke that day, Robert had diligently practiced the light divine breathing technique in reality as instructed by Duke. In conditions that are less than ideal, the progress of breathing technique practice is also affected. However, Robert could still feel changes within himself, as he had already practiced the breathing technique once in the Oracle plane, making him more sensitive to the process. He knew that within about a month, he would be able to successfully condense the life seed. The speed was actually very fast. Considering the plane he was in wasn't conducive to the development of extraordinary power. Achieving such progress was remarkable. Duke nodded and said, "Good, keep it up. You can also use your resources and conditions in reality to aid your practice. Additionally, you can keep an eye out and investigate. I suspect that the plane you're on likely has extraordinary power, just that ordinary people aren't aware of it." The promotion of the Oracle plane game was being done by various parties in the world where Robert was, likely because the higher-ups of various forces knew some of the secrets. There should be some connection between the Oracle plane and the plane Robert was on. The possibility of no extraordinary existing in Robert's plane is very low. Duke has speculated that there must be extraordinary beings, but due to the harsh environment and the cost of taking action, they usually don't reveal themselves or act, leaving ordinary people completely unaware of this level's existence. Every time an extraordinary takes action, it consumes some energy. In the wizard plane, energy consumption can be replenished after some time through meditation or practicing breathing technique. But in such a place, energy is finite. Replenishing one's extraordinary energy likely requires some extremely special means. However, these are just Duke's speculations. The actual situation requires Robert to investigate himself to know. Remember until you have sufficient power. Avoid acting recklessly. Safety first, Duke reminded him. For Robert, it's also crucial to hide himself now, not allowing his secrets to be exposed. Otherwise, attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives would mean trouble is on the way. Robert also listened to Duke's advice. In fact, even after signing the master-servant contract with Duke, Duke tried to suggest rather than order him to do things. Ordering is suitable for commanding ordinary slave creatures in battles, as they don't need to think much, just fight the enemy, making it simple to give orders. However, in Robert's special environment, many situations require him to adapt on his own and make decisions based on his judgment. In such cases, issuing fixed orders might limit him instead. Because the orders from the master-servant contract are mandatory, Robert cannot disobey them and must comply. Robert himself is a smart person, and these orders act as a constraint for him. So Duke has always avoided issuing rigid orders, only providing some direction. Besides, cooperate with me on conducting an experiment, Duke thought for a moment and said. Robert immediately said respectfully, Lord Duke, please speak. You will soon go to the light sect and become a follower of the light sect, or more precisely, a believer of the God of Light, Duke said slowly. Robert nodded and said, understood, I just don't know what to do after becoming a believer. He had no doubt about Duke's orders, he was just unclear about what to do next. In his view, becoming a believer was a simple matter, and given Duke's relationship with the light sect, it wouldn't be difficult for him. To be precise, you need to become a truly devout believer. Believing in the God of Light means believing in me, Duke turned to Robert and said. Robert savored the meaning of this sentence and suddenly realized something, but he didn't dare to confirm his suspicion. You don't need to ask more about other matters. Just try to become a devout believer of the God of Light, Duke said. If Robert could become a devout believer of the God of Light, wouldn't that mean he could communicate directly with Duke while in the real world? Once Duke mastered enough power from the God of Light, he might even be able to give certain things to Robert in reality through divine means. All this needs to be tested in the future to know for sure. Duke and Robert talked for a long time, mainly involving the future development of the guild and some situational reports and plans in reality. After Duke had made all the arrangements, he left the Star Embers Guild, giving Robert a lot of autonomy to act based on the situation. For now, supplies are sufficient, whether it's demonized items or magic potions, more than enough for the current members of the Star Embers. However, the Light Sect is not giving much, and that side is inherently more complex. Giving too many things would draw attention from other forces. At the moment, the only person to be trusted in the Light Sect is Dolly. Duke now only needs to focus on Dolly, not needing to concern himself with others. In comparison, the players of the Star Embers Guild are more trustworthy, at least Duke knows their backgrounds. According to Robert, where he comes from, ordinary people are under a lot of pressure, and the benefits of this job he provides are excellent. These players are eager to stay in the studio all the time. Robert understands the backgrounds and details of these people thoroughly, especially after understanding the truth about the game. He is even more committed to the game now, having specially investigated and cleaned up the core members of the guild. Anyone with a problematic background or who had done something detrimental to the guild in the game was removed by him. Other players might find it difficult to understand his actions, thinking it's unnecessary just for a game. But only Robert knows in his heart, this is not just a game. After talking with Dolly and arranging some matters, Duke went to the City Lord's mansion and sold a few level 1 potions to Fuss at a high price, and then planned to leave the Oracle Plane. This time he came and went in a hurry, staying in the Oracle Plane for less than a month in total. However, now that the power of faith is increasing, traveling between different planes is no longer as troublesome. Since there isn't much to do, it was naturally time to leave, as there still are many things to handle upon returning. As for the Oracle Plane, it is possible to obtain information by communicating with Dolly through divine status and return if necessary. Duke came to a small room in the magic potion shop, checked around, and activated the coordinates earring. The surrounding space rippled, and everything became distorted. The whole process lasted only a moment, and when Duke came back to his senses, he was already in the basement of the Dream Manor in the Flower Sea Plain. The surrounding environment was the same as when he left, hardly any changes. When Duke came out of the basement, he found that it was daytime outside, the sun was bright, and countless beautiful flowers were blooming inside and outside the manor. He didn't linger in the manor much, then hurried to the Gland Forest to return to the wizard plane through the teleportation array. Duke mainly wanted to try out the Destiny Bone dice to see if he could have enough good luck to summon a valuable creature. It's just that he couldn't summon recklessly, because if the summoned creature was very strong, he could be in danger. For wizards, summoning items similar to the Destiny Bone dice are not uncommon, belonging to a more conventional type of summoning items. Wizards have mature experiences with this type of summoning items. Generally, the summoned being doesn't exceed level 4. Even if the being exceeds level 4, the power conveyed by such a temporary summoning ritual will not exceed level 4. The Black Sail has a specialized summoning area specifically prepared for such situations, ensuring that the summoned beings pose no threat to the summoner. There are comprehensive defensive measures and various prepared responses to ensure everything is foolproof. On the Black Sail on the Elizabeth, Duke arrived at this area specifically for various summoning rituals, a circular building made of gray-black megaliths, ancient in style and sturdy, covered with countless seals and defensive runes, and even from outside, one can feel the strong energy fluctuations contained within. Inside is a very spacious hall. In the center of the hall is a sunken circular altar, surrounded by layers of energy barriers, which are currently in a dormant state, almost invisible due to their transparency. The dome is very high, with many light crystal stones embedded for lighting. The surroundings arranged with layer upon layer of powerful witch arrays. Middle-aged wizard wearing a Black Sail standard robe, and with a solemn expression received Duke from the aura of this person. He was at least a level 2 wizard. Mr. Duke, what level of summoning are you planning to conduct? We need to activate the corresponding level of protective measures in advance, the middle-aged wizard asked meticulously. Duke took out the ancient Destiny Bone dice. Using this summoning item, I am not sure what exactly can be summoned. The middle-aged wizard named Matthew took the bone dice and examined it carefully, nodding. It's a very peculiar creation, not like a man-made one, with an estimated volatility level between level 3 and level 4. We will activate the protection according to level 4 standards, which will be slightly more expensive. Naturally, using a place like this for summoning isn't free, and the cost isn't cheap either. Before the summoning ritual is held, the wizard in charge here will evaluate your summoning ritual to determine the approximate summoning level, which means the highest level of life you can summon with this ritual. The upper limit given by the Destiny Bone dice is level 4, meaning theoretically you can summon up to level 4 life. From this point, it is clear that the Destiny Bone dice is quite extraordinary. Even wizards rarely obtain summoning items of this level, typically ranging from level 1 to level 3, rarely exceeding level 3. Because the evaluation level of the Destiny Bone dice reached level 4, the cost is also very high, requiring a whole 300,000 level 1 magic stones. This expense cannot be spared. If accidentally a formidable character is summoned, Duke currently cannot handle it. But if what is summoned is just an ordinary little animal like a toad, kitten, or puppy, then one can only accept the bad luck. This summoning ritual is essentially a gamble. Whether there will be any return depends entirely on luck. Matthew has presided over many rare and bizarre summoning rituals here, long accustomed to it. The clearest he remembers was a level 3 mage who was extremely enthusiastic about fire elements, spending a large sum to purchase an ember said to be inherited from a certain fire elemental plane as the summoning medium. When the ritual started, flames surged. The temperature in the entire summoning hall rose to the point where it could melt steel. The protective barriers were baked and distorted by the high heat. Everyone thought a powerful fire elemental life would be summoned, possibly even a creature like a flame demon. After the flames dissipated, only a small cluster of pulsing, seemingly living blue flame remained in the center of the altar. Upon inspection, it was a very rare, but energy level only level 1 ghostly cool fire, with almost zero aggressiveness aside from being extremely cold and more resistant to burning. The wizard spat blood on the spot, and it was said he later revered that flame like an ancestor, hoping it would grow, but there's been no change since. Matthew has also seen examples of exceptional luck, where a young wizard who had just become a level 1 official wizard, appearing very poor, acquired a rusted bronze crow statue from a market stall as a summoning medium. The evaluation level was a pitiful level 1. Practically the most ordinary level 1 among summoning items. No one expected anything good could be summoned using it. When the ritual light shone, what emerged was not the expected decayed crow or low-grade ghost, but a star realm light feather finch composed entirely of pure energy, with sparkling eyes. This creature is extremely rare, with its own strength only at level 2, but it has the intuitive talent for finding rare energy mines. This ability basically means immeasurable wealth, enabling easy discovery of various energy crystal stone veins through the star realm finch, widely useful across all planes. The young wizard quickly became highly valued. Reportedly part of the 4th Legion. The value of that light feather finch far exceeded all the costs he incurred. Matthew still recalls the kid holding the light feather finch with silly smiles, nearly overwhelmed by fortune. Of course, more results are mundane. Summoning creatures that match the corresponding level but are volatile and difficult to tame, requiring forced repatriation, or summoning unusual materials or inert crystal stones from strange planes with more research than practical value. There was even a time when a witch summoned an entire box of steaming exquisite pastries from a steam mechanical plane. The scent filled the hall. Upon inspection, found non-toxic and surprisingly good-tasted, making for amusing afternoon tea for the staff at that time. Dangerous situations occasionally occur. Matthew witnessed a necromancer wizard attempting to summon an ancient corpse wizard, but the ritual went awry, opening a channel connected to a chaotic space filled with mad whispers and twisted tentacles, almost causing a pollution leak incident. Eventually using all the protective magic arrays here to forcibly close the channel, and the summoner suffered spiritual injuries, recuperated for more than half a year. At that time, Black Sail spent considerable effort to thoroughly clean those mental pollution, still unaware of what kind of plane those terrifying whispers and murmurings came from. However, there was no demand for compensation from the wizard, even though Black Sail's efforts far exceeded the magic stones provided by the wizard. Since then, safety evaluations and control of summoning rituals have become more stringent. In comparison, summoning ordinary creatures like kittens, puppies, or bunnies, though unprofitable, is ironically the safest, most worry-free result. At least they won't attempt to attack the barriers, pollute the environment, or emit mentally disturbing pollution. After Duke paid the corresponding magic stones for venue and protection costs, Matthew retreated to a magic array control room at the edge of the hall. Soon, a low humming sound echoed in the hall. Layers of energy barriers surrounding the central altar lit up one by one, emitting different colored glows, sealing the altar area tightly. The complex patterns of multiple witch arrays on the dome also lit up. A heavy pressure permeated outward. These witch arrays contained powerful forces, poised, ready to interrupt the summoning ritual or control the summoned life form. Duke took a deep breath, injected a trace of magic power into the destiny bone dice in his hand. The ancient symbols on the bone dice instantly lit up, emitting a dim and ominous glow as if some dormant creature had been awakened. It autonomously floated from Duke's hand, drifting to the center of the altar. Immediately afterward, the bone dice began spinning rapidly by itself, the symbols on it morphing into countless blurred illusions, seemingly conducting frenzied screening among numerous possibilities. The space around the altar began distorting. A fuzzy, ever-changing vortex gradually formed, emitting chaotic and powerful suction, connecting to an unknown distant plane. Duke focused all his attention on that vortex, his spiritual power highly concentrated, ready to respond to any situation that might arise. The spinning bone dice reached its peak speed, then suddenly paused. The symbol facing up on top abruptly exploded with dazzling light. It was a twisted, bizarre symbol seemingly constructed from countless screaming faces. On the altar, the destiny bone dice spun at full speed. Those twisted symbols seemingly came to life, emitting a haunting hum. The spatial vortex no longer appeared indistinct, transforming into a stable, deep channel fringed with ominous dark purple ripples. A terrifying, complex aura emanated from it, not purely negative deathly silence, but blended with an allure, chill majesty that sent shivers deep into one's soul, intertwined with a contradictory, twisted sense of sacredness and depravity. All the protective barriers in the summoning hall instantly shone to the extreme. Upon sensing this aura, Matthew instinctively felt a shiver, prompting him to immediately activate all the protective witch arrays. "It's probably a big one," Matthew kept a close eye on the situation inside the altar. Under normal circumstances, even if the summoned entity was strong, it could at most exert the energy of a level 4 life. This was still within the defensive capabilities, at most making the scene appear somewhat dangerous, but in reality, it wouldn't pose any major threat. Thus, Matthew hadn't forcibly interrupted the summoning ritual just yet. At least for now, it didn't seem to be a pressing issue. After feeling that aura, Duke's heart also contracted fiercely, and all his muscles tensed up instantly. He sensed that the presence on the other end of the passage had an absolute level of power that gave him a feeling of lethal threat. Within the passage, there came the crisp and rhythmic sound of high heels tapping on the ground. Clack, 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 accompanied by a melodious sound of metal components subtly colliding, but within this melodiousness was a chilling unease. Immediately after, an extremely enchanting and breathtakingly curvaceous silhouette gracefully stepped out of the passage. She stood about 1.80 meters tall, her figure perfect as if it were the painstaking work of a divine craftsman. Her body clad in pitch-black armor that adhered to her skin, not made of ordinary iron, but rather a fusion of some living shadow material and unknown metal, exuding a dim luster, perfectly outlining her full bosom, narrow waist, and long, powerful legs. Behind her were not damaged wings, but 3 pairs of massive fallen wings seemingly woven from the essence of night itself. These wings were not made of tangible feathers, but appeared to be composed of flowing shadows and dark energy, the edges flickering with a dangerous purplish-red aura, and with a slight flutter, tiny dark star fragments drifted down, beautiful yet deadly. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, yet carried a cold, inhuman majesty and wickedness. Her skin was pale and flawless, her features exquisitely sculpted like the most perfect statue, with long, narrow eyes that contained deep, swirling nebula-like purple-black pupils, and slightly upturned corners, naturally harboring a disdainful allure and cruelty toward all beings. Her head bore 2 elegant, yet perilous white horns, curving gracefully, indicating she possessed the bloodline of an enchanting demon or a demon. This is... Matthew was stunned, briefly entranced before quickly regaining clarity. Couldn't discern the specific aura from this demon-like entity, nor could he gauge its strength. The demon-like being raised those purple-black eyes, capable of ensnaring all beings, lazily and indifferently scanning the surrounding barriers, as if admiring the luxurious cage that confined her. Ultimately, her gaze pierced through layers of obstacles, precisely locking onto Duke outside the barrier. The instant Duke was locked by that gaze, he felt as if his soul was being drawn into the depths of those swirling nebula eyes, overwhelmed by a mix of extreme allure and extreme terror. However, the divine status of the god of light in Duke's mind trembled slightly, instantly suppressing these emotions, allowing him to stabilize his mind. "My name is Yarbed. It was you who summoned me here." Yarbed gazed at Duke, seemingly sensing the earlier tremor of the divine status, her mouth curling slightly. Yarbed. Although Duke couldn't understand her language through spiritual power, he could grasp her meaning. Duke didn't know exactly what caliber Yarbed was, but it was certain that she was most likely beyond his imagination. "I am Duke," Duke introduced himself after regaining his composure. Yarbed looked at Duke with interest, making him feel as if he was being seen through entirely. "I expected the one who summoned me to be. I didn't expect it to be such a weak human, but I find you somewhat intriguing." While speaking, Yarbed walked forward, reaching out a hand that penetrated the layers of barriers to touch Duke's face. This scene caused Matthew to break out in a cold sweat instantly. He hadn't expected several layers of protective which arrays to be considered insignificant. This was certainly beyond just the power of a level 4 life. It was unknown what rank of existence the opponent represented. In this situation, Matthew dared not act rashly, as Duke was directly under her hand, and should Yarbed wish it, mere thought could annihilate Duke and Matthew outside the altar. Matthew did not feel safe at all, as those layers of witch arrays had no effect, and the ones outside were unlikely to make much difference either. Despite many summoning rituals having been held here, it was the first time they'd encountered someone able to directly disregard those protective witch arrays. Elsewhere, after Yarbed touched Duke, he could see her exquisitely beautiful face and the wide black wings behind her clearly. He neither resisted nor retreated, but faced Yarbed, seeing his own reflection in her eyes. "Since you have summoned me, let's make a deal. You are too weak, and I can't establish a summoning contract with you. But I could serve as your messenger, Yarbed said with a slight smile, withdrawing her hand. Messenger. Duke's heart skipped a beat at the mention of the term. He knew of messengers, having heard of them before, though they were incredibly rare. A so-called messenger refers to certain existences in the endless plane, capable of delivering messages across planes. There were very few across the west coast who had messengers, and having one means you could send messages to anyone in any plane from the wizard plane directly. The term messages here is just a metaphor, as it could actually be anything. However, there is a premise that for messengers, you must have met the person to whom the message is delivered in person. Due to this incredibly unique ability and the extreme rarity of lives capable of serving as messengers, each messenger's value is immeasurable. Duke was not carried away. He knew rewards wouldn't simply fall from the sky. He cautiously asked, Miss Yarbed, what is the cost of the messenger? Sending messages is not free. Each requires the payment of a price. This is a rule of the endless plane. Even if the messenger doesn't wish to charge anything, they must collect a price before delivering a message. The price required by different messengers varies, and it said some messengers require a virgin with each delivery. This isn't a fanciful story. There are real precedents of this. Some messengers require a finger for each delivery, others might require a toenail, and so forth. Some messengers even require you to give a soul. All these costs have been recorded. Duke had to inquire carefully. Should the proposed cost be something he absolutely couldn't afford? It would dig a grave for himself instead. Yarbed heard Duke's question and let out a laugh as clear as ice crystal wind chimes, tinged with a hint of teasing. Her violet black eyes sparkled, seeming to find Duke quite amusing. The price? She tilted her head slightly, a white horn almost touching Duke's forehead, bringing a trace of coldness. My price is that, before delivering each message, you must bring me joy once. As Yarbed spoke, she gazed directly at Duke with those violet black eyes, as if they could capture souls, filled with candid and provocative hints. Her slender fingers even gently traced the edge of her armor, flickering with a mysterious gloss beneath her collarbone. Duke received not just language, but far more specific and impactful spiritual power information, conveying meanings that made his blood surge instantly, his cheeks flushing slightly. He instinctively glanced quickly at Yarbed's tall, perfect figure outlined dramatically by tight armor, as well as the face so close, blending holiness with corruption, so beautiful it was breathtaking. The so-called joy within the spiritual power message given by Yarbed was extremely straightforward and explicit. Yet Duke quickly regained clarity, knowing that in the presence of such an entity, pursuing joy would only likely cost him his life. Seeing Duke's eyes instantly clear, with a flicker of wary caution flashing across his face, Yarbed suddenly leaned back, letting out an even more delighted laugh, carrying a sense of mischievous triumph. The laughter echoed in the empty hall, filled with enchanting allure. Looking at Duke, Yarbed said, "The price I need is merely a gold coin. The content and weight are irrelevant. Just a symbolic gold coin. Just a single gold coin." Duke was stunned. He didn't expect Yarbed's price to be so simple. Essentially no cost at all. Of course, right now besides your body and soul, what else can you offer me? So to me, any price makes no difference. Yarbed laughed. How about it? This price, compared to the joyful price earlier, is much easier to accept, isn't it? Of course, if you prefer that price, I can still alter the conditions. Yarbed asked with a playful smile, deliberately referring back to the earlier jest. No need, Miss Yarbed. A gold coin will suffice. Thank you for your generosity. Duke said respectfully. Though the opponent seemed casual, he couldn't show any disrespect. He must perform adequately. Being polite before you are able to fight back is always safer, enabling you to live longer. Then let's go with this. Yarbed waved her hand, and a rune diagram formed of spiritual power appeared in front, representing the messenger contract. Duke scanned it swiftly with his spiritual power, reading through the contents. The contract was straightforward, lacking complex clauses, just an ordinary messenger contract. He cautiously verified it several times, and upon confirming its accuracy, signed the messenger contract with Yarbed. After signing the messenger contract, an imprint appeared in Duke's mind, allowing him to summon Yarbed in the future to deliver messages through it. Upon signing the messenger contract, neither party could harm the other deliberately, a fundamental constraint of many contracts. Not excluding the messenger contract. With the signing of the messenger contract, Duke was at least assured that the other party wouldn't suddenly attack him, providing some level of safety. However, he still hadn't figured out the opponent's power, worried that such entities might not be restrained by the messenger contract, necessitating caution. Then look forward to your first letter, my Mr. Duke. Yarbed chuckled softly, her figure gradually fading. With the messenger contract signed, the effect of the Destiny Bone dice was nearing its end, faster than initially anticipated. Yarbed could only temporarily appear here through the power of the Destiny Bone dice, unable to linger for long. Moreover, her own power was far too strong, already exceeding the Destiny Bone dice's bearing limit, consequently shortening the summoning duration. As Yarbed departed, the surroundings returned to tranquility, yet both Duke and Matthew broke into cold sweats. The pressure Yarbed exerted on them was immense, suppression emanating from the level of life itself, instinctively evoking fear. The stronger one's own power, the stronger this feeling becomes, with Matthew perceiving it even more acutely than Duke, deeply experiencing Yarbed's terror. Throughout, he didn't even move a finger, too afraid to trigger any defensive measures within the witch array against Yarbed. Matthew understood that, although Yarbed communicated solely with Duke, all of his belongings were under Yarbed's perception. He believed that a single reckless move would surely lead to his immediate death. Duke's weaker power meant his sensations were less pronounced, though Yarbed deliberately withheld her aura from targeting him. Everything happened swiftly and passed quickly. If not for the messenger imprint lingering in his mind, Duke might have thought it merely an illusion. Yet he wondered to himself, why did I summon an entity like Yarbed? The extent of Yarbed's power was unclear, but it was certain to exceed level 4. This witch array was meant to constrain power below level 4. Generally, summoned lifeforms exceeding level 4 couldn't manifest forces beyond level 4. But whether due to the Destiny Bone dice's uniqueness or Yarbed's overpowering strength, the protective witch array here seemed ineffective against Yarbed. Duke suddenly recalled that the summoning process inherently relates to the summoner's strength. Typically, the stronger the summoner, the likelier the chance to summon powerful life forms. If an ordinary wizard apprentice attempts a summoning, it's unlikely to summon a powerful life entity. Because the essence of summoning involves sending invitations to qualified entities on other planes, via the rules of the endless plane. If you're too weak, no one would bother with you. At most, some little creatures like frogs might inadvertently be summoned. With Duke's level 1 mage strength, he theoretically couldn't summon an entity of Yarbed's caliber. However, he recalled the divine status in his mind from the God of Light, which had become part of his body and soul. Though not yet fully exerted, it remained within him, part of him. The presence of the God of Light's divine status invisibly elevated Duke's status. Although he has not fully refined it, during the summoning process it also played a role, causing his summoning to appear to otherworldly beings as having a divine aura. The upper limit of the Destiny Bone dice is indeed level 3 to level 4, but it was due to the factor of the God of Light's divine status that led to all this happening. Anyway, no matter what, for Duke, the process was thrilling but not dangerous, and the ending was always good. Having an extra messenger, things would be much more convenient in the future. The only issue is that it's still unclear what Yarbed's purpose is. Duke believes that even if he possesses the God of Light's divine status, it should not be enough to arouse Yarbed's interest. If Yarbed really wanted this divine status, she could have simply killed Duke and taken it on the spot without any extra measures. In the hall, there was silence. Only then did Matthew dare to move a finger, manipulating the witch array here to shut down one by one. He said with lingering fear, luckily, nothing happened. Fortunately, Yarbed did not go on a killing spree on a whim, or else even if Matthew survived, he wouldn't escape blame and would certainly be punished. He definitely needed to report this matter and record the process in detail. Duke also did not expect to gain a messenger, and this matter couldn't be hidden and would surely be known to many people. If he had known earlier, he would definitely have found a secret place to perform the summoning. But in that case, there would be no safety guarantee. What if another formidable character emerged, unlike the amiable Yarbed? The messenger couldn't be taken away, so there's no worry of coveting. However, because few wizards possess a messenger, it would inevitably attract some attention, which did not align with Duke's usual low-profile approach. Duke then left the Elizabeth and returned to his deserted island. After returning, he didn't rest much before receiving a message from Lucas. Duke heard you returned from vacation. The war on the Devourer plane has officially begun. We're short-handed. Are you interested in joining? So soon? Duke was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the wizard organizations on the West Coast to move so quickly, already starting the war. Duke currently tended more towards continuing to develop. Even if participating in the war could earn more resources, he still planned to be conservative. Anyway, this plane war won't end anytime soon. It wouldn't be too late to consider joining after he has digested his resources. He didn't directly refuse but replied, "Mr. Lucas, I'll think about it." "No problem. Contact me anytime if you decide to join, if I'm not around. You can reach out to others in the 3rd Legion." Lucas replied. Duke guessed there must be a manpower shortage over there, otherwise Lucas wouldn't proactively ask. The early stages of war are always the most dangerous, best to avoid this phase. Duke never considered himself a chosen one. The top priority in whatever he does is to survive first. In plain wars, a level 1 mage is but an ordinary individual. Might encounter a powerful enemy unexpectedly, leading to the annihilation of an entire team, just like the previous 7th outpost. Duke took out a gold coin, intending to test the messenger's ability and effect. Most important ability of the messenger is to deliver messages across planes. As for the content, it's up to him. Before sending a message, Duke had to do some preparation work and communicate with Dolly on the Oracle plane. He first calmed his mind, immersing his consciousness into his mind, attempting to communicate with the divine status of the God of Light. When Duke's spiritual power touched that pure white sphere of light, a warm, vast feeling enveloped his spirit. He focused his mind, following the faint line of faith that connected to Dolly across the plane. Sending over a clear message. Communication between a god and a believer is two-way. Believers can establish a weak connection to the god through prayer, and gods can also proactively contact their believers. Almost instantly, a thought full of surprise and devoutness responded, as if waiting for his call all along. "Great. Mr. Duke, have you arrived safely?" Dolly's voice sounded directly in Duke's mind, as clear as if speaking next to his ear. This reminded Duke of the time in that peculiar space. Also hearing Dolly's voice from a vortex, which guided him to escape danger into the Oracle plane. I have arrived. This time I'm calling you mainly for some cooperation." Duke then briefly explained the messenger rules. After understanding, Dolly quickly prepared a gold coin and wrote a letter containing unique magic crystal stone from the Oracle plane. These were all instructed by Duke, merely for testing purposes. Duke specifically chose Dolly, aside from having few choices, also because the Oracle plane is a low plane. The most powerful being that the low plane can accommodate is level 3, and Yarbed clearly exceeds level 3, probably only able to enter the Oracle plane in projection form. After Dolly made preparations, Duke's attention turned to the messenger mark of Yarbed. He activated it using spiritual power, and ripples instantly spread in the bedroom. A soft sound, akin to water splashing, echoed. Subsequently, the central space of the bedroom seemed to be torn open, with an irregular crack, dense water vapor mixed with a cold and alluring fragrance instantly permeating the air. A graceful figure emerged, enveloped in thick white mist and steam. It was Yarbed. Yet her image at this moment was completely different from the previous seductive armor, dignified and enchanting look. Yarbed was loosely wrapped in a large, pure black bathrobe, seemingly made from the fur of some dark creature. The robe's belt was tied rather loosely, the neckline opened quite low, revealing an expanse of dazzling white skin and a delicate collarbone, even showing voluptuous and enticing curves. Duke understood instantly. He didn't expect Yarbed was bathing, and just received Duke's summoning at that moment. Unexpectedly, Yarbed didn't refuse, just came covered with a barely concealing bathrobe, wet all over. After looking around clearly, instead of any embarrassment, Yarbed deliberately loosened the robe's neckline, exposing even more of the white skin, and opened her mouth with a slow, teasing tone in her slightly hoarse, magnetic voice from just having bathed. "Oh, my dear Mr. Duke," she licked her crimson lips, her gaze enchantingly alluring, "are you so eager to see me? It's been just a short while since we parted after all." Yarbed spoke as she deliberately took 2 steps forward, her damp long hair leaving a small trail of water droplets on the floor. The rich fragrance, mingling her body scent with the mist, almost enveloped the Duke. Along with her inherent charm as an enchanting demon, it was enough to stir any man's heartstrings. The Duke was completely taken aback by the situation, utterly stunned. he feasted his eyes on the vibrant, alluring scene before him. His eyes were indulging, but his heart was unsure, not daring to show any disrespect. This Yarbed's strength far surpassed his own, and if he accidentally angered her, he feared for his life. The Duke had no illusion that the constraints of the messenger contract would necessarily take effect on Yarbed. Even if the contract was valid, Yarbed probably had many ways to circumvent its restrictions and take action against him. "I didn't know you were." The Duke, uncharacteristically, was at a loss for words, only managing to convey that it was not intentional. "You didn't know I was bathing." Yarbed chuckled softly, already standing in front of the Duke, almost pressing against him. She stretched out her finger, gently tracing the Duke's chin with her still moist fingertips, the cold touch making the Duke shiver. The Duke took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, knowing she was purposefully teasing him. With a single thought, he touched the God of Light's divine status with his spiritual power, and a refreshing clarity instantly dispelled the sensuality in his heart, restoring clarity to his gaze. Yarbed indeed carried an alluring ability. This was an instinct brought by her enchanting demon bloodline, as natural as breathing. Seeing this, Yarbed ceased her teasing, chuckling softly. "So, was I summoned to deliver a message this time?" The Duke promptly retrieved a letter which contained a space ring as a gift for Dolly. "I would like to entrust you to deliver this letter to Dolly," the Duke said as he took out a gold coin. "Such are the rules of the messenger. Simply stating the recipient's name suffices, so long as the person has been seen with one's own eyes. Additionally, the messenger possesses another capability, allowing for a letter to be returned post-delivery, though it requires another fee." Yarbed walked over barefoot, taking the gold coin with one hand while casually picking up the letter. In that small movement, her robe slipped down slightly, revealing her fair skin and voluptuous curves. "Then, I accept this commission." Yarbed brought the letter to her lips, licking the envelope, her already slightly flushed face brimming with temptation. "I shall take my leave." She cast a coquettish glance at the Duke, and without any noticeable action, the space behind her rippled, opening a crack just wide enough for someone to pass through. Beyond the fissure lay a seemingly endless dark void. Yarbed stepped through the crack, her figure disappearing instantly as it sealed shut. In the bedroom, only the lingering faint fragrance and some undried water marks on the floor remained. On the Oracle Plane in Azure Vault City, within the divine hall of the Light Sect, Dolly knelt in prayer before the statue of the God of Light, engaging in her daily devout supplications. Her heart still resonated with her recent spiritual exchange with the Duke, filled with both anticipation and anxiety for the arrival of the divine messenger. The light within the quiet chamber dimmed slightly, not turning pitch black, but as if a shred of brightness was instantaneously absorbed, an indescribable, cold, yet alluring aura permeating unexpectedly. Dolly abruptly lifted her head, only to see the space before her silently and seamlessly torn open by invisible hands, and an entrancing figure swathed in a black bathrobe, barefooted and overwhelmingly alluring, emerged gracefully from the rift. The newcomer was, of course, Yarbed, seemingly disinclined to change clothes, still retaining her freshly bathed, languid appearance. With her purple-black starry eyes, she curiously surveyed the room filled with the aura of light and the young girl before her, clad in the Holy Daughter's robe, picturesque features, and eyes brimming with shock and vigilance. Such an uncomfortable scent of light. Yarbed tapped her chin with a finger, feigned disdain as she wrinkled her delicate nose. But her eyes were full of playful intent. The aura of corruption and darkness that surrounded her stood in stark and fierce contrast and opposition to the sanctity of this chamber. Who are you?" Dolly sprang to her feet, instinctively taking a step back, her energy poised to erupt. She clearly sensed the vast, incomprehensible power emanating from the other, far surpassing her imagination, with an unwavering aura of intensity, an unquestionably terrifying presence. Dolly was unaware that this was merely Yarbed's true form projection, far from her real strength. "Relax, little holy daughter," Yarbed chuckled. "I'm here as a courier for your great God of Light." Hearing the words God of Light and seeing the envelope in Yarbed's hand slightly eased Dolly's tense nerves, though her vigilance did not waver. She found it impossible to reconcile the dark, alluring presence before her with her imagined idea of a messenger. Dolly had initially felt curiosity when Duke mentioned the messenger, imagining some kind of cute animal like an owl. Never had she expected Duke to dispatch such a terrifyingly powerful entity, exuding an aura of danger, to deliver a message, utterly defying her expectations. Yarbed was the most formidable and dangerous individual Dolly had ever encountered, far surpassing anyone she had met before. Such a being merely delivering messages for Duke. Dolly once again felt the unfathomable mystery and power of the Duke. "Did Mr. Duke send you?" Dolly asked cautiously, her gaze involuntarily sweeping over the barely there robe and bare feet of the other, her cheeks flush with heat. This messenger is dressed so casually. Could she have just been bathing with Mr. Duke? The strange thought suddenly sprang into her mind, accompanied by a vague discomfort, as if something was being taken away. Yarbed paced gracefully with cat-like steps to stand before Dolly. She extended the letter and space ring to Dolly, playfully scratching Dolly's palm with her fingertips, sending a cold, tingly sensation through her. "Hey, your dear God even sent you a little ring." "Quite generous, huh?" Yarbed's tone was filled with ambiguous hints. Her purple-black eyes seemed to see through Dolly's thoughts. "Really makes one envious." Dolly was made blushing and her heart racing by her actions and words, half from embarrassment, half from an instinctive discomfort at the sacrilegious atmosphere. She almost snatched the letter and ring, stepped back and slightly bowed. Thank you for delivering them." Dolly then recalled something, hurriedly took out a gold coin and a letter and said, "Please take this to Mr. Duke." Yarbed took the gold coin and the letter and smiled slightly. "My name is Yarbed." "Sorry, Lady Yarbed, my name is Dolly." Dolly seemed to feel she was somewhat impolite and quickly apologized. Yarbed laughed. "Of course, I know your name is Dolly, otherwise how could I deliver the letter here?" Dolly showed embarrassment on her face. Whether it was Yarbed's attire or her powerful aura, they both put great pressure on her. Knowing that Matthew, a level 2 mage, dared not to make a sound or move a finger when facing Yarbed, let alone Dolly, who was only a level 1 mage. "You're so nervous your ears are red, really. Makes one want to bully you a bit. Relax, I've taken the letter." Yarbed squinted at Dolly as if looking at a trembling little rabbit. After speaking, she emitted a series of pleasant light laughter, stepped back, and then once again merged into the suddenly split dark crevice, disappearing without a trace. The cold and seductive aura dissipated quickly, restoring the prior sanctity and tranquility in the quiet room. Only Dolly was left standing there, tightly clutching the letter that seemed still to carry a trace of her fragrance and a hint of moisture. Like Duke and Matthew before her, Dolly only realized at this moment that she was sweating profusely. Her robe was almost soaking through, revealing the fair skin and white ribbon on her back. Facing Yarbed, she endured enormous pressure, even more significant than she was consciously aware of. Yet the body's instincts was straightforward. Sweating so much was enough to prove just how strong the oppressive feeling Yarbed brought. Wizard Plain, Black Sail, Deserted Island. Duke was still waiting in his bedroom, just as he concentrated on sensing the messenger's mark. Guessing when the reply would arrive, the space within the bedroom began to ripple silently. A space crack appeared before the big bed, with silent dark energy flowing along the edges. Yarbed stepped out from the crack. She had changed into a completely different yet equally captivating outfit, a pure white robe seemingly woven from moonlight and shadow. The robe was extremely bold and sexy, with a V-neck that almost reached her waist, exposing her proud bosom and fair skin, and the design was high slit on the sides, showcasing a glimpse of her long and slender legs wrapped in translucent black silk while walking. Its sleeves were wide, with dark golden thorn patterns, embroidered around the edges, constantly extinguishing and rebirthing, adding a touch of eerie allure to her attire filled with holy radiance. Yarbed's long hair was casually draped, contrasting sharply with the pure white robe, enhancing the porcelain-like fairness of her skin and her mesmerizing radiance. Her bare feet, immaculate and untouched, lightly touched the floor, silent and yet carrying a kind of fatal attraction. Yarbed held a letter between her fingers, swaying it lazily. "Your little holy daughter's reply to you." Yarbed handed the letter to Duke, and the wide sleeve of her pure white robe slid down, exposing her snow-white arm. "Thank you." Duke expressed his gratitude, then took the letter and checked the contents inside, where indeed there was a magic crystal stone. With the sending and receiving, it was enough to prove the messenger indeed possessed the ability to cross planes to deliver messages, and he roughly understood the usage method. Yarbed seemingly had no intention of leaving yet. She looked at Duke, who was focused on inspecting the message, her pure white robe drawing an elegant arc as she lightly turned. She stepped forward barefoot, closing in on Duke, and that mix of holy and fallen scent once again enveloped him. "Is the test over?" Yarbed's voice carried a hint of lazy complaint. Her purple-black eyes gleamed with a glint of bad intentions. "You want to send me away after using me?" Duke was just about to speak, but suddenly saw Yarbed's hand, wearing a delicate black finger guard, gently pressing against his chest. A force that seemed gentle yet irresistibly powerful transmitted through. Duke felt a skillful push, involuntarily staggering back 2 steps, falling onto the soft big bed, without time to make any effective resistance. The next moment, shadows enveloped the place, accompanied by a tantalizing fragrance. Yarbed's knees, wrapped in transparent black silk, were already pressed on either side of Duke's bed. She bent down that face, combining extreme holiness and seduction, instantly approached Duke, so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. The breathtaking curvature beneath her V-neck of the pure white robe nearly drooped down, touching Duke's chest. "You." Duke's pupils slightly contracted. Magic power within him instinctively began to operate, and the divine status of the god of light within his mind slightly shook, emitting a cooling presence to resist the temptation and oppression pouncing forward. But Yarbed was faster. Her finger from the other hand had already gently pressed on Duke's lips, the fingertips cold, carrying an indisputable intent. "Hush." She emitted a soft breath, her purple-black eyes like a bottomless vortex. Firmly locking onto Duke's gaze, "Don't be nervous, just collecting a little extra service tip. After all, interrupting a lady's bath time is quite a rude behavior." Her voice was pressed extremely low, filled with magnetic allure. Warm breath brushed against Duke's cheek, carrying a chilling fragrance. Duke's muscles tightened all over, but his body was suppressed by her invisible but overwhelming aura, unable to move. Duke realized that facing such a huge power gap, he had no means against Yarbed. She hadn't violated the messenger contract and hadn't hurt him. It was even considered somewhat enjoyable. Under such circumstances, there seemed to be no way to resist, so he might as well enjoy it. Yarbed's gaze slowly slid down from Duke's eyes, glided over his nose bridge, and finally rested once more on his slightly clenched lips due to nervousness. Her fingertips gently brushed against his lower lip, an action that was tinged with extreme ambiguity. Her face leaned a bit closer, the tip of her upturned nose almost touching Duke's cheek, seemingly trying to sniff out something special from him. At such a close distance, the two's lips were almost touching, their breaths intertwined, the atmosphere amorous. Yarbed looked at Duke and suddenly let out a cryptic chuckle. Moments later, she pressed forcefully with her knee on the bed, her body floating backward weightlessly, landing steadily in the center of the bedroom. She adjusted her incredibly sexy pure white robe, as if she wasn't the one who had just pinned him to the bed, her face returning to that lazy, playful expression. "Well then, until next time, my dear employer," she blew a kiss to Duke. With a string of joyful and mischievous laughter, Yarbed's figure melded into the suddenly opened dark fissure behind her and completely disappeared. The bedroom returned to silence, leaving only Duke sitting on the edge of the bed, as if he could still feel the cold touch of those fingers and the dense, subtle fragrance. Slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, his tense body only then relaxing, a fine layer of cold sweat even forming on his back. "Don't let there be a day when I'm stronger than you or else," Duke thought quietly. If there truly comes a day when his power surpasses Yarbed's, he will make her truly experience the treatment an enchanting demon should receive. Now Yarbed is deliberately teasing and mocking him. He dares not act rashly, totally under her control. To reduce risk, it is better to summon Yarbed only when necessary. Duke thought to himself. After testing the messenger contract, Duke took out the Tear of the Stars necklace obtained from Fuss's treasury. This is an excellent witchcraft artifact base, just unsure of what level of artifact it can be crafted into. Duke plans to gift the crafted Tear of the Stars to Vivian as a surprise. Of course, crafting a witchcraft artifact requires contacting an alchemist, and the one he's familiar with is Merrick. Though Merrick has good alchemy talent, his current ability is insufficient, at most crafting a level 1 witchcraft artifact, and unable to craft anything higher than level 1. However, he does have a master alchemist teacher behind him. Land himself is a level 3 mage. In the future can well utilize this Tear of the Stars necklace. However, commissioning Master Land to craft an artifact isn't easy. Many wish to spend a fortune to commission him, but never get the chance. Duke can only try leveraging Merrick's connections. Even if Master Land is unavailable, Merrick should know other alchemists. Duke sat at the edge of the bed, calming his mind and blood flow somewhat disturbed by Yarbed, the air still lingering with her unique, alluring scent. He then activated the wizard's mark and sent a message. To Merrick. Merrick, I have an artifact base I'd like to commission Master Land for crafting. Is there an opportunity for this? Merrick seemed just free and quickly replied. An artifact base? What level? If it's just a normal level 1 witchcraft artifact, I'm afraid it won't interest the teacher. Master Land has recently seldom crafted artifacts for others. Ordinary artifacts can't stir his interest. Now he crafts artifacts more for research. The materials must hold some research value to pique his interest. Just commissioning fees alone won't move Master Land, as he's not short of money. It should be able to be crafted into a level 2 witchcraft artifact. But I can't discern the specific material, haven't found related information these days either. Duke replied, there might be some hope if it's special material, maybe the teacher won't even charge and craft it for you free. Merrick said, how about this, come to Harbor City tomorrow, coincidentally the teacher is also here, directly show it to him. Merrick continued, all right, thank you. Duke expressed gratitude. Regardless of whether it works, thanks should go to Merrick for bridging the connection, as contacting Master Land isn't easy for most. Don't mention it. Merrick smiled. The next day, Harbor City, Master Land's alchemy workshop. The workshop is situated at the edge of Harbor City, a tower constructed of rough gray stone, far from the bustling city center, only the sea breeze perpetually wafting over the tower tip. Merrick had long been waiting at the door. Seeing Duke, he warmly invited him inside. The tower interior starkly contrasted with its rough exterior, being exceptionally clean and bright. The air was filled with a peculiar aroma from the blend of various magic materials, carrying the coldness of metal, the freshness of herbs, and a faint trace of scorched magic power. The walls were embedded with moonstones emitting a gentle halo illuminating the winding staircase. Passing through several rooms along the way, one could see complex rune arrays, humming refining apparatus, and various materials hovering in mid-air. This place is where Master Land crafts some small items, and often more for juniors like Merrick to practice alchemy. The truly well-equipped alchemy workshop is inside the Black Sail, as those facilities are extremely expensive, and only within Black Sail is it safe enough. Master Land was in his main lab. Clad in a gray alchemy robe dotted with various powders, his sharp eyes focused. Meticulously manipulating a group of blazing metal liquids suspended before him, his fingertips channeling the magic power delicately guiding the liquid's form transformation. Seeing Merrick bring Duke in, he only slightly nodded to signal them to wait and didn't cease his work. Duke and Merrick stood quietly to the side, not daring to interrupt. About 3 minutes later, Master Land's fingers gathered, the metal liquid swiftly cooling and shaping into a finely structured gear-shaped component, dropping into a nearby container filled with cooling liquid, emitting a gentle hissing sound. Only then did he turn around, his gaze landing on Duke, asking directly, Merrick said you have an artifact base you want crafted into a witchcraft artifact. Yes, Master Land. Duke quickly took out his Tear of the Stars necklace and handed it forward. Master Land didn't immediately take it, but removed his powder-stained gloves, switching to a pair of white ones before taking the Tear of the Stars in hand, examining it closely. He looked for a while, even taking out a small magnifying glass-like tool to observe meticulously. Land Master's fingertips, through his gloves, gently caressed the chain of the Tear of the Stars necklace and the azure gemstone. His gaze was focused and sharp, as if he could penetrate the surface of the material and perceive its most essential structure. A faint light flickered across the small magnifying lens, clearly an enchanted tool, providing a perspective far beyond that of ordinary lenses. For a moment, the only sounds in the laboratory were the soft hum of the equipment and the subtle sound of the sea breeze passing through the crevices of the tower. Merrick held his breath, and Duke patiently awaited the master's appraisal. After a long time, Land Master put down the magnifying glass, a hint of amazement and a strong desire for research flashing in his eyes. Very nice material. It shouldn't be a product of the wizard plane. He muttered to himself, then looked up at Duke. The chain is woven and fused from star-patterned gold and some unknown magic metal through a special crafting process. The properties of these two magic metals are perfectly combined, making it indestructible, exceptionally flexible, and unusually compatible with and capable of bearing magic power. As for the main stone, his gaze fell back onto the azure gemstone. The name Tear of the Stars is quite fitting. The power contained within it is very peculiar, serene, profound, embracing, yet with a barely perceptible tenacity. This is an extremely rare composite gemstone, not only capable of efficiently storing magic power, but also seemingly innately having superior buffering and dispersing properties against various forms of energy attacks. Its material itself is also extremely hard, and such gemstones are not produced in the wizard plane. He looked at Duke and directly asked, "This indeed is a good witchcraft artifact embryo. What type of witchcraft artifact do you want to forge it into?" Duke had long been ready and answered without hesitation, "Protective type. I hope it can protect the wearer from harm." Hearing this, Landmaster nodded, "A very wise choice. The intrinsic properties of this tier of the stars gemstone are a perfect match with protective rune arrays. Its energy field is naturally suited for deflecting, absorbing, and neutralizing external impacts. Forcing it into an attack-type artifact would be a misapplication, yielding half the results with twice the effort." He weighed the necklace in his hand and continued, "With the quality of this material and the potential power it contains, it is sufficient to support the core rune structure of a level 2 witchcraft artifact, even with something to spare. If designed properly, with intricate enough rune sequences, might even exhibit defense close to that of a level 3 witchcraft artifact under certain conditions, especially in dealing with energy attacks." Duke felt a surge of delight and quickly said, "Then I leave it in your capable hands, Master. About the commission fee." Landmaster waved his hand, interrupting him, his gaze still fixed on the necklace. "No need for a fee. The research value of this material itself interests me a bit, and it's just right for verifying a few of my hypotheses regarding energy guidance and solidification." He also knew that Duke and his student Merrick were on good terms, and he didn't need to earn this little commission fee. It could be considered as some research to do in his spare time. Duke felt a bit uneasy, not expecting Landmaster to waive the fee. Landmaster knew what Duke was thinking and didn't mind. "All right, you can come to pick it up in about 3 days, or perhaps let Merrick bring it back to you on his way." This tier of the stars necklace was already an extremely excellent witchcraft artifact embryo and really didn't require much further processing. Landmaster, being a highly skilled master of alchemy, found creating a level 2 witchcraft artifact an easy task. If an ordinary level 2 alchemist were to craft this artifact, it would take at least half a month or more. For Landmaster, this was just a bit of small research to do in his spare time. "Thank you, Master Land." "Thank you, teacher." Duke and Merrick both thanked him respectfully, and then withdrew without further disturbance. "I owe you and Master Land a favor," Duke said with a smile. Merrick chuckled, "All right, I'll see when I can collect this favor in the future." Merrick's side was fine, but as for Master Land, Duke feared he wouldn't have the opportunity to repay the favor anytime soon. The discrepancy in their power, status, and so on was too great. Duke had nothing to return to Master Land, nor was Master Land interested in what Duke possessed. Only after enhancing his own capabilities would Duke have the chance to see if he could repay this favor to Master Land. Not wanting to linger, he returned to Black Sail. Merrick personally brought the crafted tier of the stars necklace to visit Duke, arriving at the deserted island. Landmaster's work was indeed remarkably swift, successfully crafting the tier of the stars into a level 2 witchcraft artifact. Merrick handed a delicate dark blue velvet box to Duke, a trace of proud excitement on his face. The teacher seems very satisfied with this piece and even gave it some special remarks after completion. "Quickly, take a look." Duke took the box and gently opened the lid. In an instant, a soft and brilliant star blue light flowed out, as if encapsulating a miniature starry sky within it. The tier of the stars necklace lay quietly on the velvet cushion. The chain still shimmered with a delicate luster interwoven with moonlight and starlight, but upon closer inspection, one would notice some extremely fine, almost invisible, mysterious patterns on the intertwined metal threads, occasionally flickering with a stream of light, appearing and disappearing like a breath. The most significant change was in the tier of the stars gemstone. Its originally deep and clear azure hue seemed to have been fully activated, with an inner flow of star sand like fine light spots, its light restrained yet containing a comforting power. The platinum claw setting enclosing it and the surrounding tightly set clear diamonds also featured some extremely minute rune engravings, echoing with the energy of the central main stone, forming a perfect whole. Inside this tier of the stars necklace, a powerful level 2 protective magic spell was enchanted. Duke held it in his hand and activated it with magic power. Instantly centered on the tier of the stars gemstone, an extremely faint, almost transparent azure halo spread out, gently warping the space around him. Countless minuscule starlight spots, almost non-existent within this dimension, floated in the air. They were not static barriers, but like undercurrents, beneath water, silently and swiftly flowing and rotating around him. This was a highly special level 2 protective magic spell, capable of forming a unique energy spatial force field around the body, where incoming energy attacks would be warped and transmitted to an unknown space. Certain energy attacks could not truly reach Duke's body, and maintaining this spell, known as Star Guard, only required a small amount of magic power. Duke could clearly feel a subtle change in the space around him. The incoming energy attacks aimed at him, whether blazing fireballs, biting ice spikes, or invisible shockwaves, would likely not be directly resisted when they touched the distorted starlight field. Instead, they would be captured by these flowing star swirls, deflected, then torn apart, decomposed, and finally guided into those flickering starlight spots. It was as if tiny rifts connected to an unknown void plane were banishing the incoming energy completely, leaving no trace. After testing the effects of the Tear of the Stars, Duke was very satisfied. This witchcraft artifact, involving the rules of space, is extremely rare among level 2 witchcraft artifacts. Master Land had evidently made very good use of the material's inherent properties and brought them out to their fullest potential. The only downside to the Tear of the Stars might be its singular function, but sometimes a singular function is not a drawback. As long as this function is powerful enough, no other additional functions are needed. Thank you very much. Duke thanked seriously, acknowledging that Merrick had indeed done him a big favor. If he went to other alchemists, he would never have obtained such a high-quality witchcraft artifact, and it would cost a substantial amount of magic stones as commission fees. He now didn't even need to pay a production fee, simply acquiring a powerful and beautiful level 2 witchcraft artifact directly. After Merrick left, Duke contacted Vivian through the wizard's mark. "Vivian, I have prepared a gift for you." After sending the message, there was no immediate response. Duke didn't think much of it, assuming Vivian was immersed in research or studying something. 2 days later, there was still no response from Vivian. Duke sent another message, and again, no response. He realized there might be some issues. Even if she was conducting an experiment, she should not be silent for days. Since he couldn't reach Vivian, he had to look for other ways to inquire about the situation. As a last resort, he could find out through Yarbet. By coincidence, he had added Grace's wizard's mark during the Arcane Master assessment, so he could ask her. "Miss Grace, sorry to bother you," Duke messaged Grace. "Do you know where Vivian is lately? I haven't been able to reach her for several days." "Didn't she tell you? Vivian has gone to the Devourer plane," Grace replied. "The Devourer plane, what is she doing there?" Duke's heart tightened, never expecting Vivian to have gone to the Devourer plane. Grace replied, "Naturally, it's to participate in the plane war. I also initially opposed her going. But this girl's stubbornness and her wish to use this opportunity for personal growth eventually made me relent. But rest assured, this is a West Coast joint operation, and the United Legion is very strong. I've specifically arranged for someone to look after her, so she won't participate in particularly dangerous missions." Duke took a deep breath. He knew very well how dangerous plane wars and the Devourer plane were. In war, nothing is certain, and even with someone looking after you, there is no absolute safety. On the battlefield, there is no absolutely safe place, and there will inevitably be some risks. Duke also knew Vivian's character very well. The former female knight had never changed, remained very competitive and exceedingly diligent. In her bones, she still had the character of a knight. The Devourer plane, indeed, posed as a trial ground for her. Vivian would never fear those potential threats. Indeed, Grace had not thought that Vivian hadn't informed Duke of the matter. Duke could also roughly guess why Vivian didn't tell him. Vivian likely feared Duke would stop her from going, as she didn't lack resources temporarily. With Grace around, the existing resources were perfectly sufficient to sustain her practice. Under such circumstances, staying at Thorn Holy Tower to practice seemed like a wiser choice. However, Vivian, who came from a knightly background, placed great emphasis on real combat. She was protected too well at Thorn Holy Tower. With Grace as her mentor, Vivian rarely encountered any difficulties or harassment, pursuing her studies and practice with ease. From the time she entered Thorn Holy Tower, she had never been through a truly real battle. Vivian was different from Duke. Thorn Holy Tower and Black Sail were two wizard organizations with completely different styles, and their training methods were vastly disparate. Duke had seen numerous battles from being a wizard, apprentice to the present, and had brushed along the edge of death several times. These experiences were actually very valuable and beneficial for future growth. Lady Grace, could you inform me of the specific area Vivian went to? Duke asked. Grace quickly understood his meaning, smiling. The two of you fine, I'll tell you the area she went to, just take care, both of you. Safety first, do not rush, there will be plenty of opportunities to achieve glory in the future, do not hurry. Understood, Lady Grace. Duke nodded in agreement. He understood Grace's meaning. She was worried that the two of them, being young and eager to achieve results, might adopt some radical, risky approaches, which in the plain war battlefield would be extremely dangerous. Naturally, Duke was not going to do that. He always aimed for stability first. And Duke continued talking with Grace for a while and learned about Vivian's general situation in the Devourer Plain. Now, the Devourer Plain had already formed the United Legion of the West Coast, whose members were made up of Black Sail, Thorn Holy Tower, Silver Hand, and Doomsday Bell's wizard organization members. A total of 15 United Legions were formed, and Vivian was in the 6th United Legion, currently operating on the Buran continent, which Duke had previously visited. Duke originally did not intend to enter the Devourer Plain battlefield so soon, but since Vivian was already there, he had to find a way to join her, no matter what. He was truly worried about leaving Vivian alone on the Devourer Plain battlefield. Thank you, Lady Grace, for informing me. After ending the communication with Grace, Duke contacted Lucas. Mr. Lucas, do we have any troops in the 6th United Legion? Duke asked. Lucas quickly replied, the 6th United Legion, it seems you have been gathering some information lately. Indeed, part of our 3rd Legion's forces is in the 6th United Legion, but not many. Can I be assigned to the 6th United Legion? Duke asked. Lucas hesitated for a moment, then said, it's possible, but our manpower there is not much. You probably won't be treated as an assistant Legion commander if you go over. Because Duke holds a level 1 Black Sail honor badge, he enjoys the treatment of an assistant Legion commander in the Plain Wars, which allows him to have a slave creature Legion follow and protect him throughout. However, under the allocation and deployment of the United Legion, most of the Black Sail 3rd Legion is not in the Buran continent. If Duke goes to the Buran continent, they won't be able to allocate many personnel for protection. These things aren't that important to me. As long as I can get to the 6th United Legion, Duke said. In the Buran continent, 5 United Legion forces are distributed there, and the 6th United Legion is just one of them. Okay, but you need to be careful yourself. The natives in the Devourer Plain have strong power, Lucas reminded. For him, this was a minor matter. Allocating to the 6th United Legion was no problem. It's just that Duke is clearly a research-oriented wizard, or at least Lucas sees him this way. He believes such talent shouldn't go to the battlefield to kill, as doing research can provide greater value. Level 1 Arcanists are not numerous in Black Sail. Rather, Arcanist wizards in Black Sail are considered talents. 2 days later, after making some preparations, Duke came aboard the Elizabeth. Within these 2 days, Lucas also helped handle his paperwork. Now Duke was a member of the 6th United Legion. Each United Legion has about 100,000 official wizards, mainly from the 4 great wizard organizations, and also includes members from wizard clans, commerce associations, and various forces. As for the slave creature legions under each United Legion, their numbers are not fixed, ranging from a few million to tens of millions. Mainly, it depends on the internal composition of these United Legions. If wizard clans or commerce associations want more share, they will often contribute more force, thus providing more slave creatures. In the 6th United Legion, there are also many Black Sail people, about 1/5. But the proportion of the 3rd Legion is small, only about 1,000 people. Swain took most of the 3rd Legion to other continents, and his focus is not on the Buran continent. He is not responsible for here. Notably, even within the United Legion, Swain holds a high position as the Legion commander of the 1st United Legion. This is because, besides his demigod-level power, his strategic command abilities are also acknowledged by other wizard organizations, making his leadership as the Legion commander of the 1st United Legion almost unchallenged. The 6th United Legion that Duke is about to join is commanded by Miss Nidiel of the Thorn Holy Tower. She's also a demigod-level strong figure, and in the 6th United Legion, the Thorn Holy Tower and Silver Hand people are the main force. This is also why Grace arranged Vivian here, as there are many Thorn Holy Tower people inside, which makes it easier to look after Vivian. On the Elizabeth, after undergoing rounds of scrutiny, Duke stood on the teleportation array leading to the Devourer plane. During the plane war period, everything is extremely stringent. The giant ring-shaped teleportation array is engraved on the cold alloy ground, with complex energy circuits flowing with heart-pounding ghostly blue light, emitting a deep and steady hum. The air is filled with the ozone smell typical of high-concentration spatial energy and the faint scorched odor from heated metal. Duke stands at the center of the teleportation array, at the core node where the energy converges most. Teleport coordinates logged. Devourer Plane, Buran Continent, Eastern War Zone, Goose Peak Castle Forward Base. The wizard responsible for hosting the teleportation array glanced at Duke and said, further confirming the information. Duke nodded, indicating the information was accurate, and the wizard beside him immediately activated the teleportation array. After a brief period of absolute void where all senses are lost, accompanied by a slight dizziness, the tactile sensation of firm ground returns, and the surrounding scene abruptly switches. Cold air laden with the scent of gun smoke and faint. Bloody smell floods the nostrils. The wind-swept sound of the Elizabeth is replaced by chaotic, yet orderly noises. The distant energy engine roars, the clashing of metal parts, the uniform footsteps of patrol squads, and some large creatures' deep, oppressive breathing. Duke squints slightly, adapting to the change in light. He stands in a teleportation hall that resembles the style of the Elizabeth, but is smaller in scale, appearing more rugged and solid, the teleportation array beneath his feet gently dimming. The hall's surroundings are no longer smooth alloy walls, but constructed from enormous, roughly cut gray-black rocks, covered with a layer of pale blue energy-reinforced film. Overhead, multiple magic lamps emitting cold white strong light hang, illuminating the hall as bright as day. Several wizards clad in robes bearing the Thorn Holy Tower emblem guard around the teleportation array, their eyes sharply inspecting Duke, who just completed the teleportation. Then comes identity verification. Duke brings out not only the Black Sail badge, but also a document stamped with the United Legion seal. Black Sail 3rd Legion, Level 1 Mage Duke. Authority confirmed. Welcome to Goose Peak Castle Forward Base. Upon verification, the wizards step aside to show the way. The exit is through the left corridor. The base command and 6th United Legion camp are in the fortress's main area. Signs are along the way. Duke nods slightly without speaking, stepping toward the corridor indicated by the soldiers. Through a heavy metal gate flickering with energy barriers, the view suddenly opens up. He stands inside the city of Goose Peak Castle, distinct from the exotic, chaotic, and rough city in his memory. Previously crowded and messy streets and low buildings were thoroughly cleared, replaced by neatly planned. Broad roads paved with hardened materials and angular temporary barracks, warehouses, and fortifications. The towering main building of the Leighton clan castle still stands, but is covered with silver-gray metal armor plates. Numerous energy conduits wrap around it like vines, and atop it are several giant magic-guided cannons emitting terrifying energy fluctuations, their muzzles coldly directed towards Toulouse's territory. In the sky, small floating airships occasionally fly over, casting huge shadows. On the streets, squads of wizards in various wizard organization uniforms hurriedly pass by. The atmosphere tense yet efficient. Various types of slave creatures could be seen everywhere. In the city, towering rock giants, several meters tall, covered in heavy metal armor and moving like mobile fortresses, and packs of abyssal hunting dogs with bloodthirsty red eyes and exposed fangs silently crouched in designated areas under the wizard's command. There were even several colossal lava beasts, their skins cracked like molten rock, exuding heat and the scent of sulfur, being guided slowly towards the city walls by several wizards, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The entire Goose Peak Castle had been completely transformed into a steel fortress brimming with the style of wizard civilization. Armed to the teeth and ready for war at any moment, the air was filled with the sense of blood, Energy, gunpowder, and the adrenaline-fueled atmosphere born from countless powerful creatures intermingled together. Duke's spiritual power quietly unfolded, and although still suppressed by the plane, the sensation was much reduced within this altered city. He could clearly sense a strong energy reaction coming from deep beneath the ground, obviously the energy core and defense, which are a hub of the entire base. Throughout the castle, countless energy fluctuations of various intensities intertwined, forming a vast and complex war machine. Looking up, Duke was surprised to see 3 dark holes in the sky, with many small black dots moving in and out of them. This was a scene he had never seen when he last visited the Devourer plane. The sky back then was no different from the wizard plane and did not have these 3 holes. Duke, recalling his experiences on the Beastman plane, speculated that these 3 holes were likely created by the United Legion on the dimensional barriers of the Devourer plane, facilitating the movement of troops. It's unclear how these 3 holes came to be, but clearly, they're different from the rift on the Beastman plane. The rift on the Beastman plane was torn open by Black Hand Morgan himself, whereas these 3 holes seemed to be pierced through with some kind of extraordinarily powerful weapon. Duke soon realized that the Beastman plane was merely a low plane with less sturdy dimensional barriers, which allowed Morgan to tear it open. However, the Devourer plane is a middle plane with extremely strong dimensional barriers. Not to mention Morgan as a level 4 mage, even a regular level 6 mage would find it difficult to penetrate the dimensional barriers of a middle plane. Generally, at least the power of level 7 life would be required to threaten the dimensional barriers of a middle plane. The wizard plane clearly did not have such powerful individuals, with the strongest only being level 6 mages. But they had developed various civilization techniques from different planes over the years, providing means to make some holes in the dimensional barriers of a middle plane. Though this would consume massive resources, as long as they could conquer the Devourer plane, such a powerful middle plane, it would all be worth it. Duke, following the clear path sign, walked through the busy military and fortification areas towards the main castle. His presence did not draw much attention. A level 1 mage in such a large war base was inconspicuous and quite ordinary. Along the way, Duke saw several familiar streets, and the overall structure remained that of the former city, though everything else had changed. After he brought news of this place to the 5th outpost, the Black Sail moved in shortly after, saving the 3 wizards and taking control of the Goose Peak Castle area. Goose Peak Castle became the first completely occupied city in the Devourer plane, serving as a stronghold for the United Legion. In later plans, Goose Peak Castle was allocated to the 6th United Legion as a base. Duke now needed to report for duty and complete the necessary paperwork. Soon, he arrived at the main castle area. The guards here were more stringent, with elite guards from the Thorn Holy Tower and Silver Hand visible everywhere. Upon entering the gate, there was a bustling hall where many wizards were queuing for procedures or to hand over tasks. Duke walked directly to the service window marked with the Black Sail skull. This was the place designated for handling affairs for Black Sail wizards. The Black Sail window had the fewest people. Unlike the Thorn Holy Tower and Silver Hand, where there were long queues and more than one window. Behind the window was a somewhat tired-looking but sharp-eyed level 1 mage. He took Duke's Black Sail badge in order, starting to process them. A level 1 arcanist, this mage looked up at Duke, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, seemingly not expecting an arcanist to be assigned to the frontline corps. Your file has been received. According to the instructions from the Thorn Holy Tower and the 3rd Legion and your personal preference, you have been assigned to the 16th Squadron of the 16th Battalion under the 6th United Legion. Their station is at the 3rd tower on the west side of the castle. Here is your room key, the base map, the latest battle briefing, and the instruction manual. The squadron commander is Mage Catherine from the Thorn Holy Tower. Please report to her immediately. He handed Duke a metal plaque and several documents. Instructions from the Thorn Holy Tower and the 3rd Legion. Duke sharply caught the implications of this sentence. He knew about the instructions from the 3rd Legion as they were arranged through Lucas, whom he had helped for this purpose. But the instructions from the Thorn Holy Tower were unexpected, as they should not have known about Duke's assignment. This could only mean one thing: Grace had also done something to help Duke. Knowing Duke was looking for Vivian, Grace likely used her own channels to assist Duke's arrangements. For her, having a trustworthy Duke by Vivian's side was beneficial. After all, 2 people are better than 1. Understood, thank you. Without unnecessary words, Duke turned and left the reporting point, unfolding the internal map, heading towards the third tower on the west side. Following the guidance of the internal map, Duke traversed the wide passageways built with heavy rock and reinforced metal. The internal structure of Goose Peak Castle had undergone significant transformation. The original layout of the Leighton clan's castle was opened up and fortified, becoming diverse military areas. Occasionally, patrols would pass by. Duke noticed that these patrol soldiers were knights, wearing standard armor emblazoned with the Thorn Holy Tower emblem, stepping in unison. With vigilant gazes, upon seeing Duke's black sail wizard robe, they would slightly slow their pace and nod in acknowledgement, but did not ask many questions. This was a special knight force exclusive to the Thorn Holy Tower, whose origins remained unknown. In the past, the West Coast never had any wizard organizations with large-scale knight forces. But it is said that this time the Thorn Holy Tower has formed a sizable knight unit, also equipped with extremely comprehensive alchemy equipment. The Thorn Holy Tower is reportedly learning from the East Coast, where the mechanical wizard civilization and knight civilization both thrive. The combination of knights and mechanical wizards does indeed perform well in other planes. Over the years, there has been some related discussion on the West Coast, but the Thorn Holy Tower is the first to take this step. As Duke observed his surroundings, he approached a tower. The Western Third Tower was originally an auxiliary arrow tower of the main Goose Peak Castle. The Leighton clan, it has now been fully reinforced and expanded, covered externally with matte metal armor plates. At the top, an energy-focusing device and a watchtower have been added, like a cold metal spike pointing directly at the gray-yellow sky. At the entrance of the tower stood 2 guards, both in thick armor. Judging by their aura, they were likely strong level 2 knights. Their sharp eyes scrutinized Duke's identification before allowing him to pass. Upon entering the tower, the temperature seemed to be slightly lower than outside. The light primarily came from glowing crystals embedded in the walls, soft yet cold. The structure here resembled more of a vertical military command post than a residential area. The first floor was a public area, with several tactical tables placed around. Several wizards were conversing in low voices, the atmosphere tense, while a spiral metal staircase led to the upper floors. Duke's room was on the second floor, but he needed to report to the squad leader first. According to instructions, Captain Catherine's office and command room were on the top floor of the tower. Stepping onto the metal staircase, the sound of footsteps was clearly audible in the relatively quiet environment. Duke could sense an invisible energy field enveloping the tower, clearly some form of protective or soundproof barrier. The top floor housed only a single room, with a heavy metal door engraved with the insignia of the Thorn Holy Tower, also marked as the office of the 7th Squad's Captain Catherine. 7th Squad, new member Duke. Reporting to Captain Catherine, Duke stated calmly outside the door. After a brief silence, a clear, calm female voice, tinged with an unquestionable authority, came from inside. Enter. The metal door slid open silently to the side, revealing a space more spacious than Duke imagined. Rather than an office, it was more like a small tactical command center. One wall was entirely made up of a massive tactical sand table composed of energy, clearly displaying the surrounding terrain of Goose Peak Castle, the distribution of friendly and enemy forces, the flow of energy, and various real-time tactical markers. The sand table's light flowed, the details extraordinarily intricate. On another wall were several light screens of varying sizes, showing real-time images of key areas within the base and the external wilderness. In the center of the room was a large alloy desk, cluttered with documents, crystal panels, and several peculiar instruments emitting faint energy fluctuations. Behind the desk stood a woman. She appeared quite young, seemingly only in her 20s, but her ice-blue eyes held a maturity, sharpness, and battlefield coldness that belied her appearance. Her brown hair was neatly tied into a simple bun at the back, exposing a smooth forehead and defined jawline. Catherine, a level 2 mage of the Thorn Holy Tower and also the captain of the 7th Squad. Her gaze fell on Duke as if tangible, sweeping swiftly and accurately over him, seemingly completing a preliminary assessment in an instant. That gaze held no disdain nor warmth, only a pure, professional scrutiny. Wizard Duke, I've reviewed your file. People from the Black Sail and Grace herself have specifically greeted me. Welcome to the 7th Squad. I know you may be here just for the credentials, but the battlefield is no game. Follow orders at all times. Don't assume that your background allows you to act recklessly. If you die on the battlefield because you disobey my commands and rules, you can only blame yourself. Catherine's words were direct and cold, carrying the pragmatic and undeniable tone of a frontline commander. She clearly regarded Duke as one of those who relied on connections to gain experience, and had little patience for such individuals, emphasizing discipline and consequences. Faced with this near-warning form of welcome, Duke showed no sign of offense or displeasure, remaining as calm as ever. He nodded slightly, his voice steady. "Understood, Captain. I will follow all orders and rules." His response was concise, straightforward, neither arguing nor trying to curry favor, which somewhat appeased Catherine's expression. It was evident she had dealt with many connections before, finding it difficult to show a pleasant demeanor. "Better be." Catherine's tone softened slightly but remained serious. Duke then submitted the document he brought from the Black Sail, as well as his Black Sail badge, completing his report. As of now, no specific tasks had been assigned to him, and he simply needed to familiarize himself with the environment and situation. Duke turned and left the command room, the metal door closing silently behind him. He descended the metal staircase to the 2nd floor, which was the dormitory area. The corridor was quiet, with numbered alloy doors on each side. Finding his room, Duke used the key to open it. The room was small and extremely simply furnished, with a metal bed, a set of wall-mounted alloy tables and chairs, and a built-in storage cabinet. Clean, cold, efficient, everything serving the purpose of war. As for basic bedding and such, they were already placed in the cabinet, along with several sets of cold-weather clothing. These were standard basic configurations, prepared in advance in each room. After doing some simple tidying up, Duke made the bed and lay down, then found Vivian's wizard's mark from his own wizard's mark, sending a message. "Vivian, where are you?" The wizard mark tower had already been established in the area near Goose Peak Castle, allowing the wizard's mark to function normally. A moment later, Vivian replied, "Duke, why are you here?" The spiritual power message from Vivian conveyed both surprise and concern. "I couldn't rest easy knowing you'd come alone to such a dangerous place." "Of course I had to come," Duke said. After a brief silence, Vivian replied, "Where are you now? I'll come find you." She didn't say much, but the spiritual power message clearly revealed an eagerness to see Duke. Vivian had been in the Devourer plane for only about a month. In this place full of danger, she had felt no fear, consistently completing her tasks with calmness and facing everything. But the moment she received Duke's message, Vivian's heart still felt a streak of unexplainable bitterness and melancholy. Vivian was also at Goose Peak Castle at this time, not out on a mission. Moreover, she's also part of the 7th Squad, in the same squad as Duke, likely arranged by Grace. Vivian directly returned to the 2nd floor dormitory of the 3rd tower and knocked on Duke's door. After Duke opened the door, he saw Vivian. Vivian was wearing a white and platinum wizard's robe, the emblematic attire of the Thorn Holy Tower. "Duke." Vivian looked at Duke, somewhat delighted, still seemingly unable to believe it. She quickly embraced Duke, and they held each other for a moment, a reunion after a long separation. Duke held her tightly, feeling the warm, soft body and faint maiden fragrance in his arms. After a while, Vivian shyly stepped back half a step, her cheeks slightly flushed. Duke took out the Tear of the Stars from the space ring and said, "This is a special gift for you, a level 2 witchcraft artifact. See how you like it." Vivian's eyes brightened at the sight of the Tear of the Stars. Not because it was a level 2 witchcraft artifact, but because the necklace itself was extremely luxurious and beautiful, enough to catch any woman's eye. Furthermore, with the necklace being a level 2 witchcraft artifact, its practicality was maxed out. Duke directly helped Vivian wear the Tear of the Stars around her fair neck, the deep blue star tears gem dangling just right between her collarbones, blending perfectly with her serene demeanor, as if it truly belonged there. Vivian looked down at the necklace, very fond of it, but suddenly frowned and asked, "Why does it have a perfume scent? Must be a woman's." "Well," Duke hesitated a moment, then quickly said, "I did get it from a woman. I helped her with an illness, and this was the treatment fee." "You didn't have anything, right?" Vivian asked Duke with a hint of suspicion. Duke solemnly replied, "Absolutely nothing. I only met her once, nothing between us." He certainly wouldn't elaborate on the treatment process, just brushed it aside. By the way, the necklace was crafted by Master Land of our Black Sail. Their certification documents as well. Duke suddenly remembered this point and took out the certificate from the space ring. Vivian glanced at the certificate, realizing the necklace had indeed been recently crafted, apparently prepared specifically for her by Duke. She then smiled and said, I can sense you're a bit nervous, must be something up. But no matter what, I'll be calling the shots at home in the future. Vivian, being a woman, had a keen intuition and sensed something from Duke's subtle emotional fluctuations. But she never expected Duke to have only one woman. In his life, rare in this era and the wizard plane. Especially for wizards, they'll eventually reach the point of establishing their own forces. Founding a wizard clan and nurturing offspring is a common choice. In such circumstances, even for the prosperity of the clan, it's improbable to marry just one woman. Because behind every woman there's often an affiliated power. Only with support and collaboration from multiple forces can a power develop smoothly. Marriage often involves a union of interests, especially for wizards. Vivian herself was born into nobility and understood this well. Earl Hardy, deeply devoted to his wife, also didn't have just one woman. For clan development, a sufficient number of descendants is essential. Vivian's only request was to be first, while others take a step back. Upon hearing this, Duke, aside from a momentary guilt feeling, quickly wrapped Vivian into his arms again. Shouldn't we start building this family first? As he spoke, his hand mischievously slid over Vivian's back. Vivian's face flushed slightly, not swatting away his wandering hand, instead saying, "There are many people around. Now's not the time." Duke glanced back. The door wasn't closed. Footsteps could be heard in the corridor outside. Here in the 7th Squad's dormitory with lots of people and eyes around, it wasn't suitable for too much intimacy. Duke conscientiously withdrew his hand, not wanting to embarrass Vivian. Vivian showed no blame toward Duke and even tidily adjusted some wrinkles in Duke's robe. Duke typically didn't care about such details, usually not paying close attention to them, only getting care from Yala back on the deserted island. Now having come here, Vivian naturally undertook such matters. After a brief moment of intimacy, Duke closed the door and they began discussing business. "Let me brief you on the situation here. You've just arrived and might not be aware," Vivian said, taking out a booklet containing various intelligence reports. Duke nodded. "Certainly, although I've been here before, back when Goose Peak Castle hadn't been seized yet." He then recounted his journey from the 7th outpost to the 5th outpost, gripping Vivian's hands in suspense. After listening, Vivian also explained the current situation to Duke, giving him a general idea. Goose Peak Castle and its surrounding areas have completely fallen under the control of the United Legion. The former Leeton clan territory has nearly all been assimilated into the United Legion's control. Moreover, several territories and city-state areas near the Leeton clan territory have also fallen into other United Legion hands. Recently, they are deploying an offensive plan for Toulouse territory. Its current strength is significant, gathering awakened from surrounding regions. Moreover, based on intelligence, at least 3 apostle-level awakened are stationed in the Toulouse territory, all coming from other places to aid. The area where Duke and others are now essentially lies at the southwest corner of the Burin continent. The geographical position of Toulouse territory is highly crucial, located at the necessary passage to enter the depths of the Burin continent's southwest. Once Toulouse territory is dealt with, the United Legion can officially advance into the heart of the Burin continent. Of course, the Burin continent doesn't only host United Legion forces at this side. They exist in other directions too, forming a surround and gradually encroaching toward the continent's center. Indigenous peoples from the Devourer Plain also understand this fact, hence constantly sending reinforcements to the Toulouse territory to defend this key passage. The United Legion hasn't acted recklessly, rather deciding to first resolve surrounding areas before planning to unite surrounding powers. In an attack on Toulouse territory, they were in no hurry, with ample resources and manpower in hand. Sooner or later, they could easily take the Toulouse territory. With the Wizard Plane and numerous subplanes as backup support, they were not afraid of a war of attrition. In contrast, on the Devourer Plane side, their degree of unity was very low. The Devourer Plane was originally centered around various city-states, developing independently without much connection. Now the disadvantage of this structure was evident. there was not enough trust between the various powers, making it difficult to trust each other completely and work together, let alone provide unconditional support. They were all thinking about their own interests, and the fate of other city-states had little relation to themselves. Moreover, there were already some grievances and conflicts between many city-states. Now they were eager for the other side to die. This provided convenience for the United Legion's attack, as they were not considering whether they could capture these city-states, but how to do it with the lowest cost. Toulouse territory could have been easily taken long ago, but for the sake of caution, the United Legion was still waiting for the attacks from several nearby United Legions to be completed before joining forces for the assault, ensuring certainty in victory. Thus, there were no combat operations on the Goose Peak Castle side for now, although the war was not far off. It wouldn't be long before the war against the Toulouse territory began, currently still in the preparation stage. Then there was the situation on the 7th Squadron side, which Vivian was also somewhat familiar with, having gotten a general understanding of the situation here during this time. The 7th Squadron consisted of a total of 120 people, most of whom were young level 1 mages, executing tasks with lower degrees of danger. Since most of the wizards here were connections, brought in through various channels, Catherine wouldn't let them execute overly dangerous tasks. This was also a source of frustration for Catherine, as higher-ups frequently arranged for connections to be placed here, and she couldn't refuse. She herself was only a squadron leader without much power, making her feel like she was babysitting. Things on Catherine's side seemed the easiest, but were actually the hardest to handle, involving too many powers. Doing a poor job would offend people, especially if anything happened to these individuals, causing a heap of trouble. Catherine preferred leading people directly into battle rather than maneuvering through these tricky situations, as it was too exhausting. This was why she maintained a stern, indifferent attitude when meeting Duke, regarding him as another connection to take care of without much goodwill. After Duke realized this, he naturally understood Catherine's attitude, as well as the difficulties she faced. Vivian's dormitory was also on the 2nd floor, just in a more secluded area, where a row of dormitories was occupied by girls. This was intentionally arranged by Catherine to prevent any inappropriate incidents between these connections, thus separating the dorms by gender. Basically, the boys were on the left and the girls on the right. Duke even took a walk around Vivian's dormitory, which was similar overall to his own. Of course, his hands were not idle during the stroll, causing Vivian to blush bright red. 2 days later, Duke received his first task at this place, a reconnaissance mission to the northern border. This task appeared to be directed towards the border, but was actually very safe, with almost no danger. This was because the Toulouse territory's defense was still catching up, lacking the ability and courage to launch an attack here. As long as Duke and the others didn't foolishly walk to the opponent's city walls, they were unlikely to be in any danger. This task was actually meant for them to gain credentials, making the report look better, and to facilitate the summary of merits and contributions later. This was another challenge for Catherine, as she had to ensure these people were neither in danger nor inactive with tasks. Because all missions were ultimately presented in report form, having specific accomplishments made it easier to discuss recognition and rewards. This mission was conducted in squad form, with a total of 7 people in the squad, led by a level 2 mage named Richie, and the other 6 were young level 1 mages. Richie was nominally the leader, but actually played a babysitter role, keeping the group safe from accidents. At dawn, with the sky still gray, Duke met his fellow teammates at a small gathering point on the west side of the base. The team leader, level 2 mage Richie, appeared to be in his 30s, with unremarkable features and eyes holding a subtle hint of fatigue and helplessness, a middle-aged warlock. He wore the standard gray robe of the Thorn Holy Tower, with a calm aura but lacking sharpness, resembling a dutiful clerk more than a mage battle-hardened on the battlefield. When Duke and Vivian arrived, the team was not yet complete, with only Richie and a youth present. Duke recognized him as Samuel from the Crawford clan. The Crawford clan had a close cooperative relationship with the Thorn Holy Tower, so his presence was not surprising. Duke noticed Samuel from afar, maintaining composure with no emotional fluctuation, pretending not to know Samuel. As long as he didn't mention Dogman Reed in Samuel's presence, Samuel wouldn't associate Bell with him. From Samuel's perspective, Duke was a complete stranger, never seen before. Regarding Duke's conflict with Bell, Samuel was unaware, due to Bell having conflicts with many, and he had no interest in understanding them. When Duke and Vivian arrived, Samuel merely glanced at them before shifting his gaze. Samuel wore a finely tailored dark blue wizard robe adorned with the Crawford clan emblem, casually playing with a ring that shimmered slightly, showing evident impatience as if having no interest in such a dull task. Duke knew of his strength, uncertain whether he could best him in a real fight. Under such circumstances, naturally, Samuel found the reconnaissance task dull, but had no choice for gaining credentials. The Crawford clan placed him here precisely to garner credentials, obtain more contributions, and pave a smoother path forward. After waiting a while, the other three gradually arrived, with some even yawning and displaying some complaints in their expressions, evidently believing they had gotten up too early and hadn't had enough sleep. Among these three people, two are silver hand wizards. One of them is a male wizard named Leonard, dressed in the simple blue and white robes of the Silver Hand, with a stern expression and bearing a peculiar longbow on his back. The other is a girl with a sleepy look not entirely faded, appearing to be about 16 years old, named Ella. The last one is a wizard from the Thorn Tower, tall and handsome, but whose gaze always unintentionally glances at Vivian. This person is named Arthur. Arthur clearly knows Vivian. They met before at the Thorn Tower, but he hardly ever found a chance to converse or interact with Vivian. This time, having finally arrived at the Devourer plane, he hoped to have more contact with Vivian. Unexpectedly, he saw Vivian entering a room with a man, which instantly made him feel a chill in his heart. Arthur subsequently went to find out in secret and learned that this man is named Duke, from Black Sail, and also a level 1 arcanist. As for strength, it's not very impressive, as he's also a level 1 liquidation wizard like Arthur. Duke was unaware of these facts, but he did notice the kid frequently sneaking glances at Vivian. He and Vivian stood together on one side, while the two Silver Hand individuals stood separately elsewhere. Samuel and Arthur stood each in a different corner. The positioning of these 6 people immediately revealed their respective relationships. Clearly distinct, Captain Ritchie looked at this group of young people with different thoughts and imperceptibly sighed, forcing a formal smile on his face. "All right, everyone's here. I am Ritchie, the captain leading this mission. The task is simple. Conduct a routine reconnaissance at the northern border section of the Iron Curtain Great Wall, record the state of defense installations in the direction of the Toulouse territory, and note any energy fluctuations. Remember, we are there to observe, not to engage in combat. Follow my lead and do not act on your own." "Understood." "Understood." Duke and Vivian slightly nodded in response. What was awkward was that besides the two of them responding, nobody else spoke or acknowledged Ritchie. These individuals all have a background, seemingly looking down on someone like Ritchie, who is an ordinary level 2 mage. Although Ritchie's strength and experience surpass theirs, in the real world, oftentimes background matters more. Clearly, Ritchie lacked any background, as he arduously worked his way to become a wizard. If he had a background, he probably wouldn't be here leading these people on a mission. Ritchie seemed accustomed to it and wasn't upset. Merely waving his hand, "Let's move out." The team left Goose Peak Castle through a designated passage with relatively lax security, and once out of the base's range, they were greeted by desolate, oppressive scenery once more. However, unlike the western outer perimeter, the northern border terrain was relatively flat and open. Ritchie chose a path well trodden by predecessors, moving at a pace neither too fast nor too slow, enough for the young wizards to keep up. He occasionally stopped to point at an inconspicuous landmark or trace of energy residue in the distance, briefly explaining a few military topography or energy detection tips, but clearly few were listening attentively. Ella kept complaining about the strong wind and sand dirtying her robe, while Leonard, her brother, kept comforting her. Samuel lazily roved along the team's perimeter, occasionally darting into the forests, forcing Ritchie to slow down to wait for him. Duke and Vivian followed closely behind Ritchie, without causing any trouble. Arthur also trailed behind, but his gaze repeatedly wandered toward Vivian, feeling a pang of inexplicable heartache each time he saw Vivian and Duke chatting and laughing intimately. In truth, he barely knew Vivian. Vivian might know his name at most, yet they'd never even had a formal conversation. After about an hour, a huge, towering silhouette gradually came into view on the horizon ahead. This was the northern boundary fortification of the Toulouse territory, the Iron Curtain Great Wall. As they drew nearer, the oppressive feeling brought by the wall grew stronger. The wall towered over 100 meters high, constructed entirely from massive black stones that gleamed with a metallic cold light. Surface adorned with complex patterns left from energy reinforcement. The wall top was densely packed with shooting holes, energy crossbow platforms, and lookout towers. The gigantic banner emblazoned with the Toulouse clan's emblem flapped against the wind, appearing somewhat worn yet still exuding an air of ferocity. In front of the wall lay a wide, cleared expanse, where traces of anti-personnel spikes and traps could be faintly seen on the ground. Teams of soldiers, clad in Toulouse territory armor, patrolled the wall top, their figures weaving in and out between the massive battlements. Occasionally, the silhouettes of powerful awakened individuals could be seen, their energy fluctuations faintly perceived even from afar. Several massive, heavily armored dragon-like demons were tethered to the open ground inside the wall, letting out deep growls. The entire fortification stood like a slumbering steel behemoth, positioned upon the wasteland, exuding a cold, solid, insurmountable aura. There had been battles here before, but the defense on the Toulouse territory side had been robust, resisting several probing attacks. With continued strengthening of its defense, many awakened and ordinary people who wished to repel invaders voluntarily joined the defense here. The long-standing survival of the Toulouse territory relied on this formidable defense, preventing the Leeton clan from expanding their domain northward an inch. It has now become an essential line of defense for the United Legion arriving at the Wizard Plain. The Toulouse territory also employed demons in the battle, with awakened skilled in commanding demons becoming a part of its defensive might. "Wow, such a high wall!" Elle exclaimed softly, instinctively shrinking behind Leonard. "It looks intimidating, but to us wizards, it's just a pile of rocks in front of our magic-guided cannons." Leonard pretended to dismiss it, though a flicker of awe still crossed his eyes. This wall wasn't that simple, as ordinary magic-guided cannons would only leave some traces on it, being extremely sturdy. Captain Ritchie signaled the group to stop behind a sufficiently hidden slope, then took out several long tube-shaped alchemical telescopes from a storage bag to distribute to everyone. "Find your own spots to hide, and record the distribution of defensive installations on the wall, patrol intervals, and the areas with the strongest energy reactions. Do not use any active detection spells, to avoid being sensed by the opposing awaken." The Duke took the binoculars and found a rock for cover. Through the high magnification of the binoculars, the details on the city wall became clearer. He could see the alert expressions of the soldiers, the cold gleam of the catapults, and the faint glow flowing through the energy patterns on the surface of the city wall. This line of defense was indeed solid, but as Leonard had said, in the face of the true power of wizards, this city wall was insignificant. As long as one was willing to pay the cost, this wall could be utterly destroyed in an instant. The Duke recorded the observations as required while secretly evaluating. This line of defense might withstand low-intensity conflicts and the impact of the erosion bodies, but would certainly not withstand the full assault of several united legions. The fall of Toulouse territory was indeed just a matter of time. Last time the Duke had not come here, but had entered Toulouse territory through a smuggling route. After seeing this city wall, he understood why Hawke had not recommended taking the official route back then. The defenses at the border of Toulouse territory were extremely tight, and the inspections were undoubtedly very strict, making it hard to pass unnoticed. As for forcibly crossing, that was almost impossible. Such a defensive line was not something individual strength could breach, at least not for an ordinary level 1 wizard. Thinking of this, the Duke did not know how Hawke's caravan was doing now, as they were not seen in Goose Peak Castle. Goose Peak Castle had a dedicated dungeon, which was once used by the Leeton clan to imprison criminals. The wizards captured at the 7th outpost were held there. Now, the dungeon had become a place to imprison the natives of the Devourer Plain, hosting both common people and awakened ones. The Duke had not yet visited, as not everyone could enter that place. Authorization was needed. In terms of time, Hawke's caravan should have left before Goose Peak Castle was captured. It was just a trading caravan and wouldn't stay long in Goose Peak Castle, most likely having already left far from here. For them, it was naturally a good thing. Otherwise, survival amid the wizards' attack would have been tough, and even if they survived, being locked in the dungeon would almost ensure they wouldn't survive. But even if Hawke and his caravan was somewhere else, they probably weren't having an easy time. Now the United Legion forces were attacking everywhere, and Hawke's ordinary caravan had almost no power, with only Finn and Bal, two apprentice awakened, unable to make much difference, and even self-preservation was hard. In chaotic times, mere survival was extremely difficult for these ordinary people. The Duke didn't feel much sympathy or pity for them, as they were on different sides, and many things were beyond his control. The team members dispersed to observe and record the defense situation at different sections of the city wall. The Duke naturally stayed with Vivian, investigating to the right, diligently recording. They were cautious about secrecy, keeping their bodies low to avoid being spotted by the guards on the city wall. Ella hid behind a heavily weathered boulder. Perhaps she found squatting too tiring, or perhaps she wanted a clearer view. She unconsciously straightened up slightly, exposing her upper body out of the rock's coverage. The delicate alchemical telescope in her hand reflected a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer against the backdrop of the Iron Curtain Great Wall. In that instant, a sharp, piercing, tearing sound suddenly shattered the relative silence of the wasteland. From a shooting opening above the Iron Curtain Great Wall, a blazing energy beam suddenly shot out. It was like a furious, bright purple viper, rushing across the open ground at an astonishing speed, aiming directly at where Ella was. "Watch out!" Leonard, being the nearest, reacted the quickest, his face changing dramatically as he hurried forward to shield his sister. But the speed of the energy surpassed his actions. The energy catapult had already arrived, about to hit the area where Ella was. At this critical moment, several extremely thick vines appeared out of thin air, forming a massive defensive shield in front of Ella. At this moment, Richie took action, having always been attentive to the team's situation. Seeing Ella in danger, his heart leaped to his throat as he hurried to save her. Ella and Leonard came from the Silver Hand, their father being a demigod-level wizard of the Silver Hand. If anything happened to the two, Richie and Catherine would undoubtedly bear some consequences. The bright purple energy beam fiercely collided with the suddenly arisen vine shield, with deafening explosion sounds. The several thick vines hurriedly brought forth by Richie were incredibly resilient and played a crucial role at this moment. Interwoven into a dense shield, although they were violently shaken and rapidly carbonized and shattered at the forefront by the energy catapult, they barely managed to neutralize the core destructive energy of the attack. However, the impact force of the energy catapult was still astonishing. The fierce airwave that the vines hadn't entirely absorbed was like an invisible heavy hammer spreading outward fiercely. "Ugh!" Ella only had time to utter a short cry of surprise before the powerful shockwave sent her flying 2 or 3 meters back, landing somewhat awkwardly on the sandy ground. She wasn't seriously injured but landed in a sorry state, her beautiful blue robe covered in dust, her hair slightly disheveled, and the last trace of sleepiness scared away, leaving only pale fright. Only when Captain Richie finally calmed down did he realize his back was covered in cold sweat. Although the Duke wasn't in the attack range, he still felt the violent energy of the catapult, with the yellow sand around him moving, ready to defend at any moment. He and Vivian were also retreating slowly, trying not to expose their position here to avoid attracting attacks. Richie keenly perceived that after the cannon shot, at least 3 places on the Iron Curtain Great Wall became unusually active and aggressive in energy, quickly locking onto their location. That was a sign that more catapults were charging and aiming, and they needed to leave the area quickly. "Go! Move immediately! Full retreat, they've locked onto us." Richie's voice was filled with unprecedented urgency. He didn't leave first but stayed to cover the retreat of the others. By this time, the Duke had already taken Vivian's hand, half embracing her, flying low over the ground through the sand and woods at high speed, distancing themselves from the area. Samuel and others also sped up their departure, with Leonard supporting Ella, then carrying her on his back as a tornado-like thing appeared around him, flying away. Attacks from the Iron Curtain Wall came shortly after, with 3 even thicker and more dazzling bright purple energy beams ripping through the air with a deadly scream, precisely covering the area where they had just been hiding. Violent explosions rang out in succession, and huge fireballs and smoke rose to the sky. The rocks they had used as a cover just moments ago were instantly blown to pieces, leaving several charred pits on the ground. The scorching airwaves and flying debris chased after their backs even from a distance. By this time, Duke and his companion had already run far away, hearing only the loud noise from behind, as no energy fluctuations reached them here. Richie had been at the back of the group all along, keeping an eye on everyone's situation and even helping to intercept some energy surges. He also kept an eye on whether anyone was pursuing them from behind, but after they were out of the firing range of the energy crossbow, calm returned. The Toulouse territory might send people to pursue them, but to them, this was just daily reconnaissance harassment, not yet to the extent of deploying forces. If this was the witch's plan to lure the enemy, chasing them would play right into their hands. The squad hastened all the way until those distressing energy fluctuations were completely out of their perception range, and the Iron Curtain Great Wall once again turned into a blurry black silhouette on the horizon before slowing down gradually. At this moment, Ella's face was still somewhat pale with lingering fear. When she saw the energy crossbow attack, her body froze, unable to respond at all. The feeling of death looming in her mind wouldn't easily dissipate. It might take a while to recover. She had been pampered since childhood, never truly experiencing death, and was unaware of the fact that war is inherently brutal. Richie stayed at the back of the team, confirming there were no pursuing enemies or abnormal tracking magic fluctuations from behind, before speeding up a few steps to reach the front of the squad. His face still looked unsightly as his gaze swept the frightened team members, pausing momentarily on Ella. Richie felt a bit helpless as he couldn't criticize them. After all, his task was to take care of these people and ensure their safety. Samuel glanced at the frightened Ella and laughed derisively, saying, "Idiot." Leonard quickly turned his head, his eyes sharp as knives, slicing angrily towards Samuel with a voice icy with suppressed anger. "Samuel, say that again if you dare." Samuel met his gaze without fear, the mocking curve at the corner of his mouth growing even more distinct. He leisurely licked his pointed teeth, drawing out his voice, "What? Did I say anything wrong? If she weren't sticking her neck out like a curious fledgling, we'd never have been discovered. Isn't that idiotic?" "You." Leonard's energy fluctuations instantly became dangerous. He even slightly raised a hand. Ella, provoked by Samuel's merciless taunts, flushed red with magical power surging within her, ready to strike at Samuel. Richie stepped between the two, unabashedly releasing the aura of a level 2 mage, which wasn't overwhelming yet forcibly suppressed the conflict about to erupt on both sides. During war, any infighting or conflict will be subjected to extremely severe punishment. Richie reminded them. Samuel chuckled dismissively, seeming uninterested, as his figure flickered and disappeared like melting into the shadows, not bothering to deal with the others, and directly returned alone to Goose Peak Castle. Leonard and Ella watched Samuel leave directly, feeling that there was nowhere to vent their anger. But they knew very well that what Richie said was true. If the infighting were reported, neither side would gain anything. Most likely they'd be sent back directly, and upon return, punished by their families. Duke and Vivian exchanged a glance, a hint of amusement flashing in their eyes, treating it as entertainment. These individuals were all from prestigious families, prideful and arrogant. Once they start quarreling, it definitely wouldn't end easily. If it weren't for Richie's timely intervention, these three would have definitely fought on the spot. Leonard and his siblings certainly wouldn't gain any advantage, as Ella was just a level 1 gaseous mage. Although Leonard was a level 1 crystallized mage, his strength probably wouldn't be more formidable than Samuel's. The group arrived at Goose Peak Castle in less than an hour, much faster than when they left. After returning to the base, the squad dispersed, leaving the matter in Richie's hands to organize today's events and report them. Although no one was injured, the attack from the Toulouse territory needed a detailed report. This task was considered extremely easy, yet unexpected events occurred, almost leading to casualties. Due to Ella's insufficient awareness of battlefield danger, her carelessness led to such a mishap. Duke had been through such experiences and knew the brutal nature of plain warfare, so he focused on being cautious and enhancing his strength. The Toulouse territory's attack might start soon, in which case they probably wouldn't need to attack themselves, relying instead on the slave creature legion. Once the Iron Curtain Wall is captured, they should then infiltrate the Toulouse territory, executing various missions. Duke wondered if he could acquire any valuables in the Toulouse territory, whether magic metals, energy crystal stones, or magic potion resources. They'd all be good luck. He's not far from the spiritual power threshold of a crystallized wizard. All it takes is time to grind proficiency and earn freedom points. However, the route to ascension to crystallization wasn't very clear yet. He needed to reference some materials, and conduct experimental tests. His ascension was destined to differ from other wizards, requiring the aggregation of spiritual power crystals with 6 different attribute crystal cores, involving a likely arduous process needing substantial resources. Although the plain warfare battlefield was dangerous, it could quickly gather resources, presenting an opportunity for Duke. With some spare time after completing his task, Duke planned to train proficiency at the magic laboratory of Goose Peak Castle. Otherwise, he'd just be idling. The United Legion built laboratories for wizards to live conveniently here. Magical potion laboratories, magic laboratories, and alchemy laboratories are being continually improved. Located as a base, many wizards would stay here long-term, requiring essential infrastructure for daily life. These laboratories charge fees, but they are cheap, generally only collecting a fee for the basic operation of the laboratory, allowing 100 or 200 blocks of level 1 magic stones for a day's use. Guided by the map, Duke passed through the intricate, sometimes spacious, sometimes narrow passages inside Goose Peak Castle. The deeper he went, the noise of voices and the clinking of metal gradually faded, replaced by a low hum and the subtle hiss of energy flow. The Duke stopped in front of a heavy metal door, engraved with complex rune arrays. Embedded in the wall beside the door was a glowing crystal panel, clearly displaying the words "Magic Laboratory." The environment here was noticeably quieter and more solemn compared to the residential areas and main thoroughfares, with the air filled with purer and more active energy particles. Occasionally, wizards in robes of various colors would enter and exit with focused expressions, rarely engaging in conversation with each other. The Duke took out a metal card, which was his means of identification. And after touching a small recessed area on the metal door, the door automatically opened. Behind the door was a spacious hall, with 3 black-robed wizards seated behind a counter, assisting a few people with procedures. The hall was not crowded, and it was very quiet, with the low murmur of conversations at the counter clearly audible. After listening briefly, the Duke understood and went to queue behind the counter. By paying the fee at the counter and completing the procedures, one could access the magic laboratory for experimentation. The standard laboratory cost 150 magic stones for 12-hour use. The advanced laboratory wasn't too expensive either, at 500 magic stones for the same 12-hour period. Before long, it was the Duke's turn, and he opted to rent a standard laboratory. Although the advanced laboratory's facilities were more comprehensive and high-end, he found little need for such a level of equipment. Even with some magic stones on hand, it was prudent to save where possible. After completing the procedures, the Duke went to the 2nd floor to find the laboratory he rented. Upon opening the door, a standard laboratory, about 30 square meters in size, appeared before him. The walls, ceiling, and floor were made of some gray-white, smooth and seamless special material, engraved with densely packed energy guidance, reinforcement, and isolation runes. At the moment, they were emitting a faint, yet steady glow, ensuring that energy fluctuations from internal experiments would not leak out, while also protecting the user from external disturbances. At the lab center stood a waist-high silver metal experiment platform, with the surface similarly engraved with energy circuits, connected to several base interfaces to accommodate standard energy sources and measurement instruments. Above the platform were several adjustable focusing crystal heads for microscopic operations and observations. In one corner of the room was a simple material processing table and a small element precipitation pool for handling simple waste from experiments. Currently, the Duke didn't need these. He only required the protective witch array within the laboratory to ensure his magic would not affect other areas during casting. The strength of level 1 magic is quite substantial, especially as the Duke's spiritual power increases. Any aggressive magic cast would not be of low intensity. This posed some challenges in honing his proficiency, as without a sufficiently sturdy and stable environment, it would easily cause some destructive impact on the surrounding environment. After activating the laboratory's protective array, magic power surged within the Duke as he uttered several strange syllables. Moments later, light attribute energy emanated invisibly around him. This was the holy dispel from level 1 curse magic, which could gradually increase proficiency as long as he maintained it. However, theoretically, casting it frequently could speed up the process, though it would consume magic power more rapidly. when the Duke was mastering the Holy Shield magic. He increased proficiency by casting it frequently, as it allowed for faster progress. But that was also because he was in the Oracle Plains magic potion shop, where casting other spells was inconvenient. Now in the magic laboratory, he could also cast other spells. Therefore, maintaining the Holy Dispel was more reasonable, as it continuously increased the proficiency of Holy Dispel while also allowing for concurrent practice of other spells. Holy Dispel, LV1, 1/100. The Duke then continued with another incantation, and a layer of white glow manifested over him. This was the Holy Glow, level 1 light element magic that could continuously restore stamina and spiritual power and could also be applied to others. With this magic, theoretically, a person could keep running at maximum speed without losing stamina. As long as they were alive, they could keep running. This magic is particularly beneficial for beings below level 1, especially knights who rely on physical combat. For the Duke, it served to restore his spiritual power, saving on magic power recovery potions. Holy Glow, LV1, 1/100. Both Holy Dispel and Holy Glow were considered two types of buff spells that only required continuous magic power to maintain. Next came the active type magic, for which the Duke chose the Light Arrow, a level 1 light element curse magic. His heart thought gently, maintaining the ongoing effects of Holy Dispel and Holy Glow, feeling the gradual and steady consumption of magic power within. Meanwhile, the gentle energy from Holy Glow slowly nourished his spirit, creating a subtle balance. Coupled with the Earth Spring beneath his feet, the Earth Spring spell continually restored his magic power. This allowed the Duke to maintain these two buff spells with almost no magic power loss, so much so that the magic power recovery rate was even faster. The Earth Spring spell had been maxed out long ago, always providing the Duke with convenience in practicing magic proficiency, significantly reducing his reliance on magic power recovery potions. The Duke raised his right hand, fingers spread, targeting the side of the laboratory designated with energy absorption and reinforcement runes, specifically for aiming. Began to chant the rhythmic and ancient syllables of the light arrow incantation, drawing light attribute energy particles around to his palm. As the incantation progressed, the air in front of his palm subtly twisted, quickly forming an arrow composed entirely of highly condensed light energy. The arrow measured about half a meter long, emitting a soft and pure white light with an extraordinarily sharp tip, exuding an inherent repellent aura towards negative energy and undead element beings. This aura was an extremely pure light attribute energy aura, naturally instilling fear in many undead and negative energy element beings. Light Arrow, LV1, 1/100. The Duke's spiritual power shifted slightly, locking onto the distant target. The light arrow instantaneously shot forth, tracing a straight line of light in the air, precisely striking the bullseye. A slight, burning sound ensued as ripples of runes appeared on the target's surface, rapidly absorbing the light arrow's energy, leaving a barely discernible white dot at the center, which soon vanished. The laboratory's protective witch array perfectly absorbed the aftermath of the attack, with an instrument panel beneath the target displaying the number 95, indicating the attack's strength. 95 points of attack strength is quite mediocre for a level 1 magic. It's only average. This is also one of the drawbacks of curse magic. Usually, spells with shorter syllables have lower strength and fall just on the passing line for level 1 magic. Curse spells with more complex syllables generally have higher strength, but they are also more cumbersome to cast, and the speed may be slower. Curse magic is simpler to master, easier to cast, so it's naturally lacking in intensity, which is unavoidable. However, 95 points of strength shouldn't be considered low. Outside, it could easily blow a large crater on the ground. But here, the energy of the light arrow was completely absorbed by the experimental target and the surrounding witch array, causing barely any commotion. The maximum allowable strength of spells in this laboratory is 300 points, and if it exceeds that, the experimental target will be damaged. However, it's almost impossible for spells cast by an ordinary level 1 mage to exceed 300 points. Most ordinary laboratories are prepared for level 1 mages, and level 2 mages can often cast spells with more than 200 points, while more powerful ones can surpass the 300-point limit of the target. Therefore, advanced laboratories are prepared for such level 2 mages, as they have more complete experimental facilities capable of handling higher intensity spell experiments. As for level 3 mages, currently, Goose Peak Castle doesn't have laboratories of this specification and cannot withstand level 3 mage level spell experiments. Once reaching the level of a level 3 mage, one basically needs to spend a large amount of resources to build the laboratory needed. Duke didn't dwell on this matter. After testing the effect of the light arrow, he continued with his spell experiments. In the laboratory, the soft whoosh of energy arrows breaking the sky regularly echoed, along with the poof of energy annihilation as they hit the target. Duke was completely immersed in this efficient process of grinding skill proficiency. His spiritual power was highly concentrated, not only on the repetitive casting, but also on the subtle adjustments and optimizations after each casting. Trying to compress the spell syllables, fine-tuning the output of magic power, and finding quicker methods for energy gathering. Meanwhile, he also had to maintain the operation of 2 other continuous spells, which demanded higher control of his spiritual power, yet it was an excellent exercise. Time quietly slipped away in this monotonous, yet regular repetitive practice, and the proficiency in the 3 spells also increased slowly. Anyway, he could still receive messages from the wizard's mark here. Without any arrangements from Catherine, he just stayed here grinding proficiency. The payment for the laboratory was already made. And even if it wasn't 12 hours, there would be no refund, so it couldn't be wasted. Light arrow level up, free attribute points plus 1 light arrow. LV9 feature, light imprint, light imprint. Light arrow can add a light imprint to an enemy and explode the imprint anytime with the light arrow. The more imprints, the higher the energy intensity upon explosion. In these 2 days, Duke stayed in the magic laboratory, grinding a lot of time on proficiency, finally maxing out the level of light arrow and gaining a light imprint feature. He observed that this feature is essentially a status stack for the enemy, and the more it stacks, the stronger the explosion becomes. Duke felt that it might not be practical in battle, only useful against those with similar strength but tough skin. If the enemy is much stronger than him, there won't even be a chance to stack light imprints. He might not even have time to run away. And if facing enemies weaker than him, he doesn't need to stack the imprint, he could take them down without it. During the level up of light arrow, he didn't gain any spirit attributes, only a single free attribute point at the final max level. This was the same as previously maxing out Holy Shield. Leveling these ordinary level 1 curse magic spells doesn't provide spirit attributes, only granting free attribute points after maxing out. However, it wasn't solely for the free attribute points. These curse magic spells was still level 1 magic and could expand his repertoire, also serving as a good reserve. Duke could clearly feel that each syllable and energy node of the light arrow was thoroughly understood, reaching mastery. Now, when he casts light arrow, he could almost achieve an instant cast with power precision. Magic power utilization far surpassing his initial learning. Even after maxing out the level of light arrow, Duke didn't leave. He prepared to continue grinding proficiency. The spells Holy Dispel and Holy Glow hadn't yet reached max level. As augmentation-type spells, they needed to maintain a certain duration to increase proficiency, which took a bit longer. Duke was not in a hurry. He continued maintaining these 2 spells while selecting another spell named Touch of Light. This spell was neither a powerful attack means nor a solid defense barrier. It created a flexible tentacle or chain composed of pure light attribute energy, which could be used to restrain enemies or retrieve items from afar. Under certain circumstances, it could even serve as a temporary leverage point or be used for refined micro operations, demanding a high precision of spiritual power control from the caster. It's considered one of the more complex spells among these level 1 light curse magic spells, somewhat challenging to master. But for those magicians from the Oracle plane, for Duke, this was just an ordinary level 1 magic. Duke began chanting the incantation, with this time syllables being softer, carrying a sense of guidance and shaping. He extended his right hand, palm up, gathering light energy in front of him, which gradually stretched and extended to form a roughly 2-meter-long, semi-transparent energy tentacle emitting a warm white glow, swaying gently in the air like a soft band of light. Touch of Light. LV1, 1/100, Duke successfully cast the spell on his very first try, and next, he just needed to get used to controlling it. With a thought, he attempted to manipulate this light tentacle. The tentacle extended forward with his thoughts, trying to wrap around a corner of the experiment platform. However, the initial manipulation was not as smooth as anticipated. The light tentacle seemed a bit clumsy and sluggish, and the wrapping action was weak and powerless. At the slightest force, the energy structure forming the tentacle started becoming unstable, flickering a few times and nearly collapsed. Duke learned a lot from this attempt and continued to release touch of light for further attempts. He tried altering the tentacle's thickness, length, and flexibility, practicing using it to perform various actions: wrapping, whipping, pulling, gentle touching, etc. Touch of light. LV1, 15/100 touch of light. LV1, 36/100. Duke was completely immersed in exploring the control of this touch of light. He discovered that improving proficiency was not just about the number of times it was cast, but more about the complexity and precision of each maneuver. Attempting more intricate operations seemed to accelerate proficiency growth. He even began trying to simultaneously form and control two strands of light, which immediately heightened the demands on his precise spiritual power control. Initially, the two strands were completely unmanageable, either becoming entangled with each other or moving out of sync. But Duke enjoyed the challenge, seeing it as an excellent exercise for honing his control over spiritual power. While Duke was engrossed in magic practice, unaware of the passing time in the outside world, the wizard's mark in his mind suddenly stirred. Only then did Duke pause the practice to check the message, discovering it was from Catherine. Catherine had almost no strict demands for her subordinates and never arranged any urgent or dangerous missions. Perhaps for her, someone like Duke, who was always cloistered in the lab, was easiest to manage, as long as he didn't cause trouble outside. Otherwise, if these people caused any problems, Catherine would have to clean up the mess. The message from Catherine was straightforward. The war was about to begin, and everyone was to gather immediately. Duke promptly ceased his magic practice, dispelled the touch of light, and tidied up in the lab before hurrying out. Exiting the lab and returning to the main passage of Goose Peak Castle, he found that the atmosphere inside the fortress, though once busy but orderly, had drastically changed. Teams of fully armed knights and wizards were quickly running to their respective assembly areas, and the heavy footsteps of golems could be heard rumbling in the surroundings, while floating airships densely occupied the sky for transporting supplies. The air was thick with a tense, excitement mixed anticipation of battle, with everyone hastily on the move. Duke dared not delay and immediately joined the flow of people headed toward the tower, where the assembly area was located in the open space beside it. It was an expansive area on the side of Goose Peak Castle, near a large exit, and when he arrived, a considerable number of people had already gathered. Vivian was also there, waving at him. She hadn't disturbed Duke these days and was herself immersed in lab research and cultivation. "Duke," Vivian said upon seeing him, her expression serious, "it looks like the main assault is about to begin." Duke nodded, his gaze sweeping across the assembly area. He saw Ella and Leonard, the siblings, standing together, surrounded by an unapproachable aura of low pressure. Samuel had also appeared at some point, leaning against the shadow of a stone pillar, absent-mindedly chewing on some candy-like snack, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding tense atmosphere. Arthur stood not far away. Seeing Duke and Vivian together, his eyes flickered for a moment but eventually looked away. Richie soon appeared as well, his face showing a hint of fatigue, clearly having expended a lot of energy writing reports and handling inquiries from superiors. Catherine then descended from the tower, scanning everyone before speaking. "The United Legion's main assault on the north line of the Toulouse territory is about to begin, and our orders have been issued." Everyone listened in rapt attention. Even Samuel stood up straight to catch the ensuing instructions, as he seemed somewhat interested in the battlefield. In fact, among the 7th squad of youngsters present, only Duke had truly experienced plane wars. The others were participating in plane warfare for the first time. "Our squad will not participate in the first wave of frontal assaults." Catherine's words visibly allowed a few people, especially Ella, to relax. To Duke, this was unsurprising. The early stages of war typically only involved the slave creature legion, with wizards generally not participating in the frontline battles, let alone the fact that they were only level 1 mages, whose impact would be limited. "Our task is to serve as a reserve and rapid response team, stationed at the newly established 3rd Forward Observation post on Goose Peak Castle's northern outskirts, responsible for monitoring abnormal frontline energy fluctuations, providing limited magical support or retreating troops when necessary, and staying vigilant for small enemy units potentially infiltrating from the main battlefield's flanks." Catherine continued. Although the task sounded perilous, it was actually far from it. Simply put, Catherine's tone softened, but carried an unmistakable authority. Your primary job is to observe. Stay within the reinforced observation post and record the battlefield situation in this direction, strictly prohibited from leaving the observation range. Her sharp gaze swept over each young person present, especially those like Ella with little combat experience. The Toulouse territory now is like a trapped beast in its lair. All their strength must counter the frontal onslaught, rendering it virtually impossible to send a structured unit on a long detour to attack our far-back observation post. Therefore, as long as you're not foolish enough to expose or leave the fortifications yourself, it's one of the safest places. Of course, she added with a turn in tone, war holds no absolutes. Maintaining necessary vigilance is essential. The anomalies, no matter how subtle, must be immediately reported to me without taking independent actions. Understood? Understood. This time, a majority of the group responded, especially Ella, who regained some color in her face. The task was indeed safer than imagined. Very good. Catherine nodded in satisfaction. Richie will lead you to the 3rd observation post and oversee on-site command. Remember, your observation and reports contribute more to the Legion than your magic. Now, go receive your standard reconnaissance supply pack and set off promptly. The so-called reconnaissance supply pack contained not only regular potions and military rations, but also high-powered alchemical telescopes, small area energy fluctuation monitoring compasses, several signal flares of different uses, and some common magic potions. Although heading in the northern direction, this time the route was entirely different from previous reconnaissance missions. They did not march onto open wasteland, but followed a newly developed path along the fortress perimeter, equipped with simple shelters and warning markers. In the distance, the roar of war resounded like continuous rolling thunder. On the horizon, flashes of various spells flickered wildly, akin to an apocalyptic aurora, casting an eerie and tumultuous illumination over half the sky. Occasionally, in the far distant air, enormous figures could be seen engaged in combat with the flying demons, or awakened of the Toulouse territory. The ground beneath constantly trembles gently. But all this happens far away. The area where they are now is exceptionally calm in comparison, with only the occasional rapid flight of floating airships or small reconnaissance magic puppets overhead, reminding them that they are still part of the war system. After walking for about half an hour, a makeshift post relying on natural rock walls and small hills appears ahead. On the outside, it looks like a common fortress and doesn't seem very large. This is the 3rd forward observation post. Inside the post, the space is small but fully functional. Inside are stronger concealing and protective runes, equipped with fixed long-range observation mirrors and energy monitoring magic arrays, as well as simple rest areas and supply reserves. There are already 2 wizards from the Legion Logistics Department stationed here. Upon seeing Richie leading the team in, they salute and then continue focusing on the monitoring witch array before them. Above this witch array, a global image of the front battlefield is projected, and it's real-time, densely populated with green and red dots. Green represents our personnel, while red represents the enemy. It can also zoom in to observe specific areas in detail. At this point, you see not red and green dots, but real scene projections, only without sound. Duke and their task is to monitor a battlefield area. Timely report various situations here. Facilitate timely information gathering for the upper decision makers for various decisions. These tasks are essentially simple, and everyone quickly gets busy. Meanwhile, on the battlefield ahead, as countless slave creatures, floating airships, magic-guided cannons, and various alchemy creations enter, the war has begun. Through the magnified real-time projection from the monitoring witch array, the cruelty and splendor of the distant battlefield are presented to Duke, and others in a silent, yet extremely shocking way. Beneath the Iron Curtain Great Wall, it has already become a boiling furnace of slaughter. Countless varied, ferocious, and terrifying slave creatures surge like a tidal wave, from the lowly subterranean monsters, raging wolf-shaped mutants to the large, heavily armored ground siege beasts, roaring thunderously in waves, crazily attacking the majestic wall. Most of them can't even get close to the foot of the wall as they are harvested en masse by the various traps. Energy attacks and dense long-range firepower deployed in front of the wall, quickly piling up bodies like mountains, with green-blue strange blood staining the ground. United Legion's floating airships, like suspended iron fortresses in the sky, open numerous firing ports on the side hulls, and fiery energy rays, energy missiles, and specially crafted alchemy bombs rain down like storms, focusing their attacks on the energy crossbow cannons and personnel-dense areas on the wall. The defending forces' anti-air firepower is equally fierce, with thick enchanted crossbow bolts and peculiar energy beams released by awakened beings occasionally shooting into the sky, sometimes hitting one or two airships, causing violent ripples on their shields, and even having a smaller escort vessel trailing rolling black smoke, wobbling backward and exploding into a massive fireball in midair. On the wall, the defenders from Toulouse dart frantically between crenellations. Many powerful awakened beings are actively defending desperately. The capabilities of these awakened beings are bizarre. At least level 1 awakened and level 2 awakened are not uncommon. The apostle level awakened sitting atop the Iron Curtain wall. Under the Iron Curtain wall are scattered many defenders from the Toulouse domain, with many awakened beings flexibly transferring, utilizing their powerful strength and agility, seizing opportunities to eliminate enemies, then immediately moving far away to avoid incoming fire coverage. Male awakened, looking about 30, presses both hands on the ground, causing the ground in front of the wall to suddenly crack open into a huge chasm, swallowing dozens of slave creatures. The chasm is so deep, it doesn't seem to have a bottom. The slave creatures fall in, and it quickly closes up automatically afterward. Under such circumstances, those slave creatures naturally have little chance of survival. On the wall, there's also a slender, long-haired woman manipulating airflow, forming furious tornadoes that sweep away incoming missiles from the air, and even tossing them back. Under her deliberate control, these energy missiles all converge towards those floating airships. Floating airships are protected by witch arrays, combined with skilled alchemy techniques, making their shells extremely durable. But they are not indestructible. The fallen floating airship was the result of this woman's focused targeting. Duke also notices an awakened being capable of transforming into a shadow, swiftly maneuvering around the battlefield, each move claiming a life. His actions are decisively sharp, and he clearly chooses targets with determination, only striking at slave creatures with certain strength. Like Dogman Reed as such level 1 peak life, these slave creatures are worthy of assassination rather than ordinary slave creatures. On the battlefield, there is also a stone giant over 10 meters tall. At first, Duke thought it was a demon, only to find out it's an awakened, and a level 2 awakened at that. The area where this stone person is located is also the region with the heaviest losses for the slave creature legion. Most of the slave creature's attacks are ineffective against the stone person, basically only leaving a slight scratch. Even attacks from floating airships are the same. The stone person completely disregards these attacks, slaughtering openly and expansively on the battlefield. Every time the giant fist smashes onto the ground, countless flesh flies, blood splatters. Around the stone person, there are also numerous demons affiliated with Toulouse participating in combat. Demons are equally an important part of Toulouse's defensive forces. Some large flying demons akin to small airships, draped in heavy iron armor, constantly take off from behind the wall, shrieking as they tangle with the Legion's flying units, attacking with claws, beaks, and acid. Others, like giant spider-like demons, rapidly climb the wall's surface, spitting sticky, highly corrosive webs to hinder the slave creatures climbing. Some giant mountain-like oversized demons are fixed with chains behind the wall. Each roar they emit ejects a destructive energy breath from their mouths, sweeping across a piece of sky or land, causing massive casualties, but they seem immobile, only serving as fixed defensive turrets. These energy breaths also land on specific areas of the front battlefield. Each breath landing practically clears out a section of the battlefield, taking countless lives. The United Legion naturally does not rely solely on slave creatures for their offensive power. They also have heavy firepower coverage. Thick beams of energy, like thunderbolts cast by deities, tore through the sky and struck the Iron Curtain walls with fierce precision. Each hit caused the supposedly indestructible black walls to shake violently, their massive defensive runes flickering wildly, unstable in the light. The areas directly hit instantly turned crimson, rocks melting and evaporating, leaving behind enormous craters and spiderweb-like cracks. Troops hiding behind the walls often turned to ash. along with that section of the wall, even awakened if they didn't react in time, would still meet their demise. Yet the Iron Curtain walls indeed deserved their reputation, as they were not inanimate. A vast energy seemed to flow within, and although damaged areas could not instantly recover, the structure tenaciously maintained its overall integrity without collapsing. Additionally, there were always craftsmen among the awakened, or those with repair abilities, specifically tasked with mending the wall's damages. Above the battlefield, energy currents had become violently visible to the naked eye, creating a catastrophic tapestry woven from the remnants of various spells, exploding fireballs and shooting energy beams. The roaring sounds, even from this distance, could be felt through magical projections, conveying a sense of dull, sustained impact. Every second countless lives were vanishing. Duke watched all this in silence, feeling hardly any waves in his heart, only a deeper understanding of the nature of war. This was planar warfare, a clash between civilizations, unrelated to right or wrong, only survival and conquest. He, along with everyone in the observation post, were merely small footnotes in this grand war, tasked with recording the moments of destruction and struggle. Duke's gaze fell more focused on the energy monitoring magic array, meticulously recording each powerful energy burst and abnormal fluctuation. This work, perhaps, was providing calibration parameters for the next, more deadly strike. The sounds of slaughter on the battlefield never ceased. Countless slave creatures, awakened, and demons had already fallen on this battlefield, their blood staining the land in various colors. After hours of fierce battle, the vast wilderness before the Iron Curtain Great Wall had already turned into a flesh grinder. The air was thick with the stench of blood, scorching, and the peculiar foul odor of various demon body fluids, mingled with the smell of gunpowder and ozone, creating a nauseating battlefield atmosphere. The ground no longer revealed its original color, covered in layers upon layers of shattered corpses. There were bodies of slave creatures, demons, and occasionally human limbs could be seen. The viscous, green, blue, red, and black blood pooled into depressions, even flowing slowly, forming eerie blood puddles in low-lying areas, occasionally bubbling with a blood bubble. But the war never stopped, and the situation on the battlefield continued to escalate. Dozens of gigantic magic-guided cannon vehicles, like moving steel fortresses, slowly pushed into effective range under the escort of numerous heavy golems and protective witch arrays. They were even larger than the ship cannons on the floating airships, their mouth of barrel accumulated energy shining blindingly, the energy waves emanating from them making Duke's heart pound, even through the monitoring witch array. Those towering golems were all crafted by alchemists, endowed with massive, sturdy bodies, strong physical power, and high immunity to magical attacks. Accurately speaking, they had high immunity to energy-type attacks, capable of reducing most damage caused by energy-type attacks. Such golems on the battlefield served as solid shields, suitable for handling various chores in the field of battle. Initially, the Toulouse territory targeted these golems, but as they found little effect and that the golems were not for offense, they shifted their focus and stopped wasting firepower on such things. On the battlefield, those dozens of giant magic-guided cannons were already set on the edge of the battlefield. The Toulouse territory soon noticed the commotion here and concentrated some firepower to try destroying these giant magic-guided cannons. Even though they did not know what these were, they instinctively sensed the threat and did not want to experience their power firsthand. But the incoming firepower, either blocked by the thick bodies of the golems or by the protective witch array, could not break through these defenses to directly attack the giant magic-guided cannons in a short time. Once these giant magic-guided cannons were ready, they started firing promptly, without delay, leaving no room for Toulouse to prepare. With a series of loud roars, dozens of destructive energy torrents capable of tearing the firmament launched like spears of judgment, all striking the same area of the Iron Curtain walls simultaneously. At that instant, the whole battlefield seemed to fall silent. Following that was an indescribably intense explosion and energy outpouring. The section of the wall under concentrated attack, the surface defensive runes shattered like fragile glass, unable to counter such concentrated and terrifying kinetic and energy impact. The black boulders were no longer just melting, they vaporized, annihilated. A gigantic, nearly penetrating breach was forcibly blasted open, instantly vaporizing the defenders. ballistas, and even a few gigantic fixed demons hiding behind. Thick smoke, debris, and energy remnants rose like a mushroom cloud, this destructive strike seeming to toll the death knell for Toulouse's defense line. The moment the breach appeared, the slave creature legion, long awaiting, let out an even more frenzied roar, surging towards the gap like a group of sharks smelling blood. The defenders in other parts of the wall attempted to support the breach, but the United Legion's ranged firepower seemed to have eyes, suppressing them with precision. The floating airships concentrated their firepower, hindering the awakened attempting to seal the breach from approaching. Toulouse's casualties rapidly increased. Although the awakened had diverse and strong abilities, their stamina and energy were not inexhaustible. Faced with such severe saturation attacks and seemingly endless slave creature assaults, the insignificance of individual strength was infinitely magnified. One awakened after another fell due to exhaustion of energy, a delayed reaction, or simply bad luck, succumbing to arrows, evaporated by energy beams, or torn apart by the frenzied slave creatures rushing through the breach. The casualties of Toulouse's demons were equally severe, with those giant flying demons continuously shot down, crashing to the ground like meteors. The spider-like demons on the walls were heavily cleared, and the giant fixed demons, once exposed, was soon targeted by the United Legion's heavy artillery, reduced to scorched remnants amidst their wails. The most despairing thing is, regardless of how fiercely the defenders of Toulouse's realm fight to kill, those slave creatures seem to be endless. In the rear, at the back line of the United Legion's position, transport airships continually drop batches of new, various slave creatures onto the battlefield front from the 3 apertures in the sky. These slave creatures seem inexhaustible, constantly replenishing, not decreasing in number despite the ongoing war, but instead trending towards more and more. This is purely using sheer numbers and flesh and blood to deplete the surviving strength and will of the Toulouse defenders. What these natives of Toulouse's realm don't know is that, beyond those 3 apertures in the sky, there are 3 space fortresses docked, each comparable to small continents, loaded with a number of slave creatures beyond their imagination. The outcome of this war was destined from the start. Toulouse's realm does not have the human resources to replenish endlessly, and from beginning to end, the wizards of the United Legion, the true enemies of these indigenous of the Devourer Plain, never appeared on the front lines. They might be in the floating airships in the rear, perhaps in distant command fortresses, calmly observing the battle, precisely issuing orders, orchestrating this brutal war of attrition. They wouldn't personally deal with those troublesome awakened, preferring to pile up with lives of slave creatures tenfold, 100-fold to exchange. This cold strategy, based on absolute strength and resources overpowering, brings not only physical damage to Toulouse's realm, but also immense mental pressure and despair. Before the monitoring array, Duke silently watched all this. He watched the green tide gradually engulf the red stronghold, watched that huge gap expand steadily under the desperate counterattacks of the defenders and relentless fire coverage of the Legion, watched the myth of the Iron Curtain wall crumble inch by inch. This is the typical mode of wizard warfare, using endless cannon fodder and absolute firepower to clear the way, preserving one's core forces to the maximum, achieving the greatest results at the lowest cost. The life of wizards is above all else. As long as it's exchanged with the lives of slave creatures, the United Legion absolutely won't sacrifice a single wizard's life, not even that of a wizard apprentice. At the foot of the wall, the bodies piled up nearly forming a gentle slope, the subsequent slave creatures almost charging upward on their own kind's corpses. At the huge breach blasted by the magic-guided cannon, the fight was the most fierce. The bodies and wreckage of soldiers on both sides nearly clogged the breach, only to be continually cleared by new explosions and impacts, endlessly repeating. On top of the well, the resistance of the Toulouse defenders became obviously sparse and chaotic. The awakened were exhausted, many bearing injuries, with movements far less swift than before, their powers visibly weakened, clearly their physical strength and energy nearing limits. The roars of demons were filled with pain and weakness, the number of flying demons sharply reducing, unable to form effective aerial interception anymore. Though they still bravely and desperately resist with willpower and geographic advantage, the decline can no longer be reversed. Their speed in killing slave creatures has already fallen far behind the opponent's replenishment pace. At the rear of the position, over 100 giant magic-guided cannons were already set up. This was already after several rounds of replenishment, during which the people of Tulu's realm had tried various ways to sneak attack and destroy some of the giant magic-guided cannons. Of course, the price they paid was extremely heavy. One could say it was only through exceedingly fierce methods that some giant magic-guided cannons were made to fall. Over 100 giant magic-guided cannon carriages hummed heart palpitatingly again, but this time, the energy at their muzzles no longer shone a single color, turning instead into a dangerous, extremely unstable blazing white, and the air around the cannon body wildly distorted due to terrifying energy radiation. Moreover, above the higher cloud layers, 3 giant warships, far exceeding any previous floating airship in size, more sinister in shape, entirely covered in somber metal armor, slowly broke through the clouds, revealing their prows like primordial beasts. On their decks, the main energy cannons, larger in number and caliber, was slowly adjusting their angles, the ghostly blue light at the muzzles seeming like the gaze of death. When Duke saw this scene, his heart instinctively skipped a beat, a dangerous sensation from his inherent survival instinct given by these 3 giant warships, even just seen through the monitoring array. These are destroyer warships. Richie couldn't help but exclaim, seemingly recognizing these things. What are destroyer warships? Ella asked curiously beside him. In fact, Ella hadn't checked the scenes in the monitoring array for a long time. When the war just began, those high-intensity battlefield scenes made her pale and vomit. Ella never looked after that. She just did some simple textual recording work beside it. Richie obviously couldn't force this young lady of noble birth to do anything. As long as nothing went wrong, it was fine. Looking at the scenes within the monitoring array, Richie said, "Destroyer warships are exceedingly famous warships in the hands of the East Coast Civil Empire. Each destroyer warship could be seen as the combat power of a level 3 mage." Here he felt something strange. Why would destroyer warships appear here? No one could answer Richie's question. Others didn't know what this meant. The appearance of destroyer warships here could only mean that the East Coast Civil Empire has the power to involve itself in this dimensional war. Duke suddenly thought of those Thorn Holy Tower Knight units he had seen before. Now he linked it all together. The Thorn Holy Tower Knight units were most likely from the East Coast. They couldn't have suddenly cultivated a Knight unit out of nowhere. Since they weren't cultivated themselves, then they could only be borrowed from elsewhere. The East Coast Civil Empire is an area where mechanical wizard civilization is extremely developed, and where the only level 6 mage on the entire Appalachian continent resides, Raphael. Duke realized, it seems this joint action wasn't that simple. The 4 great wizard organizations of the West Coast sought reinforcement from the East Coast for greater security in action. With the addition of East Coast forces, this dimensional war will have more assurance. The East Coast's strength far exceeds the West Coast. Even the 4 great wizard organizations of the West Coast working together still feel somewhat insecure. After all, the Devourer plane is a middle plane. Not comparable to previous lower planes, greater caution is necessitated. With the launch of hundreds of giant magic-guided cannons, the earth-shattering roar seemed to explode directly in everyone's ears. Even from such a distance, the entire Iron Curtain wall shook violently, and an unimaginable explosion occurred within the breach. Visible shockwaves erupted from the breach, instantly pulverizing everything nearby, whether defenders or slave creatures, into dust. Massive clouds of smoke and fiery mushroom clouds rose into the sky, as if the gates of hell had opened on Earth. It wasn't over yet, as the main cannons of 3 destroyer-class battleships above the clouds completed their final charge. 3 thick, mountain-like azure energy beams descended from the sky with divine retribution, silent yet as fast as lightning, precisely hitting sections of the Iron Curtain wall where defensive runes were most concentrated, and where the command nodes of the defending forces might be located. There were no deafening explosions, only a strange sound of matter being forcibly disintegrated and annihilated, making one's teeth ache. Those sections of the wall, along with all the defenders, fortifications, and demons on them, vanished silently and completely as if erased by a rubber eraser. No debris, no explosions, only a smooth, mirror-like gigantic fracture that had been vitrified by extreme heat remained. This unimaginable and terrifying firepower utterly destroyed the last resistance of the Tulu's defenders, plunging the remaining defenders into great confusion and panic. Seizing this opportunity, a new wave of the United Legion slave creature legion, even larger in number and mixed with some colossal high-level demons, and war beasts designed as the main attacking force, launched an unstoppable final charge, like a flood bursting a dam, towards the already shattered Iron Curtain Great Wall that had lost most of its defensive capacity. Deathly silence fell over the observation post, as everyone was so stunned by the apocalyptic scene that they were speechless. Even though they were at least level 1 mages, they still felt immensely insignificant in the face of such destructive power. Just as the Iron Curtain Great Wall's defense line was about to completely collapse, a roar from the depths of the Toulouse domain, as if from ancient times, shattered the battlefield's clamor. This roar wasn't transmitted through the air, but directly shook everyone's bones and souls. The sound seemed to reverberate and resonate within every living being on the battlefield, abruptly halting many of the slave creatures in their tracks. Their bodies temporarily could not move, completely intimidated by this roar. Immediately after, an unimaginably gigantic figure rose from the rear of the defense line. It wasn't flying in the traditional sense, but the very earth itself was supporting its king. Countless gigantic rocks, molten iron, remnants of fallen warriors' weapons, and even the corpses of dead demons gathered, compressed, and reshaped as if attracted by an invisible gravity. In the blink of an eye, a rock and lava giant, almost as tall as the destroyer battleships above the clouds, took shape. This was not a crude creation. Its body was made mostly of cooled black basalt, with joints and cores surging with fiery, glowing orange-red lava like flowing blood. The magma giant's face was indistinct, with only 2 giant cavities burning with blinding light akin to miniature suns. In its right hand, it held a 100-meter-long giant sword, formed by compressing and reshaping an entire section of the wall that burned with raging flames, and in its left hand was an enormous tower shield bristling with spikes forged from countless metal debris and demon armor forcibly melded together. This was the Lord of the Toulouse domain, an apostle tier awakened being stepping into level 3 life tier. In fact, the moment the Iron Curtain wall was breached, it essentially signified the fall of the Toulouse domain. Even though that day hadn't yet come, the area of the Toulouse domain was vast. With the Iron Curtain wall already breached, the fall of the Toulouse domain was only a matter of time. The old lord couldn't possibly be unaware of this. Staying wouldn't hold much meaning, and the more rational course of action would be to retreat immediately and devise a plan later. But the old lord stayed, transforming into a massive magma giant to fight to the death. The magma giant let out an earth-shattering roar, its sound waves spreading like a tangible shockwave, turning any low-flying slave creatures nearby into dust instantly. Its giant blazing eyes immediately locked onto one of the destroyer battleships above the clouds, and with no fancy movements, its right arm powered by mountain-like muscles swung the flaming giant sword forcefully. The speed of this swing was utterly incongruent with its size, as quick as a lightning flash. The giant sword tore through the air, leaving a terrifying flame-like trail several kilometers long, like a whip of fire wielded by a deity, viciously striking the battleship. The deafening clash resounded through the heavens and earth as the giant sword solidly struck the battleship's united shield. The shield, strong enough to withstand a full-force strike from a level 3 mage, emitted a toothache-inducing cracking sound, its light flickering unstably. The massive battleship was severely tilted by the terrifying power of pure physical and elemental combination, with its outer armor producing an ear-piercing metallic distortion sound, revealing visible dents and cracks. But that was all. The destroyer battleship's structure remained unscathed, with only some damage to its exterior. The destroyer battleship immediately retaliated, with dozens of secondary cannons on its broadside firing simultaneously, unleashing countless energy beams like a swarm of angry hornets toward the magma giant. The magma giant remained unfazed, planting the enormous spiked tower shield heavily on the ground before it. The tower shield struck the battlefield heavily, causing the ground around it to tremble. Countless energy beams bombarded the tower shield, resulting in continuous explosions. The surface of the shield was shattered with flying stones, lava flowing, but its thickness and the contained earth element energy were too immense, managing to withstand the wave of saturation attacks. Only a few beams bypassed the shield, striking the giant's body and leaving lava crater holes, but for its mountainous size, it was as if mere mosquito bites. Meanwhile, the main cannons of the other 2 destroyer battleships completed their charge once again, their azure deathly glow locking onto the magma giant. The magma giant seemed to feel the threat, roaring in defiance, its gigantic left foot stomping heavily on the ground. Centered on its foot, the earth in front of it for several kilometers abruptly lifted like a carpet. Massive rock layers and soil, several dozen meters thick, were forcefully sculpted by an unimaginable great force into a colossal, immensely thick stone wall, rising abruptly to block the path of those two beams. The deep blue main cannon energy harshly collided with the giant rock wall, an energy suffocating enough to annihilate everything, eroding the rock fiercely, vaporizing and decomposing it incessantly. The giant rock wall collapsed and dissolved at an astonishing speed, yet its thickness and strength were absurdly high, managing to withstand these two devastating torrents of energy for a full 2 seconds. Ultimately, the main cannon energy exhausted the giant wall, yet its power significantly diminished, leaving only faint ripples impacting the giant without causing fatal harm. However, continually exerting such terrifying abilities took a great toll on the magma giant. The flowing lava glow on its body significantly dimmed, and more minute cracks appeared in the rocks composing its body. The destroyer warships were indeed ultimate war machines, quickly adjusting tactics, as 3 ships began high-speed maneuvers, pouring firepower from different directions, attempting to pinpoint the giant's defensive blind spots. The magma giant wielded its blazing giant sword to parry, using the tower shield to block, occasionally stomping the ground to create stone walls or trigger stone spikes to attack low-altitude targets. Each sword swing triggered fierce ripples on the warship shields, each stomp altered the terrain, clearing waves of slave creatures. The battlefield turned into a mythic giant clash, with flames, rubble, and energy beams flying everywhere amidst incessant roaring. The current battlefield was something ordinary life forms could no longer partake in. The United Legion even dispersed the slave creature legion away from this battlefield. Though the slave creatures were of low value, they bore costs. They would not be senselessly sent to death. Ordinary slave creatures were meaningless in the face of such enemies. No matter their numbers, they could not bridge the gap in hard power. Sending more would only lead to fruitless deaths. The magma giant, transformed from the Old Lord, did temporarily hold the Iron Curtain wall, obstructing the slave creature legion's attack, buying precious time for the retreat of personnel from Toulouse's rear. Yet the giant was ultimately 1 against 3, with its energy continuously depleting. Its movement started to slow, with cracks multiplying over its body as the lava glow dimmed ever more. Finally, a warship seized the brief stiffness after it swung its sword, delivering a precise joint salvo of main and auxiliary cannons that bypassed the tower shield's defense, striking hard at the unprotected right knee joint. Accompanied by a hair-raising shattering sound, the right knee joint of the magma giant utterly shattered, with a deluge of rocks and lava cascading down like a waterfall. The giant let out a painful roar, its enormous form losing balance, crashing down on one knee, cracking the ground. It attempted to support itself with the giant sword, but the attacks from the remaining 2 warships followed closely. Countless energy beams hammered with surgical precision. On its shield-bearing left arm, its torso, its head. Rocks shattered, lava splattered. The giant let out an unwilling, furious final roar, using its last strength to hurl the blazing giant sword like a javelin at the warship it initially wounded. The burning giant sword transformed into a crimson meteor tearing through the skies, hitting the warship with pinpoint accuracy at a speed beyond perception. This time, the warship's shield could not fully withstand this all-out strike infused with the giant's last life essence. The shield shattered completely like glass, the blazing giant sword piercing directly into the central hull of the warship. A terrifying explosion erupted internally, tearing the enormous destroyer-class battleship in midair into 2, engulfed in roaring flames. Sending towards the ground, ultimately transforming into 2 massive fireballs. And the magma giant that hurled this strike, its body could no longer maintain shape, crumbling completely under the sustained bombardment of the remaining 2 warships, transforming into a massive, burning mound of rubble slowly sinking into the altered ground it changed beyond recognition. The battlefield fell silent once more, leaving only the rolling of rocks and the crackling of burning flames. The morale of Toulouse's defenders collapsed completely with the fall of the giant, as the retreating personnel witnessed the giant's downfall. All hearts were filled with immense shock and fear, realizing that the once mythical lord had fallen. the Toulouse territory enduring for millennia due to the Old Lord's presence, the Old Lord who pacified numerous threats and eradicated many mad, terrifying erosion bodies on multiple occasions. He was always invincible, the spiritual totem in the hearts of Toulouse's citizens, an undefeated myth always protecting this land. Yet myths too have a day of downfall, that massive, mountainous body crashing, causing slight tremors in the surroundings. The magma giant's body lay upon the collapsed wall, building a new segment in its last moments with its form. Though it held little meaning, it would only slightly delay the slave creature legion's advance. According to previous intelligence, Toulouse had 3 apostle-level awakened ones, but the other 2 merely came to assist and naturally wouldn't remain for an untenable situation. The Old Lord was different. This was his domain, and invaders could only conquer it over his dead body. And indeed, he achieved just this, guarding this territory to the very last moment. In the high skies, the remaining 2 immense destroyer warships hovered silently, like cold declarations of victory. For the United Legion, this victory wasn't perfect, as a single destroyer warship was enormously costly. Losing one was painful for the United Legion, and the result was merely eliminating a level 3 native. To the United Legion, they didn't care for the Old Lord's glorious and heavy history. In their eyes, he was merely a somewhat powerful native. On the battlefield, the dense slave creatures swarmed like tides, climbing the damaged Iron Curtain wall. Spreading forth, the massive body of the magma giant became an oddly tragic new wall. It lay prostrate over the shattered defense line, forming a steep slope of cooling black rock and not yet fully solidified lava. The slave creatures dug their sharp claws into rock crevices, ignoring the still scorching heat, climbing madly upwards. Occasionally, a slave creature slipped and fell or was scalded by the burning lava, crying out and tumbling down, yet more continued forward, unhesitatingly filling the gaps. They trod over the body of a level 3 powerhouse, merely to flood into the walls faster. Regardless of the body's high temperature, they had to move over. The United Legion's orders were absolute, to be executed without fail. High above, the remaining 2 destroyer warships did not continue their destructive attacks. Their mission was complete, clearing the largest obstacles, leaving the residual cleanup to the endless slave legion. The 2 destroyer warships hovered in the sky, silently watching the bloody advance below. Several smaller, more agile floating airships flew from behind to hover above the magma giant remains. Complex mechanical arms and harvesting devices extended from under the hull, emitting a low hum. The mechanical arms precisely avoided the still active slave creatures, reaching toward the core region of the giant remains. They focused especially on the location of the head, which once burned with sun-like brilliance, and the energy core area that might exist in the chest, collecting samples. The remains of a level 3 strong entity, especially those elementalized body remnants, hold extremely high research value. The structure of its rock skeleton, residual lava energy, and possibly not yet fully dissipated life essence are extremely valuable research materials and experimental subjects for wizards. The United Legion will not overlook any valuable spoils, even if they belong to a respected opponent. Meanwhile, more robe-wearing individuals, evidently from the logistics and research departments of the Legion, under the protection of heavy magic golems and wizards, began landing in relatively safe areas. They quickly established temporary research outposts, using various alchemy instruments, starting on-site analysis of the preliminary samples collected from the giant remains and directing the mechanical arms for more refined cutting and gathering. In the observation post, Duke silently watched all of this. He watched the once colossal giant being swarmed by ant-like creatures, coldly dissected and sampled by machines, while distant cities succumbed to flames and slaughter. The fall of a level 3 strong entity did not alter the outcome of the war. It merely added a heavy and cruel undertone to the conquest. The gears of war, driven by wizardly intent, continued to grind forward coldly and efficiently. With the complete collapse of the Iron Curtain Great Wall, the United Legion, like an overflowing flood, officially poured into the vast interior of the Toulouse domain. The main body of the massive legion did not disperse, but rather, like an iron flood, rushed along the main thoroughfares straight to the capital of the Toulouse domain and its most critical resource points and military fortresses. Their goal is to destroy all organized resistance and occupy the core areas, the vast countryside, hills, and those scattered small to medium-sized towns and villages were divided into several zones, allocated to various battle groups within the United Legion to handle. Duke and his team also received their task. The 7th Squadron was divided into several small teams, each leading a batch of slave creature legion to the designated areas to clear residual forces. Generally, at such times, they do not encounter strong resistance forces, as people in the Toulouse domain began retreating the moment the Iron Curtain wall was breached. Hardly anyone stays behind to court death. This clearance generally encounters ordinary people or weaker awakened individuals. During the clearance process, all spoils harvested belong to themselves, which has always been the wizard's practice. For Duke and his squadron, this time is actually an opportunity to seize benefits. With minimal risk and the potential to collect spoils, if luck favors them, the harvest can be extremely abundant. In the observation post, Catherine was also assigning tasks to the various teams, with Duke, Vivian, Leonard, and Ella forming one team, assigned 4,000 slave creature troops. Among these 4,000 slave creatures, there are 4 level 2 lives, with dozens of level 1 peak slave creatures included, making the overall strength quite formidable. At least for completing clearance tasks in ordinary areas, it can be said to be more than sufficient, revealing the robust strength and resource pool of the United Legion, as even a 4-person team can be equipped with such formidable forces. Duke didn't know whether this was due to their squadron being relatively special with certain backgrounds, or if all teams received similar configurations. He felt it was because these individuals have backgrounds. The slave creatures are mainly used to protect them, with clearing residual forces being merely an auxiliary task. Attention all squads under the 7th Squadron. The main legion has breached the core defenses, and now requires a complete sweep of the occupied zones. Your team is responsible for the 7th Sweep Zone, Black Oak Tree Town, and surrounding villages and farms. The task objective is to eliminate all organized resistance, suppress sporadic opposition, and ensure zone security. Special attention, these areas may have concealed awakened individuals or routing soldiers. Catherine said to Duke's group of 4. Duke nodded and said, "Understood." The 4 people in their team did not have a designated leader, as each was assigned a troop of 1,000 slave creatures. Each troop includes a level 2 slave creature as the head, allowing all 4 to theoretically act independently, depending on their choice. Regardless, Duke naturally stayed with Vivian, while Leonard surely remained with his sister Ella. According to Legion wartime regulations, during the sweep task period, all captured spoils are distributed by the sweeper themselves. The Legion only has priority collection rights over specifically marked strategic materials, wishing you good luck. Catherine finished assigning tasks, concluding the distribution. After Catherine assigned the tasks, Duke and the others didn't linger, promptly heading to the Slave Creature Legion's assembly area. During wartime, all orders need to be executed promptly without delay. Duke and his team arrived at the massive camp tucked in the hollow behind the fortress, which was even more thunderously noisy. Countless slave creatures of varied shapes, exuding wild and bloody scents, were constrained in specific areas. Managed by the Legion's wizards, Duke quickly found his assigned 1,000 slave creatures through his mission directive. They were mainly a type called thornback earthwalkers, covered in dark green thick skin, sharp bone spikes on their backs, with stocky limbs, exposed fangs, and clouded, aggressive eyes. Leading the group was a notably large thornback earthwalker king, with a white bone crown on its forehead. Duke acquired a black plaque, which controlled the slave mark of these 1,000 slave creatures. The thornback earthwalker king sensed Duke's control talisman and lowered its head, letting out a low growl to indicate submission. Vivian, Leonard, and Ella also each found their troops, accepting their designated slave creature forces. Vivian was assigned a group of night howl bat-winged beasts, swift and capable of high-speed flight. Leonard and Ella received a mixed battalion, primarily composed of thick-skinned rock giants, accompanied by a few corrosive hounds capable of spewing acid from a distance. The 4 of them led this slave creature army, powerful enough to easily crush a small city, toward the gap already drilled open in the Iron Curtain wall. The closer they got to the Iron Curtain wall, the more harrowing the scars of the war became. The earth had completely turned into scorched ground, with massive craters visible everywhere. Shattered weapons, twisted metal, and unidentifiable remains of limbs scattered all around. The air was thick with the stench of blood and burnt flesh, almost solid enough to make one retch. The huge breach created by the magic-guided cannon now resembled a scar leading to hell. The once majestic wall abruptly ended here, with its edges being the gruesome and twisted fracture. The high temperature melded it into a glassy substance, glittering under the sunlight with an eerie sheen. Below the breach, bodies were piled like mountains, forming a road paved with flesh and blood, on which the slave creatures were flooding in. The massive body of the magma giant had already disappeared, evidently taken away for research. The body of such a level 3 life itself was a material of extremely high quality. When Duke and the others arrived at the breach, they saw golems and the logistics team working urgently, trying to clear a more accessible road. The area behind the breach, which should have been a relatively open buffer zone and military area, was now completely in ruins. Broken fortresses, charred tents, wreckage of destroyed ballistae, and more interwoven bodies of soldiers and demons from both sides. Thick black smoke rose from many places, from fires not yet extinguished. Farther away, low hills and sparse forestland could be vaguely seen, along with the silhouettes of possible villages and towns in the distance. Duke took out a map to verify their position and pointed to a barely recognizable road filled with wheel tracks and chaotic footprints. Black Oak Town is to the northeast. Follow this road, it's about half a day's journey. Vivian pointed to an area north of Black Oak Town and said, "Here is a mining area that produces a magic metal called sea heart iron. Once we get there, we should pay more attention." Duke nodded, understanding what Vivian meant. Black Oak Town itself probably didn't have many resources. It was the mining area that was crucial. Duke surveyed the surroundings and gave orders to his Earth Dragon King. Have these guys spread out a bit and advance in a guard formation, and keep an eye on the flanks. Through the control talisman, his thoughts could be roughly conveyed to these slave creatures. Especially as the Earth Dragon King, a level 2 life, it had a relatively high intelligence and could easily understand Duke's directives. Upon receiving the command, it let out a low growl. The Earth Dragons under its lead immediately spread out to form a loose search formation. They began to advance, with sharp claws rustling over the scorched ground and ruins. Vivian issued similar commands, and in an instant, 2,000 slave creatures spread out like a tide, extending into the heart of the Toulouse territory. In the sky, Vivian's night howl bat-winged beast flock circled like dark clouds, providing an aerial view. Leonard and Ella, walking on the right side, didn't seem interested in joining Duke and Vivian, nor did they initiate any conversation. Duke didn't bother with this sibling duo, not thinking that forming a team with them would provide any advantage. Likely would hold them back. Now that they intentionally kept their distance, Duke was more than pleased. Duke also noticed that Leonard and his sister seemed to be afraid of him joining in to claim part of the spoils, as they were traveling at a slightly faster pace. Duke and Vivian walked side by side, staying in the core position of the team, advancing at a slow pace. He prioritized safety over speed, unlike Leonard and Ella, who were hurrying along. Crossing the Iron Curtain Great Wall meant they had officially stepped into enemy territory. Although the main legion had already swept through the frontal resistance, no one could be sure if desperate avengers, scattered soldiers, or die-hard residents unwilling to leave their homes were still hiding among the seemingly dead ruins and wooded hills. There might even be some formidable opponents lying in ambush, or potential traps set up. Being overly aggressive in such a situation was not a wise choice. This was the opponent's home ground, and being cautious was always advisable. Duke looked forward as the breeze blew from the direction of the territory, bringing with it the smell of gunpowder, blood, and ashes. When Duke and Vivian, maintaining a relatively cautious pace, led the Earth Dragon and Bat-winged Beast units to the outskirts of Black Oak Town, the sight before them made them stop in their tracks. Black Oak Town was not a military stronghold, just a slightly larger settlement, with only a simple wooden fence on the outskirts, now violently destroyed, turning the town into a living hell. Leonard and Ella's 2,000 slave creatures, the raging rock giants and corrosive hounds, were rampaging wildly in the streets of the town. They smashed open house doors and dragged out the civilians hiding inside. The giant feet of the hill giants easily trampled the fleeing townsfolk into pulp, their thick arms swinging primitive clubs to shatter the bones of the few resisting militiamen. The corrosive hounds spewed acid, making the hit houses emit green smoke as they quickly dissolved. The unfortunate townsfolk hit by the acid let out piercing screams as their flesh visibly decayed and melted. Crying voices, pleas for mercy, desperate roars, the howling of the slave creatures, and the sound of buildings collapsing blended into a cacophony. Leonard and Ella did not personally participate in the slaughter. They stood on a slightly elevated platform on the central square of the town. Coldly observing the scene, Leonard held a map, seemingly comparing something, occasionally pointing in a direction to command a small group of slave creatures to go and clear it. Ella appeared somewhat frightened, yet seemed somewhat excited watching the slave creatures massacre these ordinary people. At this moment, she didn't seem as scared, likely because she was in a relatively safe position. Duke and Vivian exchanged glances, seeing a hint of solemnity in each other's eyes. Though neither was greatly surprised or sympathetic, they were already well aware of the brutal nature of plain wars, where mercy was a luxury and could even be a fatal weakness. Black Oak Town had essentially been overrun by Leonard and Ella's slave creatures. In fact, using their squad's forces here seemed like a bit of a waste. Duke glanced at the dire state of Black Oak Town and knew there was little value in searching here. He had no intention of getting involved in the massacre and instead ordered the slave creatures to turn around and head towards the northern mining area. Shortly after Duke and Vivian led their forces away from the town, Leonard, who had been overseeing from a high point, also noticed their movements and immediately took out a map to check. The northern mining area. See Heart Iron? A gleam flashed in Leonard's eyes. HMPH, that's territory belonging to us, the Silver Hand. Ella, forget about these lowly people, let them clean up themselves. Let's follow, there's no way we're letting those two take the gains from the mining area alone. Mining area. Ella was unfamiliar with the terrain here and never liked looking at maps. She would just follow Leonard wherever he went without worrying too much. Leonard nodded. There's a magic metal mining area north of Black Oak Town, and there should be a lot of good stuff there. Plus, I heard from my teacher that it's supposed to belong to the Silver Hand in the future. Vivian and the others have already gone there. Can't believe they didn't even come into town to loot anything. Just as Duke expected, the small town had little to offer, apart from finding some silver coins and common jewelry in what seemed to be wealthy homes. The only notable gain was a box of level 1 energy crystal stones and a tattered notebook documenting the properties of local herbs. Found in the basement of a house in the town. The danger level of a place like Black Oak Town was indeed low, but correspondingly, the spoils were meager. Leonard and his sister didn't care for such things. Moreover, according to his inside information, the mining area had already been designated as the Silver Hands, and he considered it his own, unwilling to let Duke and Vivian touch it. Because most of the mining area's contents were unprocessed minerals, they were of no immediate use to him, which is why he hadn't rushed over initially. Unexpectedly, Duke and Vivian had gone straight there, heading directly for the mining area Leonard considered already belonging to the Silver Hand. Leonard and his sister no longer hesitated, quickly gathered most of the slave creatures, leaving only a few to continue symbolically searching and making noise, while the main force swiftly left the chaotic town area and moved rapidly toward the northern mining area. The mining area wasn't far from Black Oak Town, situated at the foot of a barren hill. At the entrance, one could see crude mine tunnels, piles of waste rock debris, and some long inoperative lifting equipment and rail miners. It was currently silent here, as if the miners had long since fled. Duke and Vivian arrived first, ordering the land dragons and bat-winged beasts to spread out and keep watch, preparing to enter the mine tunnels for exploration. At that moment, hurried footsteps and Leonard's slightly arrogant voice came from behind. "Stop, Duke Vivian. You probably can't enter this mining area." Duke turned around, strangely asking, "Can't enter? Why not? This mining area belongs to the United Legion, and it's full of unrefined minerals. Entering won't do you any good. I just consulted my teacher, Hawkins, and he said this area is meant for the Silver Hand, so you can't touch what's inside," Leonard explained. Duke chuckled. "Even if it's to be allocated to the Silver Hand, that's something to be decided after the war. There's no ownership during a war. Such things never happened in previous Black Sail Plain Wars, as Black Sail was the only wizard organization involved. But now, with the United Legion, led by the 4 great wizard organizations, areas will be divided post-war to ensure each side gains something. However, that's all post-war. Currently, it's still the beginning of the war, and there's no talk of ownership. Duke hadn't received any such notification. Leonard might be referring to inside information, but until everything settled, this place was ownerless, and this was true for whoever arrived. Leonard's face darkened immediately. Duke's words had directly pierced through his attempt to bluff with future ownership claims. The nervous Ella instinctively moved closer to Leonard. "Duke," Leonard's voice rose, carrying obvious threat. "This is news my teacher, Lord Hawkins, just told me. Are you sure you want to knowingly violate it?" Hawkins was a level 3 mage of the Silver Hand, as well as a level 3 arcane master, and indeed had some reputation on the West Coast. Considering his sister was with him, Leonard hadn't intended to fight Duke and Vivian, hoping to use Hawkins' name to pressure Duke. Duke was unfazed and instead chuckled lightly, his tone tinged with mockery. "Leonard, currently we're executing the United Legion's sweeping task. All is governed by wartime regulations. The regulations clearly state that war spoils during the clearing period belong to individuals. As for your teacher's words, wait until he truly takes over this place to discuss. But for now." At this point, Vivian stepped forward, her voice cold and clear, carrying an undeniable authority. "Leonard, my mentor, Wizard Grace, explicitly informed me before the mission that this task is governed entirely by the United Legion's wartime regulations. Any internal division or promises are ineffective before the war ends and the Legion's official documents are issued." She paused, her gaze calmly meeting Leonard's somewhat bewildered eyes, continuing, "If you insist on claiming this mining area as the Silver Hands and attempt to prevent us from exercising our right to collect war spoils, I don't mind reporting the situation here directly to my mentor, Wizard Grace, through special channels, asking her to verify this matter with the Legion's higher-ups." Leonard's face fluctuated, as Grace's reputation on the West Coast was far superior to Hawkins, with extensive resources and connections. In terms of backing, he might indeed not outmatch Vivian. However, it also depended on how fondly Grace regarded Vivian, for Leonard was a direct line of his family, closely related to Hawkins. And Vivian and Grace were merely teacher and student. If their relationship was average, Leonard's position would inevitably be superior. But from Vivian's presence here, it appeared that Grace also valued this student greatly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have arranged for her to be part of the 7th Squadron through her channels. What Leonard didn't know was that Duke was also placed here by Grace. Leonard previously found out some information about Duke, only knowing that he is a wizard from Black Sail with the identity of a level 1 arcanist. He also discovered that Duke doesn't have much of a background, just a wizard who climbed up from the bottom, which was why he directly stopped Duke from entering earlier. In fact, if only Vivian had entered, he wouldn't have said a word. However, because he believed his background and influence was stronger than Duke's, he stopped Duke. But it seems now that Vivian and Duke have an unusual relationship, and Leonard has no solution. If they were really going to fight, he wasn't afraid. But he was concerned about his sister Ella getting into trouble. He believed he could easily defeat the two in front of him together, since Vivian is just level 1 gaseous, and Duke is only level 1 liquidation, similar to himself. Leonard had great confidence in his own strength and didn't think a wild-card wizard like Duke could beat him. This is probably the natural superiority that descendants of wizard clans feel towards ordinary wizards, always subconsciously thinking they are stronger. After seeing the current situation, Leonard said, "All right then, we will proceed according to wartime regulations. The mining area is so large, we'll search together, whatever we find belongs to us, and we won't interfere with each other." He thought that since he couldn't stop them, he should try to gather all the mined ore inside. Anyway, his space ring was large enough. Plus, with so many slave creatures around, they could move all the mined ore out. The ore meant nothing to him. He collected it just to prevent Duke and his company from obtaining it. "All right." Duke agreed readily. "We will go to the left, you go to the right. Whoever gets it first keeps it, no interference." "Fine." Leonard then led his sister and a group of slave creatures into the mining area. The slave creatures quickly scattered under Leonard's instructions, searching for the mined ore inside, moving quickly, clearly not wanting Duke to get a single piece of ore. Duke found this scene a bit amusing. He didn't care about the already mined ore at all. Compared to the content of sea heart iron in the veins, this ore was insignificant. "Let's go deeper," Duke whispered to Vivian, his gaze aimed at the darker offshoot of the mine. That area apparently hadn't been mined on a large scale yet, and the rock walls still showed veins of ore, faintly glowing with blue fluorescence. "Aren't we sending slave creatures to scavenge for ore?" Vivian asked. Duke laughed. No need, let them stand guard around. I have a unique way to absorb it. When Vivian heard this about the unique way of absorption, she was curious, but seeing Duke's mysterious look, she didn't ask more as she would probably find out soon. The further they went, the fewer signs of artificial mining there were, but the luster of the raw ore containing sea heart iron on the rock walls became increasingly evident. The air was filled with a faint metallic fishy smell like sea breeze, a phenomenon unique to high-concentration sea heart iron veins. Duke and Vivian didn't linger too long on the surface but followed a narrow, long-abandoned mine path sloping downward. The noises of Leonard's siblings and their slave creatures raiding were left far behind, with only the sound of water dripping in the mine echoing around, exceptionally clear. The further they went, the damper and colder the air became. But the occasional flashes of the blue gleam of sea heart iron on the rock walls grew purer and denser. The main vein should be further down, Duke whispered. The upper parts are just scraps, the true essence hasn't been mined yet. Finally, after nearly half an hour of winding descent, they arrived at a massive subterranean chamber. This wasn't artificially excavated, but a naturally formed giant cavern, far larger than the mining area above. The sight before them left the two slightly breathless. The massive cave's walls, ceiling, and floor were covered with deep blue crystals akin to the heart of the ocean. Unlike the mixed ores above, they formed large clusters of relatively pure crystal. Like countless blue stars embedded in the darkness of the rock mass, they emitted a soft and vast water and metallic energy wave, casting a mysterious blue light across the underground space. This indicated that the ore here had a very high content of sea heart iron, almost no longer classifiable as ore. Vivian, come closer. Duke waved to Vivian. Not knowing what Duke intended, Vivian obediently moved closer, and the two pressed tightly together, feeling each other's warmth, which dispelled some of the cold in the mine. Massive amounts of yellow sand soon surrounded Duke, enveloping both of them in layers, eventually forming a relatively spacious round space. This space was much larger than before, mainly considering Vivian's presence, so Duke intentionally made it larger to avoid her feeling too cramped inside. A glow ball then appeared. It was curse magic, lighting technique, illuminating the scene within. By the light of the lighting technique, Duke saw Vivian in front of him also looking at him, the light from the spell gleaming in both their eyes. Expand your spiritual power. Let's see how I absorb it next, Duke said softly. Vivian immediately released her spiritual power, taking in the scene outside the sphere into her mind. Beyond the sphere, a torrent of golden sand burst forth, like countless small golden dragons rushing toward the sea heart iron crystal clusters on the surrounding rock walls. Those high-quality sea heart iron crystal clusters visibly lost their luster, fading from deep blue to gray-white, as the purest metal essence inside was forcibly extracted, absorbed by the yellow sand. As the essence of sea heart iron was frantically extracted, the structure of this massive underground cavity began to become unstable. Without the support of these high-strength magic crystal clusters, the surrounding rock layers began to groan under the weight, large cracks appeared, and debris started falling. Duke remained unmoved, the falling stones having no impact on him, with the metallic yellow sand forming an impregnable protective sphere, continuing to absorb the surrounding veins. Once the veins here were fully absorbed, he would continue to move forward, becoming a relentless ore refining machine, constantly absorbing the sea heart iron around him. Countless golden sand particles, like the most voracious worker ants, feverishly gnawed at and decomposed the surrounding sea heart iron ore. Centered around Duke and enveloped by golden sand, this spherical area turned the ore into powder at a rapid pace, then was pushed and compacted by the advancing sand, forming an ever-forward moving underground hollow. Duke maintained this state, like a tireless combination of a tunneling machine and a refinery, moving along the richest main artery of the sea heart iron vein, consuming everything in its path. Vivian stayed inside this mobile golden sphere, watching the scene in awe. She could see the blue ore walls around them disappearing rapidly like they were being devoured by an invisible giant beast, replaced by solidified ordinary rock walls. They were deep underground, frantically plundering the vein in an inconceivable way. This process was extremely efficient, far surpassing any mining method by 1,000-fold. Deep underground, wrapped in yellow sand, Duke and Vivian were like an efficient and greedy devouring beast, crazily advancing along the richest main artery of the sea heart iron vein. This process also caused devastating damage to the surrounding geological structure. The originally dense vein, woven with sea heart iron ore and rock, turned instantly into loose, fragile powder residue after its essence was extracted. This residue couldn't possibly support the immense pressure of the hundreds of meters thick rock layers above and around it. Initially, only the area they passed through quietly collapsed and compacted. But as their absorption range widened and speed increased, the hollow mine vein area grew larger. Starting from far behind them, the severely hollowed underground rock layers let out groans under the unbearable pressure, leading to massive chain collapses. The collapse spread rapidly like a domino along the destroyed vein's main artery. Soon, the rock layers above and around them began to fracture and sink on a large scale. Behind and around Duke were the overwhelming sounds of rock layer collapses, as though the entire underground world was disintegrating. He didn't care anyway, as they wouldn't be affected, and continued absorbing the vein here without restraint. Leonard's information was most likely accurate, and this mining area would probably belong to the Silver Hand in the future. In that case, there's no need to be polite, just absorb as much of the vein as possible. Some time later, at the surface mining area, Leonard and Ella were at the mining area, directing slave creatures to find and transport ores, when the ground beneath them suddenly shook violently. "What's happening?" Leonard's face changed, grabbing Ella, who almost fell. Immediately, a series of dull sounds, seemingly coming from deep underground, rang out densely. At the center of the mine entrance, the ground within a few kilometers radius collapsed like a fragile eggshell, instantly forming a massive, bottomless pit. The stacked ores, the slave creatures searching near the mine entrance, several slow-reacting hill giants were swallowed instantly, unable to even scream, plunging into endless darkness and dust. Leonard and Ella hurriedly flew up and escaped dangerously from the edge of the collapse area as they retreated madly into the air. This was no ordinary mine collapse, it was a devastating large-area land sink, with the entire mining area's underground structures seemingly completely hollowed out. This absorption lasted for several hours, with Duke and Vivian roaming deep underground, absorbing a large amount of vein here. During this process, they inflicted substantial destruction on the terrain of this mining area, leading to many sunken pits. Duke absorbed almost all the major veins here, finally satisfied to drill out from the collapsed mining area. His yellow sand crystal now contained a full 1,300 tons of yellow sand, reinforced by magic metal. In a substantial feast, this time they absorbed about 1,200 tons of sea heart iron from the vein, and it's not completely absorbed cleanly. There should be some vein distribution deeper inside, but it's very time-consuming and requires deeper exploration. Subsequent mining here will be extremely difficult, as the shallow veins have been substantially plundered. To continue excavating veins, one must dig deeper underground, where the difficulty increases the further down one goes. But this has nothing to do with Duke, as he's already had his fill. Just after Duke and Vivian emerged from the mining area, Leonard and Ella also flew over. "Duke, what did you do?" Leonard stared tightly at Duke and questioned. He didn't know what happened. His intuition told him this was Duke's doing. Duke looked clueless, shrugging. "I don't know, we were searching for ores down there and suddenly it collapsed. Luckily I reacted quickly or I would have been buried." Leonard saw Duke's expression didn't seem fake and hesitated. Vivian saw Duke's expression and was secretly laughing inside, but outwardly remained serious, saying, "Probably something powerful is moving around underground. We should leave first." Leonard glanced at the sunken mining area below, not sensing any energy fluctuations, and it didn't look like the collapse was caused by magic power. Considering this, it might really have nothing to do with Duke and Vivian. The mining area's collapse seemed more like physical force damage, indeed not a wizard's handiwork. However, Leonard hadn't completely dismissed his suspicion and just noted it down for investigation after reporting it. Except it would be after the war ends, and even if there was an issue, they couldn't trouble Duke. After all, by the rules, Duke's presence here meant the ownership wasn't determined yet. The four of them then flew away from the mining area, followed by slave creatures, heading to Black Oak Town to settle temporarily. According to Catherine's task instructions, after clearing Black Oak Town, they were to head north to a city called Greenfield. There are certain defenses there, so the 7th Squadron wasn't arranged to go there first. Instead, they were to clear surrounding areas like Black Oak Town. Duke and his team needed to stay overnight in Black Oak Town and depart early the next morning. Right now, it's late, unsuitable for night marching, prioritizing safety more. Even though the Leonard siblings had some opinions about Duke's team, and there was some mutual disagreement, they stayed in Black Oak Town cooperatively. They allocated their slave creature forces around, each responsible for a direction in defense. Duke and the others understood well that this was the other plane, and unexpected events could happen anytime. Gathering forces together for mutual support is clearly a wiser choice in such situations, so neither side took their soldiers away alone. The night descended like thick ink, completely enveloping Black Oak Town. The noise, cries, and slaughter of the day had subsided, replaced by a deathly silence, broken only by the wind whistling through damaged houses and the occasional distant howl from the mountains and forests, uncertain whether it was from a wild beast or a demon. The air was filled with an overwhelming stench of blood and a faint hint of rot, nauseating to the senses. Everywhere the eye could see bore the marks of ruin and death-dark brown blood stains splattered on walls. Gnawed remains scattered at street corners, broken doors and windows, and walls corroded and melted by acid. The whole town was eerily silent, as if all signs of life had been completely erased by the brutal sweep that day. Neither Duke nor his companions had the mind to spend the night in this open-air massacre ground. Each of them directed their enslaved creatures to clear out 2 relatively intact stone houses with fewer bloodstains. Leonard and his sister chose a house on the east side of town, while Duke and Vivian chose a small courtyard on the west side. Upon entering the house, a faint smell of blood could still be detected, and the place appeared disordered, clearly indicating that the occupants were dragged away in haste. Vivian cast a few simple wind magic spells to dispel dust and odors, then used miscellaneous items to block the broken windows, finally creating a relatively habitable corner. Once the basic arrangements were complete, the suppressed exhaustion of the day truly set in. Looking out at the deathly still street and the vague, terrifying outlines in the distant darkness, a heavy and oppressive feeling was inevitable. Duke took out a foldable alchemy cooking tool and several blocks of alchemical fuel from his space ring, igniting a quiet blue flame to drive away the chill and cold in the room. Next, he brought out several sealed jars, processed fresh meat, vegetables, and even a bag of rice. These were all prepared before coming to the Devourer plane, with extremely rich food reserves. Not only could he ensure that he had enough to eat in the Devourer plane, but he could also eat well. A plethora of seasonings and spices were also well prepared. Although the United Legion did distribute rations, they were just some marching dry rations, only enough to fill the stomach. If it were only Duke, he could make do, but now that Vivian was here, he naturally wanted to prepare a good dinner for her. "What are you?" Vivian looked at Duke in some surprise as he skillfully handled the ingredients, placing them in a silver stew pot with water to simmer. "We can't keep nibbling on dry rations," Duke smiled, carefully controlling the heat, especially in a place like this. "Eating something warm will improve our mood considerably." He scooped some pale golden powder from a delicate jar, sprinkling it into the soup. It was a special, gentle magic potion spice that slowly restored spirit and physical strength. This was bought from the Giant Rock Commerce Association. The raw materials for this spice were reportedly from another plane, quite rare even in the wizard plane. Vivian watched the scene unfold, reminiscent of those days she spent with Duke in the forest. Though time had passed, this moment strangely echoed back to those days. But their circumstances had drastically changed. Both of them were no longer ordinary knights, having become official wizards a long time ago. Moreover, they were not in that forest anymore, but in a distant other plane, far removed from the wizard plane. A few years ago, they could not have imagined they would be in such a position. Soon, a rich and warm fragrance began to fill the room, steadfastly countering the odor of death and decay seeping in through the door and window cracks. The unique aroma of stewed meat, vegetables, and magic potion spices seemed to possess magical powers, gradually dispelling the day's fatigue from the two and awakening their appetite. This tantalizing aroma drifted across to the opposite house where Leonard and his sister were, the cold walls and their hard marching rations starkly contrasting. Ella involuntarily sniffed the air, her eyes looking longingly at the weak firelight from the opposite window, then back at her tasteless food, her face full of grievance. They hadn't prepared any food before coming, nor considered that they would spend some time in the wilderness. So they only had the supplies provided by the United Legion. Even if they had prepared ingredients, it would have been of no use because neither of them knew how to cook. Duke served 2 bowls of piping hot, rich stew, handing one to Vivian. "Try it, it should warm you up a bit." Vivian took the bowl, the warmth seeping into her palms. She blew on the hot soup and took a cautious sip. Instantly, the delicious broth and tenderly stewed ingredients warmed her stomach, while the specially crafted magic potion spice released a soothing energy flow, greatly relieving her tense nerves and weary body. "Your cooking is as good as ever," Vivian said softly. Ever since leaving that forest, she hadn't had the chance to taste Duke's cooking. She always remembered the flavor. The fish soup in the forest had a unique taste, made from materials Duke gathered from their surroundings. It was a flavor she recalled vividly even now. They sat quietly at the recently cleared table, enjoying this special dinner in peace. After dinner, they didn't go to the rooms in the courtyard to rest, as the beds were somewhat old and dirty. Duke took out a special sleeping mat blanket from his storage bag, spreading it on the cleaned floor, his spiritual power gently pulsing. The seemingly thin blanket quietly extended like a living creature, becoming spacious enough, its surface slightly rising into an elastic, soft texture. It perfectly insulated against the cold and hard ground, smoothing out even the smallest irregularities, as if carving out a small zone of comfort amidst the rubble. This blanket was also sourced through channels from the Giant Rock Commerce Association, and though it appeared thin, it felt soft when lying down, completely insulating from the hard ground. Its size could even be adjusted using spiritual power, making it ideal for complex terrains in the wilderness, even if there were layers of steel nails beneath. Lying on this blanket would negate all feeling of hardness. As night deepened, the heavy footsteps of enslaved creatures patrolling outside and occasional growls contrasted starkly with the silence within the room, reduced to only the soft breathing of the two and the slight rustling of the blanket. When Duke first lay down on one side of the blanket, Vivian naturally turned and nestled into his embrace. Duke's arm naturally wrapped around Vivian's waist, pulling her tighter into his embrace. Through the thin wizard robe, they could clearly feel each other's body warmth and heartbeat. Vivian's hair, carrying a faint fragrance, brushed against Duke's chin, slightly tickling him. Duke tightened his arm, his palm feeling the curve of her slender waist through the fabric. At times like this, one could not help but feel a bit agitated, yet more than that, there was a sense of peace in his heart. Coupled with the day's exhaustion, a sense of sleepiness was inevitable at this moment. For Duke and Vivian, as level 1 mages, resisting this drowsiness was naturally easy. But at times like this, they both preferred to enjoy the feeling of sleepiness approaching, soon slipping into a light sleep state. Of course, they wouldn't truly fall into a deep sleep, still maintaining alertness and attention to the outside world. Known how much time had passed, Duke suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing through, feeling chilly, even sensing some piercing cold. He immediately opened his eyes alertly, and Vivian did the same, sensing something amiss. The room's broken windows had been sealed. Even if there were leaks, none would be this considerable. More importantly, given their physical constitution, they would hardly feel cold from a simple cold wind. This was what alerted them, immediately waking up from their half-asleep state. Duke and Vivian stood up, discovering that the moonlight outside had somehow disappeared, engulfed in utter darkness. "It's a bit too quiet." Vivian keenly sensed the anomaly outside, hearing not a single sound. Duke thought of something, retrieving the control talisman for the slave creatures. He contacted the Earth Drake King using spiritual power, but received no response and couldn't sense its location either. Originally, the Earth Drake King was arranged by him in the area outside the yard for vigilance, which was why he could take a nap. With his and Vivian's 2 level 2 slave creatures as guards, it should theoretically be very safe. Moreover, they had not entirely fallen asleep, so there was no real danger. But unexpectedly, the 2 level 2 slave creatures went missing, completely unsensed. Not only that, even those common slave creatures vanished, all disappeared without a trace. Duke opened the door and together with Vivian, they went outside into the yard, where the scenery remained unchanged. Yet somehow everything felt unreal to Duke, like everything in front was deceitful. Duke used spiritual power to touch the divine status of the god of light within his mind, releasing a sensation of coolness. He looked at the yard again, unchanged, proving that what lay before wasn't an illusionary scene created from hallucination. Even if this wasn't the previous yard, it should be a place that truly exists. Duke surrounded himself with a mass of yellow sand, protecting himself and Vivian within. Vivian, knowing her strength well, instinctively moved closer. It wasn't the time for bravado. Being beside Duke was safer. Finding nothing in the yard, the two went onto the street outside. Originally, there would be slave creatures patrolling the street for vigilance, but now, the rock giants crouching like hills on the sides, the bat-winged beasts hovering low for vigilance, the thornback earth dragons and morbific hounds scattered in the corners, all had vanished. The whole town became even more lifeless. A bone-chilling, absolute silence enveloping all. Even the wind sound disappeared, yet the cold infiltrated deeper, as if penetrating the bones. Sky transformed bizarrely, the moon suspended high, yet the moonlight turned pale and hazy, like obscured by murky frosted glass, unable to bring any brightness, casting twisted, eerie shadows. This resulted in the moonlight not descending, crafting a unique scene moon high above, yet below pitch black, void of moonlight. What's going on? Where's our unit? Leonard and Ella burst out from the opposite house, alarmed, angrily searching around, trying to sense his slave creatures through the control talisman, but receiving no response. Ella tightly gripped her brother's arm, instinctively feeling tense and fearful. No need to search. Duke's voice was exceptionally calm. He raised his hand, pointing to the street's end. They are not here, or rather, we are not in the original place. Following his gaze in the bleak moonlight, distant town streets and house silhouettes began blurring and warping like a disturbed reflection in water. Deeper, ominous darkness, like a living entity, gradually engulfed from all sides, devouring the meager remaining light. Air filled with indescribable scent, like aged grave soil, decayed oil, a mix of cold metal odor. All were knowledgeable wizards, quickly recognizing it might be a separate space, spatial ripples confirming this. What's going on here? Leonard first looked to Duke, his tone carrying a questioning notion. Duke rolled his eyes, smirked. What, you think I'm causing trouble? Leonard realized this was unlikely, shifting to a more rational analysis of the surroundings. Duke sniffed air scent, said, I smell erosion body pollution. Before, while heading to the 5th outpost, passing through the erosion body's polluted region, he smelled this scent. Once again he smelled it, recalling instantly. Erosion pollution. Vivian slightly frowned. I've seen data about here before. There shouldn't be an erosion pollution area nearby, why suddenly? Duke shook his head, not sure. Be cautious, erosion pollution is rather troublesome, first try contacting the Legion. They talked independently. Leonard's siblings feigned indifference but listened intently. After a long pause, Leonard couldn't hold back, asked, What's erosion body? The two of them came without much understanding of the Devourer Plane's intel, quickly glimpsing at the information, dismissing it into their space ring. The Leonard siblings had only heard of the term erosion body but had never delved into understanding it. They hailed from the Silver Hand, grew up with privilege, visited numerous other planes, and had seen countless powerful races bow to wizards. This naturally led them to look down on other planes, and it was only natural they held some disdain for the Devourer Plane. So when the Leonard siblings arrived at the Devourer Plane, they didn't bother to learn much about it, and intelligence reports weren't of much concern to them. In their view, with the 4 great wizard organizations of the West Coast having joined forces, there were no planes they couldn't conquer, so there was no need to pay much attention. But in fact, the wizard plane was just an insignificant middle plane within the endless plane. Duke was a bit speechless when he realized they didn't even know what an erosion body was. The intelligence reports from above contain information about it. You should read them more carefully. It was only then that Leonard retrieved an intelligence report from the space ring, which contained some basic information about the Devourer Plane. However, this information was based on the current situation. There were still many unknowns about the Devourer Plane. Regarding the erosion body, the wizards' research was not in depth, and their current understanding was just superficial. For instance, the current situation wasn't recorded in the existing data, nor had it been encountered before. Are we entering a pollution zone? Leonard asked after quickly browsing with spiritual power. Erosion body typically forms when an awakened absorbs too much energy in a short time, mutating and becoming polluted. Pollution zones are formed when an erosion body self-destructs at the end of its life, polluting an area. Duke shook his head slightly. I'm not sure either. Normally, a pollution zone would last a long time and wouldn't suddenly appear. I don't know if we've stepped into a suddenly appearing pollution zone. The surrounding air was filled with the scent of a pollution zone, indeed resembling one. However, it was strange because when Duke and others arrived in Black Oak Town, it was just an ordinary town with no awakened present, let alone any erosion bodies. Now a bizarre space had appeared here, pulling all four of them in, while the slave creatures were absent, which was quite odd. What should we do now? Leonard asked worriedly, completely forgetting the earlier unpleasantness. He wasn't foolish. He knew that only by uniting their forces could they confront the potential dangers, and he certainly wasn't going to stir up conflict now. Duke shrugged. I don't know either. We can only rely on luck. He waved his hand, summoning the Storm Dragon Eagle from the Light God Court. The Storm Dragon Eagle's massive body immediately occupied the surrounding space, causing the Leonard siblings to take a step back, feeling the fierce and powerful aura of the creature. Leonard glanced at Duke, subconsciously considering the Storm Dragon Eagle as Duke's summoned creature, thinking to himself, it's a good thing I didn't rashly confront this guy. He actually has such a strong summoned creature. Duke didn't pay attention to their inner thoughts but sent a spiritual power message to the Storm Dragon Eagle. Try flying around to see if you can find a way out. Be careful and avoid taking risks. If you can't fly out, come back, don't force it. Upon hearing Duke's command, the Storm Dragon Eagle let out a sharp cry that pierced the sky, spreading its massive wings and soaring into the air like an arrow. It didn't fly recklessly but shot straight up, attempting to break through from above. Leonard and Ella watched anxiously, hoping it could fly out of the eerie zone. However, a chilling scene unfolded. As the Storm Dragon Eagle flew higher, its form began to blur and distort in Duke and the others' sight, as if it was separated by a constantly rippling water curtain. No matter how vigorously it flapped its wings, the altitude seemed to become an invisible ceiling, preventing it from rising any further. It even started flapping in place, as if struggling against some unseen barrier, but it could never truly break through. There's a boundary above, Duke said solemnly, looking grave. The Storm Dragon Eagle seemed to understand it couldn't leave from above, so it changed direction, darting towards the east side of the town like silver lightning, its speed astonishing, turning into a small black dot almost instantly. Yet, seconds later, something spine-chilling occurred. The small black dot, which should have disappeared into the distance, suddenly reappeared without warning in the west side of the town's sky, flying toward them. It was as if its high-speed flight had merely looped in a giant circle, only to return to the starting point. The Storm Dragon Eagle seemed confused and angry, letting out a more irritated screech, speeding northward again. No matter the direction it flew or how fast, it would mysteriously and bizarrely reappear from the opposite direction after flying for a while. It seemed trapped in a twisted Mobius strip-like space, where all directions ultimately led inward, with no true exit. After many attempts, the Storm Dragon Eagle also understood the situation, and under Duke's command, it flew back, hovering above him in vigilance. Vivian, observing the process, said, "It seems looking for an exit to walk out simply won't work. Now we either find a way to break this or wait for external support. The creation of such a space must have some special reason. The slave creatures outside can surely sense our disappearance, and the United Legion will soon get the news. Once they come to investigate, they should be able to find a way to break this situation." Vivian remained relatively calm and wasn't as panicked as Leonard and Ella. During her studies at the Thorn Holy Tower, she'd read about similar cases in some volumes and didn't feel much fear about the situation. Duke nodded. Indeed, for now, we should ensure our safety and then try to find a way out. We can't just sit and wait for death. He waved his hand, releasing the three-headed magma lizard, which immediately raised the temperature around them, dispersing some of the chill in the area. The magma lizard was also very large, occupying a vast space on the street when it appeared. High temperatures on its body ignited the dry grass on the rooftop of a nearby building, instantly setting the house ablaze, and the fire quickly spread. At that moment, a terrifying scream came from inside the house, as if the sound was piercing into the minds of everyone present. Even Duke felt a slight headache, indicating that the scream contained a spirit attack. He immediately became alert, looking at the burning house, and a figure rushed out from inside. When the figure approached, everyone finally saw its appearance clearly. This was someone wearing too loose civilian clothes. But strictly speaking, it could no longer be called a human. Because his head was only half intact, the other half seemed to have been bitten off by some creature, revealing the contents inside, blood trickling down. However, as soon as this blood reached the ground, it turned into black smoke and disappeared, not seeming like real blood. The three-headed magma lizard reacted swiftly, spewing out a gigantic fireball that hit the figure directly as it charged over. Flames instantly engulfed this seemingly undead existence, burning it to ashes in an instant. A moment later, only some black ashes remained on the ground. A gust of wind blew through the town, spreading these black ashes all the way to the end of the street, where they vanished. This is an undead element creature. It seems more like an amalgamation of hatred and other negative energy, but it's quite different from regular undead element creatures, Leonard remarked after observing the previous sequence of events. He hailed from the Silver Hand, previously purely a white wizard organization, adversaries of the Doomsday Bell. In their prolonged struggles against the Black Wizards, they accumulated considerable knowledge about undead element and negative energy element, making them somewhat familiar with undead element creatures. Yet, the undead just now differed from ordinary undead. Though Leonard couldn't pinpoint exactly where, Duke speculated, likely due to the erosion energy pollution here, so it can't simply be regarded as an undead. Duke's speculation was soon confirmed. The eerie figure that rushed out from the burning house seemed to be just the beginning. As the first wisp of black smoke dissipated, more chilling sounds emerged from every corner of the town. A half-collapsed courtyard gate slowly creaked open from inside, and a figure of a woman wearing an apron and holding a rusty kitchen knife staggered out. Her belly was entirely split open. Intestines dragged across the ground, yet she seemed utterly oblivious. Hollow eye sockets locked onto Duke and the others, the knife reflecting a ghostly light in the pale moonlight. Overhead, the storm dragon eagle promptly noticed the presence of this undead, and with a screech, flapped its wings, striking the undead with a bolt of lightning, reducing it to a pile of charred remains. The remains quickly turned into black ashes, which, like the previous undead, were blown away and vanished. But this was only one among the numerous undead element creatures appearing around. One after another, undead seemed to awaken and emerge. In a corner piled with dismembered limbs, those fragmented bodies appeared summoned somehow, writhing and reassembling, forming a massive flesh ball dripping with black slime, dozens of eyes full of spite opening on its surface. Elsewhere, a half-blocked well filled with corpses saw a little girl crawl out, skin bloated and pale. Clutching a ragged doll, she emitted a heart-wrenching sob. Yet when she lifted her head, it exposed a ghastly grin, lips torn all the way to her ears. A variety of residents began to appear, some maintaining relatively intact human forms, though with tragically mangled states. Others were utterly twisted, morphing into indescribable monstrosities. Their only shared trait was the pervasive aura of resentment, death, and the uniquely void and cold presence induced by the erosion energy pollution. Emerging from burning houses, crawling from the blood-stained street's horizon, coalescing from shadows. It was as if the entire town's death had been activated, transforming into a vengeful undead army. Damn it! How can there be so many? Leonard cursed, shocked by the sheer number of undead element creatures, hastily conjuring a white longsword, a magic specifically to counteract undead element creatures. Ella was pale with fright, hiding behind her brother as if her mind had stalled, momentarily forgetting her ability to wield magic. Duke remained composed, silently retrieving the blazing sun judgment, a level 2 witchcraft artifact, radiating light attribute energy which felt warm upon appearance. Upon examining, Duke noted that even the surrounding erosion energy aura seemed to recede slightly with the presence of the blazing sun judgment. This led him to speculate. Could the erosion energy be part of the negative energy element? The blazing sun judgment naturally suppressed negative energy element and undead element, and signs thus far suggested that even if erosion energy wasn't exclusively negative energy, it was closely related. But this was merely a conjecture, requiring further investigation and study. Returning to the current scenario, Duke noted he wasn't needed to act yet, as the storm dragon eagle and three-headed magma lizard were sufficiently handling the situation, annihilating one undead creature after another. These two level 1 peak slave creatures were indeed powerful, and their energy attacks were predominantly thunder and fire elements. effectively countering undead element creatures. While not as potent as the light attributes counteraction, they were adequate against these ordinary undead. Yet, the undead appeared endless, seemingly impossible to eradicate fully. The storm dragon eagle and three-headed magma lizard had vanquished numerous undead, yet they continued to emerge incessantly from all sides, killing them to no end. The undead's numbers didn't diminish, instead continually increasing, causing even the storm dragon eagle and three-headed magma lizard to struggle. "Brother, these are the people killed during the day, I remember." Ella's voice trembled violently, her fear palpable, clutching Leonard's sleeve with whitening fingers. Her reminder suddenly made Leonard realize that these relentless, grotesque undead creatures among their torn clothes and vaguely identifiable facial features could indeed correspond with the civilians slaughtered earlier that day. The Duke heard the conversation between the siblings and glanced again at the undead, who were indeed dressed like the ordinary townsfolk here. Neither he nor Vivian had entered Black Oak Town during the day, so they had no impression of these townsfolk. However, Leonard and Ella personally commanded the cleansing of Black Oak Town with slave creatures, hence they had some impression of the deceased townsfolk. At the time, Ella watched with both fear and excitement, but now that excitement had doubled into deep-seated terror within her. The Duke realized that the present situation was likely related to the day's cleansing, even saying that Leonard's siblings' massacre led to the current scenario. They were implicated, though it's not entirely Leonard and Ella's fault, as the mission above demanded a carpet search and cleansing. The two were eager to claim credit, so they actively executed the task, being the first to arrive in Black Oak Town. With the quick increase in undead numbers, solely relying on the storm dragon eagle and the three-headed magma lizard was insufficient to hold them back completely. Many undead had rushed to Duke's side. The Duke wielded his blazing sun judgment and gently swung the sword. A white sword glow flew out, instantly clearing the undead filling the street. This massive crescent-shaped sword light, purely composed of condensed light energy, flew from the sword, sweeping over the street filled with undead as if a hot knife through butter. This wasn't a magic spell, merely a pure outpouring of light attribute energy, amplified by the blazing sun judgment. Moreover, light attribute energy, naturally, has a strong restraining effect on undead element creatures, making the sword glow's effect even more pronounced. Where the sword light passed, the hideous undead vanished in melting and vaporizing like ice under sunlight, turning into black ashes. The street, originally blocked and airtight, was cleared of a blank area tens of meters long by this single stroke. However, this emptiness lasted less than 2 seconds before more undead filled the street from the dense darkness, seemingly endless. The Duke and his companions couldn't catch their breath and continued to slaughter the surrounding undead. After half an hour, the Duke remained in good condition, sustained by Earth Spring, Holy Glow, and Magic Potion replenishment, hardly any loss overall. The intensity of the battle was not high for him. Only the lack of breathing space was an issue. Vivian was constantly using wind magic against the surrounding undead, but the effects of wind magic were not very effective on these undead. For example, wind blade spells can only inflict some physical damage on the undead, but do not completely destroy them. Even if the undead lose a leg, they can crawl along the ground. Light attribute, thunder attribute, and fire attribute spells are better suited. However, the scenario for Leonard's siblings was quite worrying, especially as Leonard had consumed much of his magic power, needing constant magic potion replenishment. But the magic potion supply is limited, and if this continues, it will eventually reach the point of exhaustion. The same goes for the Duke. Though he can last significantly longer, it would take an extraordinarily long time for the undead to wear him down. In terms of endurance, the Duke is confident he's second to none. But continuing like this is not a solution. Obviously, the undead cannot be eliminated. Finding the root of the problem is necessary to resolve it. The Duke contemplated sending a spiritual power message to the storm dragon eagle to investigate the town's surroundings for anomalies. Among them, only the storm dragon eagle was suited for this task. Since there are no undead in the air, it can freely soar and examine the entire town. The space itself is not very large, only covering the area of Black Oak Town and its surrounding edges. With the storm dragon eagle's speed, it can quickly encompass the whole town's situation. The storm dragon eagle emitted a sharp yet cautious cry. Its massive wings suddenly beat, ascending rapidly, leaving behind the chaos below and probing into the eerie pale sky. It stabilized its flight in high altitude, its keen eyes like the most precise detector, scanning the dying and chaotic town below. In its perception ability, the town below was simplified into an energy flow chart. Countless gray-black energy light points representing the undead surged towards the fore at the town's center like ants. The source of these light points was promptly locked by the storm dragon eagle's gaze on the central square area of the town. There it saw an astounding scene. The pervasive, deathly air and resentment over the town, under the influence of an invisible field, formed a massive, unseen vortex, constantly converging on what appeared to be an ordinary ancient well in the square. The ancient well, as if a bottomless black hole, voraciously devoured these negative energies. Above the well, highly concentrated dark energy nearly turned solid, surging like a fountain, quickly shaping into those howling undead, joining the attacking army. The storm dragon eagle instinctively felt fear of a pulsing, immensely concealed, yet forbiddingly cold, and powerful energy core from deep within the well, as if something terrifying was being nurtured at the bottom of the well. It instantly relayed everything sensed back to the Duke via spiritual power message, integrating the information from the storm dragon eagle. The Duke soon confirmed the issue lay in the ancient well. This ancient well is Black Oak Town's main water source, where residents mostly drew water for years. The well's location is convenient, positioned in the town square. The Duke's location was not far from the square under normal circumstances, just seconds away, but now surrounded by endless undead. Reaching there meant clearing these undead while moving forward. To save time, the Duke directly relayed his findings via spiritual power message to Vivian, as well as to Leonard and Ella. Upon receiving this message, they too understood the problem lies with the well, needing to inspect it for a possible solution to the current predicament. Leonard glanced at the square less than 100 meters away, but his expression grew darker. If it were normal times, this distance could be covered in the blink of an eye, but at this moment, it felt like a chasm separating the 100 meters. An overwhelming, continuous howling wall of undead blocked every path like a thick barrier. At least for Leonard, reaching the plaza while ensuring the safety of himself and Ella was not something that could be accomplished swiftly. Duke grasped the blazing sun judgment, and behind him, a pair of wide, solid white bright wings unfolded, a spell attached to the blazing sun judgment. With one hand holding the sword and the other around Vivian's waist, he began advancing toward the plaza. Leonard saw this and hastily shouted, "Brother Duke, wait for us." "Who said we were brothers?" Duke replied without turning his head. He couldn't even ensure his own safety, let alone worry about Leonard and his companion. The bright wings behind Duke suddenly flapped, clutching Vivian tightly, transforming into a stream of luminous arrow, swiftly darting toward the ancient well in the plaza, far faster than rushing along the ground. "Duke!" Leonard shouted in mixed anger and alarm, helplessly watching Duke and Vivian fly off into the distance. A piercing eagle screech cut through the skies. The storm dragon eagle frantically flapped its wings. Thunderbolts, denser and wilder than before, poured down like torrential rain, mainly striking directly ahead and to the sides of Duke's path, clearing a relatively smooth aerial passage for him. Occasionally, lightning struck near Leonard and his sister, temporarily clearing a small area for them, but the main focus was clearly not on them. On the ground, the three-headed magma lizard let loose deafening roars, charging toward the plaza like a burning war chariot. Wherever it passed, lava rolled and flames spewed, reducing the obstructing undead to ashes. Leonard's eyes lit up at this sight, immediately pulling Ella along, exerting all their strength to follow the side and rear of the magma lizard, leveraging its charging momentum and the heat radiating from its body to move forward with difficulty. This was undoubtedly easier than facing endless undead alone, but it was still perilous, constantly requiring them to fend off attacks from the sides and rear. Duke, holding Vivian, was the first to break through the heavy barriers of undead. Bright wings behind him scattering flecks of light, steadily landing on the edge of the town plaza. As soon as their feet touched the stone slabs covered in black viscous substance, a denser, bone-chilling malice and erosion energy hit them, suffocating them. If a native awakened from the Devourer plane were present, they would surely be contaminated instantly by this erosion energy. Fortunately, this erosion energy had no effect on wizards, only causing some discomfort. The three-headed magma lizard followed closely, crashing into the plaza like a burning meteor. its hot lava clashing with the dark material on the ground, emitting sizzling sounds, sending up plumes of foul black smoke, and temporarily clearing a relatively clean area. Leonard and Ella clumsily followed the magma lizard in, looking quite sorry. However, everyone's eyes were firmly fixed on the ancient well in the center of the plaza, which was bubbling continuously. The well had completely changed in appearance. The stone railing was corroded beyond recognition, covered by a black fungal blanket that seemed to have life and was writhing. Inside the well, instead of ordinary water, there was a tar-like sticky, bubbling dark energy liquid, emitting extremely dense negative energy and erosion aura. What made it even more unsettling was that the well was not empty. Faintly visible in the depths of the viscous dark energy liquid was a curled, blurry humanoid silhouette, rising and submerging intermittently. It seemed to be the core of the energy eruption, each weak pulse causing the well's energy liquid to churn violently, spewing large quantities of dark energy, rapidly forming new undead in the outside world. The newly born undead did not immediately attack them, but circled the ancient well like pilgrims, howling before joining the assault waves outside. This created an oddly quiet vacuum in the plaza's core area, appearing relatively safer. However, it wasn't so. Duke could intuitively sense a strong threat emanating from within the ancient well. More accurately, it was coming from the silhouette inside the ancient well. "What is that thing?" Leonard took a step back instinctively, wanting to distance himself from the presence in the well. No one could answer his question. Duke took out a handheld metal sphere, covered in intricate silver patterns. This was the energy detector Merrick had given him during his exploration of the void corridor, capable of sensing entities with high energy concentration nearby and differentiating between different energy intensities. With the energy detector in hand, Duke probed into it with his spiritual power, quickly sensing the energy distribution around him and the high energy silhouette inside the ancient well. From an energy level perspective, the entity inside the well had reached level 2 life, and its energy was slowly growing. Judging by the current trend, if this process wasn't interrupted, the entity inside the well would become increasingly stronger. This was clearly not good, at least for Duke and the others. Quickly, Duke relayed the information he obtained to Vivian, saying, "We need to do something instead of waiting it out. It seems to be in a developmental phase, more like an embryo of something. If it truly grows, the consequences would likely be." Vivian appeared worried. Duke understood her meaning. They must stop this thing from continuing to grow soon or they'd face dire repercussions. The problem was that this entity was already at level 2 life, stronger than anyone present. At the moment, it seemed fairly calm, showing no signs of coming out. Thus, there were two options: wait for external United Legion's assistance or take the initiative to attempt to eliminate whatever was in the well. Even if they couldn't kill it, finding a way to interrupt its growth would be necessary. Listening to the conversation behind them, Leonard hastily said, "I suggest we wait for help. It seems to be in a dormant state now. If we wake it, we'll be doomed." Leonard could feel the terrifying presence in the well. He certainly didn't want to wake it, and even less wished to confront it. So he thought it would be prudent not to disturb this thing. However, Duke disagreed. "We appeared here, most likely because of its tricks. Why do you think it brought us here?" The presence in the well was clearly developing and growing, and Duke and his companions were most likely its nourishment. "Besides, I think it can't be that powerful, or it wouldn't have only dragged the 4 of us in," Duke said. After all, Black Oak Town had plenty of slave creatures, including 4 level 2 slave creatures. If this presence were truly powerful, why not drag those 4 level 2 slave creatures in as well and gain more nutrients? Therefore, Duke believed they needed to act quickly rather than passively waiting. Even though it involved some risk, it was worth trying. Watching it slowly grow stronger from here was certainly unwise. Leonard was about to refute, but also sensed the surrounding resentment, negative energy, and erosion energy gathering continuously. The sign also confirmed Duke's assertion. If they didn't act now, they'd have to hope the United Legion could arrive in time for support. But their fate would be uncertain, having been quietly dragged to this place. Whether the creatures outside noticed was still uncertain. If the slave creatures didn't notice, they couldn't inform the United Legion, and support would be out of the question. Taking initiative to grasp their fate in their own hands was indeed a more proactive choice. Duke didn't care what Leonard and the others thought. He wouldn't foolishly wait around. In just a short time, a large number of undead had swarmed, relying on the storm dragon eagle and the three-headed magma lizard to clean them out. Yet the number of undead kept increasing, forming a dense mass, making one's scalp tingle. Even the two slave creatures couldn't handle it alone, with undead occasionally breaking through. Duke knew they could wait no longer. He grasped the blazing sun judgment and flew above the ancient well, wings gently fluttering, scattering radiant light. He intended to use the strongest magic within the blazing sun judgment, light judgment. This level 2 witchcraft artifact seemed to have truly awakened its power at this moment. The sword became intensely scorching, almost burning to touch, with ancient runes engraved on it lighting up one by one like molten gold flowing. Vast, pure light energy was unleashed from within the sword, converging, compressing, and sublimating furiously in front of Duke. Duke poured his own magic power into the sword incessantly, with no intention to save it, ready to infuse it all, since magic potions could restore magic power. While preparing to cast light judgment, he also told Vivian and the others, "Move away a bit first." "Be careful," Vivian said solemnly, knowing Duke was planning to go all in. Once they moved a bit farther, exterminating the incoming undead from the periphery, Duke was also almost ready. Duke looked solemn, hands gripping the sword handle firmly at the sword tip, all the light compressed into a fist-sized, unbearably bright glowing orb like a mini-sun. Within the orb, terrifying energy stirred, radiating a destructive aura. This burst of light energy was exceptionally dazzling at that place. Even before it was fully released, its energy wave already wiped out some approaching undead. Duke emitted a low shout, gripping the sword with both hands, fiercely stabbing down towards the ancient well spewing darkness below. The mini-sun-like orb suddenly expanded, transforming into a blazing white beam over a meter in diameter, pure to the extreme, like the spear of God, descending with supreme majesty and the absolute power to obliterate everything, striking harshly upon the invisible energy barrier above the ancient well. This was the result of Duke's deliberate control, keeping the beam's diameter within a meter. The well's mouth was too small, ensuring all the energy could be infused into the ancient well was necessary. In front of the light beam, charged with light judgments, absolute power, the tough invisible energy barrier was like fragile glass, instantly webbed with countless cracks before shattering with a roar. The beam continued unabated, wreaking havoc, plunging fiercely into the boiling ancient well. An inhuman, excruciatingly painful, spiteful, and slightly fearful sharp wail erupted from the well's depths, clearly inflicting severe injury on the entity coiled within the well. The blazing white light energy clashed ferociously with the viscous dark energy liquid, causing a devastating explosion in the wellhead. Black energy liquid shot skyward like crude oil from a blowout, vaporizing and purifying upon contact with the light beam. With countless yet to be fully formed undead howling and dissipating under the impact of the escaping energy, the entire ancient well structure was collapsing and shattering. The intense light even temporarily dispelled the dense darkness over the plaza, illuminating the well and its surroundings brightly. Leonard and Ella were stunned, mouths agape, instinctively shielding their eyes from the blinding light. Vivian nervously watched Duke at the beam's center. White, transparent female elf appeared beside her at some point, also watching the scene. This female elf was evidently a trump card of hers, emitting an ancient aura, ready to aid Duke anytime. The ancient well's functions were temporarily halted by this devastating strike, with a noticeable cessation in dark energy outpouring. The undead generation rate sharply reduced, and even those attacking undead turned somewhat bewildered and confused, their assault slowing. The originally agony-filled howls from the well bottom turned into an extremely spiteful screech, causing the collapsed ancient well ruins to shrink inward violently. Immediately, an indescribable, intensely concentrated dark shockwave emerged, mixing with all remaining energy in the well and countless fragments of wretched souls' resentment. It surged like a cataclysmic floodwave towards Duke, hovering above the well, and all those below him. Seeing this, Duke waved his hand, and a white energy shield rose around them. This was previously mastered level 1 light attribute. Magic, bright energy shield, just never had much opportunity to use it. Just as the concentrated dark shock wave was about to engulf everyone, white bright energy shield rose just in time to block this attack with difficulty. Duke took out 2 bottles of magic recovery potion and poured them directly into his stomach, then continued to channel magic power to maintain the energy shield. The white energy shield trembled constantly, barely managing to hold on through great difficulty. As a level 1 magic, the bright energy shield itself has a certain strength, but it is not as strong as this overwhelming wave of energy. Duke relied entirely on the light attribute of the bright energy shield to barely withstand this wave of impact. Upon closer inspection, one can see many black smoke rising continuously from the surface of the bright energy shield. Vivian saw this and realized that Duke was having difficulty maintaining the energy shield, so she quickly stepped in to help. The white translucent female elf that had been quietly floating beside her instantly moved, transforming into a stream of light and reaching Duke's front first. The elf opened her arms, and from thin air appeared countless virtual images of emerald vines emanating ancient life aura, intertwining into a massive emerald shield engraved with mysterious natural runes. The dark shock wave collided violently with the emerald shield, producing a deafening, terrifying roar. The emerald shield shook violently, and the emerald light and dark energy frantically annihilated each other, producing a sizzling sound. Cracks instantly spread across the shield's surface, and the female elf's figure became even more transparent and ethereal, clearly under immense pressure. But this also relieved Duke of great pressure, allowing the bright energy shield to easily withstand the remaining energy waves. Moments later, the surrounding area gradually calmed as the violent energy shock waves slowly dissipated. However, it was clear that things were not over yet. The collapsed ruins of the ancient well exploded with a boom, and a twisted, terrifying figure crawled out. Vaguely retained some human form, but its entire skin resembled melted and solidified wax, covered with liquid like blue erosion energy patterns. Its head was only half intact, the other half composed of writhing black liquid and pale fragments of bone, with one intact eye and one blood-red eye formed by resentment, staring venomously at Duke. Its limbs had become long and deformed, ending in blade-like bone claws. A close look revealed that light attribute energy was still rampaging within its half-head, constantly consuming its internal energy. This was the result of Duke's previous light judgment, directly slicing off half of its head. Moreover, the energy of the light judgment still rampaged within, causing it immense pain, and preventing it from quickly eliminating the light energy within its body. Screech! The erosion body let out a sharp cry, suddenly lunging at Duke with extreme speed. Yellow sand surrounded Duke, and Vivian's emerald shield guarded him, ready and waiting. However, just as the erosion body was about to reach them, it suddenly changed direction, heading toward Leonard and his sister Ella. Its target was clear. It aimed for Ella, the weakest among them. The erosion body clearly possessed a certain level of intelligence, understanding that Duke was troublesome and couldn't be taken down quickly. It also sensed the ancient aura of the elf spirit around Vivian, instinctively wary, and chose Ella, the easiest target among the four. Although Ella had been at the farthest distance, appearing removed from the battlefield center, the distance here was inherently short. Combined with the erosion body's swift speed, this short distance was covered in the blink of an eye. Leonard, who was closest to Ella, saw this and, in a mix of urgency and anger, rushed over to push Ella aside. In his haste, he only managed to conjure a shield that appeared quite thick. Yet even in its wounded, unstable state, the erosion body's power far exceeded that of a level 1 mage. The erosion body's claws ripped through Leonard's shield defense like paper, slashing deeply into his chest. Leonard let out a heart-wrenching scream as deep, bone-exposing wounds appeared on his chest, the surrounding flesh turning black as if corroded by poison. His body flew back like a broken sack, hitting the ground heavily, blood gushing out, instantly losing combat ability. "Brother," Ella cried out in a heartbreaking scream. Duke reacted quickly as soon as the erosion body lunged. He summoned large amounts of yellow sand around. When the erosion body changed target, Duke saw it and extended numerous sands, though he wasn't in time to save Leonard. He saved Leonard only to save himself. If Leonard and Ella died, they'd likely be devoured by the erosion body. The erosion body, already heavily injured by the light judgment, couldn't be allowed to recover. This was an erosion body comparable to level 2 life. If it were to recover, they would face certain death. Although the yellow sand failed to save Leonard immediately, it formed a yellow sand barrier, blocking the erosion body's follow-up claw strike. The metal yellow sand, which had recently absorbed Sea Heart Iron and Duke's magic power along with the energy on the claw, became incredibly sturdy. The claws only penetrated 10 centimeters into the sand, unable to go further. The erosion body then turned, lunging back at Duke, still incredibly fast but blocked by the yellow sand. The situation remained dire, as both Duke and Vivian observed the erosion body's injuries quickly recovering. The surrounding environment, filled with resentment and erosion energy, was being absorbed and utilized by the erosion body. Its injuries visibly healed, and the light attribute energy within was being gradually dispersed. If allowed to continue developing like this, it wouldn't take long for it to regain peak condition. At that point, it was uncertain if Duke's sand could withstand the erosion body's attacks. More importantly, Duke could merely defend, unable to inflict effective damage on the erosion body. Even another light judgment couldn't guarantee a hit. This erosion body had some wisdom. It wouldn't just stand still like at the bottom of a well. With its current speed, Duke couldn't confidently use light judgment to hit it again. Thus, the current dilemma was urgent. They must eliminate it before it fully recovered, without a moment to lose. Every passing second intensified the danger for Duke and his companions. I might be able to control it for a moment. Vivian suddenly sent a message through her spiritual power. Duke had formed some ideas and replied, "Take action." After receiving the spiritual message, Vivian took a deep breath and poured most of her remaining magic power into the elf beside. The elf let out an ethereal sigh and completely dissipated, but before vanishing, it transformed into pure force of confinement, like an emerald green halo that instantly encircled the erosion body. The erosion body's forward momentum came to a sudden halt. Countless tiny green tendrils sprouted from the halo, tightly binding its limbs and torso. Although it couldn't completely restrain it, it greatly limited its actions and continuously purified the energy on its surface. Duke didn't hesitate at all, taking out the Annihilation Holy Nail from the space ring. The Annihilation Holy Nail was about half a foot long, with a dark, matte appearance. It looked unimpressive, almost old-fashioned, with its surface engraved with dense and profound runes. Holding it in his hand, a peculiar bone-deep chill spread, not a physical coldness, but a warning cold that reached deep into the soul, causing Duke's heart to tighten slightly, his body instinctively signaling to stay away from danger. Duke, holding nothing back, unleashed one of his trump cards, the Annihilation Holy Nail, aiming to seize the opportunity to quickly annihilate the erosion body. This was because the release of the blazing sun judgments. Light judgment required time, and the erosion body wouldn't be controlled for long, leaving only this sliver of time. If Duke hesitated to use the Annihilation Holy Nail and missed this chance, it might lead to a total wipeout, because the erosion body wasn't easily controlled, and Vivian would struggle to control it a second time in a short span, meaning there was only one chance. A flash of resolve appeared in Duke's eyes, and without hesitation, he used magic power as a fuse, injecting it into the Annihilation Holy Nail. The ancient runes on the nail's surface seemed awakened, flashing a faint, almost imperceptible glow, sharply elevating the sense of icy danger to its peak. Duke called out low, swung his arm fiercely, and the Annihilation Holy Nail flew out instantly. The moment the Holy Nail left his hand, it didn't emit a piercing sound of breaking air. Instead, it seemed to merge into the surrounding space, its trajectory indistinct, instantly appearing before the erosion body's chest. There was no powerful energy impact, no dazzling explosion of light. Only a faintly audible pop, like something being pierced. As the Annihilation Holy Nail sunk into the erosion body's chest, the erosion body's surface showed no visible wound, as if the nail was merely a phantom that had never appeared. In the next moment, the erosion body's struggling movements abruptly froze. Its intact eye and the wailing eye simultaneously erupted with an extreme, soul-deep fear. Its body didn't explode. Instead, from the point of impact at its core, its color rapidly faded, disintegrating like a weathered sand sculpture, silently vanishing. The effect of the Annihilation Holy Nail was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. The enemy's quiet vanquishing sent chills down one's spine. This process was extraordinarily quiet. Within less than a second, the strong and terrifying erosion body completely disappeared in front of the four, leaving only a black crystal on the ground. Duke was rather curious about this crystal, unsure what exactly it was after the erosion body's annihilation. He manipulated the yellow sand to pick up the crystal, sensing the extremely pure energy contained within it. This energy's attribute was unknown, unlike that of magic stones or energy crystal stones. Duke felt no dangerous aura from it, also confirming that the erosion body was indeed annihilated. After studying it for a while, he tossed the crystal into the space ring, planning to explore it later. The death of a level 2 erosion body should carry some level of value in what it left behind. As the erosion body fell, the surrounding space started to undulate violently, the scenery around them blurring and fracturing like a fading oil painting. The remaining undead let out their final wails, their bodies gradually becoming transparent, eventually turning into wisps of black smoke and dissipating into the air. This erosion body was the power source for the entire space, maintaining its operation. When the erosion body was annihilated, the space could no longer sustain itself. As the surrounding space collapsed, a gust of night wind brought a trace of coolness. Duke looked around, finding themselves still in the town square of Black Oak Town, but no longer in that space. Several slave creatures were patrolling the square, and beyond, in the streets and outskirts of the town, other slave creatures patrolled as usual. They seemed wholly unaware of Duke and his team's earlier absence, continuing their patrols as instructed. When Duke's group suddenly appeared in the square, it drew the attention of the surrounding slave creatures, who approached, ready for orders. They were oblivious to why Duke's group appeared there, assuming there were tasks to be assigned. Duke glanced at the moon, positioned right in the center of the night sky, indicating it was roughly midnight. He calculated the time and realized that their sojourn in that space had been remarkably brief, possibly just a few minutes. Yet they had spent nearly 2 hours in that space, while only minutes had passed outside. Duke was thankful for their decisive action, waiting for rescue could have led them to be devoured completely by morning, given the time anomaly. Vivian quickly noticed the temporal anomaly too, exchanging a glance with Duke, both realizing the peculiarity. On the other side, Ella knelt on the ground, weeping, supporting Leonard with several doses of magic potion. Leonard had been struck by the erosion body's claw earlier, leaving deep chest wounds, resistant even to healing potions, leaving his condition dire. Duke squatted down to examine him, then handed Ella the Sun Resilience Potion. This is the Sun Resilience Potion. It should temporarily stabilize him. Let's contact the Legion and hope the rescue arrives swiftly. Thank you. Ella wiped her tears, trembling as she took the Sun Resilience Potion, carefully administering it to Leonard. Meanwhile, Vivian had contacted Catherine and briefly informed her about their ordeal. Catherine instructed them to hold their position while sending immediate rescue and urged them to stabilize Leonard's condition as best as possible. Ella's hands trembled as she carefully fed the Sun Resilience Potion into Leonard's mouth. The potion took effect quickly, and Leonard's once pale face gained a barely discernible hint of color. The horrifying wound on his chest seemed to ooze less of the black blood, but he remained in a deep coma, his breath as thin as a thread. Clearly, his life was only temporarily sustained, and he was far from being out of danger. Duke and Vivian were vigilantly observing their surroundings. Though the previous space had disappeared and the erosion body was annihilated, there was no guarantee that other dangers did not lurk. Around them, the slave creatures continued to dutifully carry out their patrol orders, oblivious to the harrowing events that had just taken place. However, 4 level 2 slave creatures had already arrived nearby, maintaining a high level of alertness. Duke and the others didn't wait long before a low and powerful rumble came from the distant night sky, rapidly approaching. The 3 of them looked up to see 3 elongated, sleek floating airships breaking through the clouds, like giant sharks in the night, speeding towards Black Oak Town. They had clearly activated some kind of stealth mode, only being detected as they drew closer. The airships were extremely fast, and in an instant they were hovering over Black Oak Town. Strong air currents spewed from the bottom of the ships, sending dust and ash swirling in the square, prompting Ella to instinctively protect Leonard. The leading airship slowly lowered its height, eventually hovering about 10 meters above the square. The hatch opened, and a beam of guiding light descended, precisely enveloping the area where the 4 of them stood. Soon after, 6 wizards in white uniforms with blue trims, swiftly and professionally, along with 4 fully armed wizards with sharp eyes, descended quickly along the guiding beam. Upon landing, they immediately began their efficient work. "Are you from the 7th Squadron?" The leader, a wizard with an immensely powerful aura, glanced sharply at Duke and his group as he asked. "Yes, sir, I am Duke." Duke and his companions then briefly recounted the events that had transpired. They also learned the name of the wizard before them, who was Edmund from the Doomsday Bell. Edmund was a level 3 mage who had quickly arrived upon receiving the message to conduct the rescue. Speaking of which, although the Doomsday Bell used to be a black wizard organization, they were actually quite adept at rescuing people. The medical technology of the Doomsday Bell was renowned across the West Coast, having resolved many tricky issues. In this joint operation, many people were assigned to logistics and rescue work, a team like this being one of them. The 6 wizards in charge of treatment quickly gathered around Leonard, taking out various portable detection instruments that emitted a slight humming sound. The leading medical officer quickly assessed Leonard's injuries, frowning. Erosion contamination energy has penetrated into the organs, accompanied by severe spiritual power damage and rapid life loss. He needs to undergo immediate purification surgery and life support in the capsule. Although wizards are not affected by erosion contamination, nor converted into erosion bodies, it doesn't mean erosion energy entering the body won't cause damage to both body and spirit. Leonard's situation was more severe than imagined. Erosion contamination energy had already invaded his spiritual power, making it extremely troublesome. If not promptly addressed, the consequences would be dire. 2 medical wizards immediately took out a folding floating stretcher, carefully transferring Leonard onto it. The stretcher emitted a soft white light, forming a transparent life support shield. Can I go with you?" Ella asked anxiously, her face filled with concern. "Yes, come on, you're his sister Ella, right? We'll need you to provide some basic information along the way." The medical officer nodded, gesturing for Ella to also enter the range of the guiding beam. Ella quickly followed, staying closely by the stretcher's side. Another medical wizard approached Duke and Vivian, handing them 2 vials of pale blue liquid with a refreshing aura. "This is a high-level calming potion and a basic recovery potion. You both expended quite a bit of energy. Take these to stabilize your condition. We might need you for a brief inquiry and a physical examination later." Duke and Vivian accepted the potions with thanks. They indeed felt mentally exhausted, especially Duke, whose magic power had been depleted once, only replenished a bit later with a potion, leaving not much remaining. After grasping the situation here, Edmund turned to Duke and Vivian, saying, "I have a basic understanding of the situation here. Thank you both for your efforts and the information you provided. Please board the airship to return to Goose Peak Castle for a detailed report and recovery. Follow-up cleaning and monitoring here will be taken over by other teams." Duke and Vivian naturally had no objections. Soon enough, Duke and Vivian, who were in slightly better condition, along with the seriously injured Leonard and accompanying Ella, boarded the leading medical airship via the guiding beam. The inside of the airship was spacious and tidy, filled with the scent of disinfectant and herbal plants. Leonard was immediately pushed into the emergency treatment room, while Ella waited anxiously outside. Duke and Vivian were assigned to a rest room. After taking the potions, a tide of exhaustion washed over them. Through the portholes, they saw the other 2 combat airships still hovering over Black Oak Town, casting down powerful searchlights as more ground troops landed to begin a thorough lockdown and inspection of the town. The rumbling of the floating airship intensified as it smoothly turned, accelerating towards Goose Peak Castle. Watching the quickly passing landscape, still shrouded in darkness, Duke felt far from calm inside. The successful annihilation of the erosion body this time was mostly thanks to luck, but the cost to himself was significant too. Just the annihilation holy nail was enough to make Duke's heart ache. After all, it was obtained with 30,000 points of black sail contribution. Even though it would have been used eventually, actually using it still brought a sting to his heart. However, the annihilation holy nail played a crucial role. Without it, Duke wouldn't have known how to thoroughly deal with the erosion body. Thinking about this made Duke feel somewhat better. As long as the annihilation holy nail served its purpose, it was worth it. This was Duke's first encounter with a real erosion body, and facing it made him understand why the awakened was so terrified of them. Remember, he was not affected by erosion contamination, making it slightly easier for him to face an erosion body. If the indigenous people of the Devourer Plane faced this erosion body, even a level 2 awakened stood little chance. Duke managed to defeat the erosion body thanks to his light attribute methods, the Blazing Sun Judgment, and Vivian's cooperation in using the annihilation holy nail. If an ordinary awakened was to handle this erosion body, it would be even more difficult given the inherent constraints. Soon, 3 floating airships smoothly landed on a flat area within Goose Peak Castle. Once the cabin doors opened, the awaiting medical team immediately approached. They swiftly transferred Leonard, who remained unconscious but was temporarily stable, to the fortress's internal medical center for deeper treatment. Ella followed close beside the stretcher, her face pale, giving Duke and Vivian a complex look before leaving, filled with gratitude and perhaps a trace of indescribable emotion. Duke and Vivian were guided by a wizard dressed in a black robe to the commander's office located on the tower's mid-level. Catherine, the squad leader, was already waiting in the office. She stood before the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Back toward the door, gazing at the seemingly chaotic but actually orderly fortress outside. At the sound of knocking, she turned around, her gaze calm yet scrutinizing as she looked at the slightly weary but composed Duke and Vivian. "Have a seat." She pointed to 2 chairs in the office and sat back behind the wide desk herself. Without much small talk, the interrogation began directly. Catherine's questions were precise and efficient, focusing on the formation process of the space anomaly, internal environment, time flow anomalies, the specific form and abilities of the erosion body, and lastly, how it was ultimately annihilated. Duke and Vivian supplemented each other, detailing the entire process as thoroughly as possible. Duke also specifically emphasized the importance of the annihilation Holy Nail and Blazing Sun judgment, expressing his sorrow over the loss of the annihilation Holy Nail. At this, Catherine raised an eyebrow, naturally understanding Duke's intention in lamenting the matter. She would report these details thoroughly, though whether or not compensation is possible remains uncertain. After the interrogation concluded, Duke retrieved from his space ring the black crystal about the size of a thumbnail, obtained post erosion body annihilation, placing it on Catherine's desk. "Lady Catherine, this is the only thing left behind after the erosion body was eliminated." Duke said, "I can sense it contains an extremely pure yet unknown attribute energy, but I cannot identify what it is." The crystal lay quietly on the table, its surface smooth and color deep, seemingly absorbing all surrounding light, emitting a faint yet undeniable energy pulse. Catherine's gaze was instantly drawn to it. She leaned slightly forward, her eyes becoming intensely focused and sharp. Rather than immediately touching it, she retrieved a pair of glasses inscribed with complex runes from the drawer, donned them, and began a meticulous examination while taking out several small scanning instruments to analyze the crystal. A brief silence fell over the office, interrupted only by the faint hum of the instruments. After a while, Catherine set down the black crystal and said, "You're quite lucky this is a devourer core." "What is a devourer core?" Duke inquired. Catherine explained, "A devourer core is an extremely rare and important resource from the devourer plane, sometimes produced after the death of awakened or an erosion body." After hearing Catherine's explanation, Duke understood. The devourer core is a unique product of this plane, a distinct resource. The devourer core itself can be regarded as an advanced energy crystal stone, containing extremely pure and massive energy, usable as an energy crystal stone. Generally, a level 2 devourer core can be considered as a level 3 energy crystal stone, with its rank higher by 1 level. However, to simply use the devourer core as an energy crystal stone would be excessively wasteful. The greatest function of the devourer core is its ability to enhance life essence and soul essence, with soul essence being the most crucial aspect. Life essence, in other words, is essentially the length of one's lifespan. The devourer core can directly increase a person's lifespan, though it has a certain limit tied to the user's current life level. For instance, a level 1 mage has a lifespan of 500 years. Thus, using a devourer core could at most add another 1 to 200 years, but cannot continue increasing. This is because the devourer core can enhance life essence, but cannot elevate life levels. No matter how much life essence increases, it remains constrained by life levels, eventually having no further effect. The higher an individual's life level, the more devourer cores they can consume. Despite its upper limit, the devourer core's ability to increase lifespan is already remarkably potent. Even within the vast endless plane, items that can increase lifespan are exceptionally rare. Among such items, the devourer core still provides a substantial increase in lifespan. Yet, this is only one capability of the devourer core. More importantly, can enhance soul essence. Life essence often manifests as the lifespan of the physical body, whereas soul essence at times represents the lifespan of the soul. In the past, many wizards with fading lifespans chose to transform into necromancers to continue existing in a spiritual body form. This is because the soul lifespan typically far exceeds the strength of the physical body, though the spiritual body state comes with many limitations, practically posing numerous challenges. The aim of enhancing soul essence isn't to extend soul lifespan, as the soul lifespan is already sufficiently long. Even a level 1 necromancer can easily live over 1,000 years. The death of necromancers generally isn't due to an exhausted soul lifespan, but rather various external accidental circumstances. The purpose of enhancing soul essence is actually to prepare for advancing to higher life levels in the future. During Duke's wizard apprentice phase of advancement and his transition from a wizard apprentice to a level 1 mage, he never faced any limitations related to soul essence, because his life level is too low. His current power advancement isn't anywhere near reaching the point where soul essence becomes a limit. Only at higher levels will such issues come into play. This does not mean Duke should only start preparing when reaching that stage. Preparing early is naturally better, though most do not have these conditions. Though Devourer cores are rare even within the Devourer plane, if one can conquer this plane, the number of obtainable cores can still be considerable. More importantly, wizards can entirely treat this place as a training ground, specializing in the production of Devourer cores. It's just that the method to guarantee core production remains unclear, requiring further research. Before that, it's essential to first fully conquer this plane before discussing anything else.